said Peter. How could he know these things that aren't seen even by the most perceptive and powerful of scientific instruments? But Grace could not answer, for she lay prostrate in the sand, weeping and weeping, her arms extended toward the sea, as if her dearest child had just been taken away by a shark. All the men and women of this place lay in the sand, arms reaching toward the sea. All of them wept. Then Peter knelt. Then Peter lay down in the sand and reached out his arms. And he might have wept. Wang Mu couldn't see. Only Wang Mu remained standing, thinking, why am I here? Since I'm no part of any of these events, there is nothing of any God in me, and nothing of Andrew Wiggin. And also thinking, how can I be worried about my own selfish loneliness at a time like this, when I have heard the voice of a man who sees into heaven? In a deeper place, though, she also knew something else. I am here because I am the one that must love Peter so much that he can feel worthy. Worthy enough to bear to let the goodness of young Valentine flow into him, making him whole, making him Ender. Not Ender the Xenocide and Andrew the Speaker for the Dead, guilt and compassion mingled in one shattered, broken, unmendable heart, but Ender Wiggin, the 4-year-old boy whose life was twisted and broken when he was too young to defend himself. Wang Mu was the one who could give Peter permission to become the man that child should have grown up to be if the world had been good. How do I know this? Thought Wang Mu. How can I be so sure of what I'm supposed to do? I know because it's obvious, she thought. I know because I have seen my beloved mistress, Han Jingzhao, destroyed by pride. And I will do whatever it takes to keep Peter from destroying himself by pride in his own wicked unworthiness. I know because I was also broken as a child, and forced to become a wicked, conniving, selfish, manipulating monster in order to protect the fragile, love-hungry girl who would have been destroyed by the life I had to lead. I know how it feels to be an enemy to myself, and yet I have set that behind me and gone on, and I can take Peter by the hand and show him the way. Except that I don't know the way, and I am still broken, and the love-hungry girl is still frightened and breakable, and the strong, wicked monster is still the ruler of my life, and Jane will die because I have nothing to give Peter. He needs to drink of kava, and I am only plain water. No, I am sea water, swirling with sand at the edge of the shore, filled with salt. He will drink of me and kill himself with thirst. And so it was that she found herself also weeping, also stretched out on the sand, reaching toward the sea, reaching toward the place from which Malu's canoe had bounded away, like a starship leaping into space. Old Valentine stared at the holographic display of her computer terminal, where the Samoans, all in miniature, lay weeping upon the beach. She stared at it until her eyes burned, and finally she spoke. "Turn it off, Jane," she said. The display went blank. "What am I supposed to do about this?" said Valentine. "You should have shown my look-alike, my young twin. You should have wakened Andrew and shown him. What does this have to do with me? I know you want to live. I want you to live. But how can I do anything?" Jane's human face flickered into distracted existence above the terminal. "I don't know," she said, "but the order has just gone out. They're starting to disconnect me. I'm losing parts of my memory. I already can't think of as many things at once. I have to have a place to go, but there is no place, and even if there were one, I don't know the way." "Are you afraid?" asked Valentine. "I don't know," said Jane. "It will take hours, I think, for them to finish killing me. If I find out how I feel before the end, I'll tell you, if I can." Valentine hid her face behind her hands for a long moment. Then she got up and headed out of the house. Yacht saw her go and shook his head. Decades ago, when Ender left Trondheim and Valentine stayed in order to marry him, in order to be the mother of his children, he had rejoiced at how happy and alive she became without the burden that Ender had always placed upon her and that she had always unconsciously borne. And then she had asked him if he would come with her to Lusitania, and he said yes. And now it was the old way again. Now she sagged under the weight of Ender's life, of Ender's need of her. Yacht couldn't begrudge it. It wasn't as if either one was trying to steal a part of Yacht's own life from him. But it still hurt to see her so bowed down under the weight of it, and to know that despite all his love for her, there was nothing Yacht could do to help her bear it.
Miro faced Ella and Quara in the doorway of the starship. Inside, young Valentine was already waiting, along with a pequenino named Firequencher and a nameless worker that the Hive Queen had sent. "Jane is dying," Miro said. "We have to go now. She won't have capacity enough to send a starship if we wait too long." "How can you ask us to go," said Quara, "when we already know that once Jane dies, we'll never come back? We'll only last as long as the oxygen on this starship lasts. A few months at most, and then we'll die." "But will we have accomplished something in the meantime?" said Miro. "Will we have communicated with these Descoladores, these aliens who send out planet-wrecking probes? Will we have persuaded them to stop? Will we have saved all the species that we know, and thousands and millions that we don't yet know from some terrible and irresistible disease? Jane has given us the best programs she could create for us to help us talk to them. Is this good enough to be your masterwork, the achievement of your lifetime?" His older sister Ella looked at him sadly. "I thought I had already done my masterwork when I made the virus that undid the Descolada here." "You did," he said. "You've done enough, but there's more to do that only you can do. I'm asking you to come and die with me, Ella, because without you my own death will be meaningless, because without you Val and I can't do what must be done." Neither Quara nor Ella moved or spoke. Miro nodded, then turned and went into the ship. But before he could close and seal the door, the two sisters, arms around each other's waists, wordlessly followed him inside.
8. What matters is which fiction you believe. My father once told me that there are no gods, only the cruel manipulations of evil people who pretended that their power was good and their exploitation was love. But if there are no gods, why are we so hungry to believe in them? Just because evil liars stand between us and the gods and block our view of them does not mean that the bright halo that surrounds each liar is not the outer edges of a god, waiting for us to find our way around the lie. From the God Whispers of Han Jingzhao.
It isn't working,
What can we do differently? We have made the strongest web we can. We have joined to you and to each other as never before, so that all of us tremble, all of us shake as if there were a shimmering wind dancing with us and making our leaves beautiful in sunlight. And the light is you and your daughters, and all the love we have for our tiny mothers and our dear mute mother trees is given to you, our queen, our sister, our mother, our truest wife. How can Jane not see the thing that we have made and want to be a part of it?
She can't find a road to us. She was half made of what we are, but she has long since turned her back on us, so she could endlessly look at Ender, belonging to him. She was our bridge to him. Now he is her only bridge to life.
What kind of bridge is that? He's dying himself.
The old part of him is dying. But remember, he is the man who has loved and understood you pequeninos best. Is it not possible that out of the dying body of this youth there might not grow a tree to take him into the third life as he took you?
I don't understand your plan,
said Human. But even in his non-comprehension, another message flowed to her underneath the conscious one.
My beloved queen,
he was saying, and she heard.
My sweet and holy one.
I don't have a plan. I only have a hope.
Tell me your hope, then.
It's only a dream of a hope. Only a rumor of a guess of a dream of a hope.
Tell me.
She was our bridge to Ender. Can't Ender now be her bridge to us through you? She has spent her life, all but the last few years, staring into Ender's heart, hearing his inmost thoughts, and letting his Aiua give meaning to her own existence. If he calls her, she'll hear him, even though she can't hear us. That will draw her to him.
Into the body where he most dwells right now, which is the body of young Valentine. They'll fight each other there without meaning to. They can't both rule the same kingdom.
That's why the rumor of hope is so slim. But Ender has always loved you. You, the father tree named Human, and you, all pequeninos and father trees, wives and sisters and mother trees, all of you, even the wooden trees of pequeninos who were never fathers, but once were sons. He loved and loves you all. Can't she follow that philotic twine and reach our web through you? And can't she follow him and find the way to us? We can hold her. We can hold all of her that won't fit into young Valentine.
Then Ender has to stay alive to call to her.
This is why the hope is only the shadow of a memory of the passing of a tiny cloud before the sun, because he must call her and bring her, and then he must escape from her and leave her alone in young Valentine.
Then he will die for her.
He will die as Ender. He must die as Valentine, but can't he find his way to Peter and live there?
That's the part of himself that he hates. He told me so himself.
That's the part of himself he fears. But isn't it possible that he fears it because it's the strongest part of him, the most powerful of his faces?
How can you say that the strongest part of a good man like Ender is the destructive, ambitious, cruel, ruthless part?
Those are his words for the part of himself that he gave shape as young Peter. But doesn't his book, The Hegemon, show that it's the ruthlessness inside him that gave him strength to build, that made him strong against all assailants, that gave him a self despite his loneliness? Neither he nor Peter was ever cruel for cruelty's sake. They were cruel to get the job done, and it was a job that needed doing. It was a job to save the world. Ender by destroying a terrible enemy, for so he thought we were, and Peter by breaking down the boundary walls of nations and making the human race into one nation. Both those jobs remain to do again. We have found the borders of a terrible enemy, the alien race that Miro calls the Descoladores, and the boundaries between human and Pecanino, Pecanino and Hive Queen and human, and between all of us and Jane, whatever Jane might turn out to be. Don't we need the strength of Ender as Peter to bring us all into one?
You convince me, beloved sister, mother, wife, but it is Ender who will not believe in such goodness in himself. He might be able to draw Jane out of the sky and into the body of young Valentine, but he will never be able to leave that body himself. He will never choose to give up his own goodness and go to the body that represents all that he fears inside himself.
If you're right, then he will die. Grief and anguish for his friend welled up in Human and spilled out into the web that bound him to all Father Trees and to all Hive Queens. But to them it tasted sweet, for it was born out of love for the life of the man. But he's dying anyway. As Ender, he's dying. And if we explained this all to him, wouldn't he choose to die, if by dying he might keep Jane alive? Jane, who holds the key to Starflight? Jane, who alone can unlock the door between us and the outside, and pass us in and out by her strong will and clear mind?
Yes. He would choose to die, so she could live.
Better, though, if he would bring her into Valentine, and then choose to live. That would be better. Even as she said it, the despair behind her words came out like ooze, and everyone on the web that she had helped to weave could taste the poison of it, for it was born of dread for the death of the man, and they all grieved.
Jane found the strength for one last voyage. She held the shuttle with the 6 living forms inside it, held the perfect image of the physical forms long enough to hurl them out and reel them in, orbiting the distant world where the Descolada had been made. But when that task was done, she lost control of herself because she could no longer find herself, not the self that she had known. Memories were torn from her. Links to worlds that had been as familiar to her as limbs are to living humans, Hive Queens and Father Trees, were now gone. and as she reached to use them, nothing happened. She was numb all over, shrinking down, not to her ancient core, but into small corners of herself, disparate fragments that were too small to hold her. "I'm dying," she said over and over again, hating the words as she said them, hating the panic that she felt. Into the computer before which young Valentine sat, she spoke, and spoke only words, because she couldn't remember now how to make the face that had been her mask for so many centuries. "Now I am afraid." But having said it, she couldn't remember whether it had been young Valentine to whom she was supposed to say it. That part of her was also gone. A moment ago it had been there, but now it was out of reach. And why was she talking to this surrogate for Ender? Why did she cry out softly into Miro's ear, into Peter's ear, saying, speak to me, I'm afraid." It wasn't these man-shapes that she wanted now. It was the one who had torn her from his ear. It was the one who had rejected her and chosen a sad and weary human woman because he thought Novinia's need was greater. But how can she need you more than I do now? If you die, she will still live. But I die now because you have glanced away from me.
Wang Mu heard his voice murmuring beside her on the beach. Was I asleep? She wondered. She lifted her cheek from the sand, rose up on her arms. The tide was out now, the water farthest it could get from where she lay. Beside her, Peter was sitting cross-legged in the sand, rocking back and forth, softly saying, "Jane, I hear you. I'm speaking to you. Here I am," as tears flowed down his cheeks. And in that moment, hearing him intone those words to Jane, Wang Mu realized two things all at once. First, she knew that Jane must be dying, for what could Peter's words be but comfort? And what comfort would Jane need, except in the hour of her extremity? The second realization, though, was even more terrible to Wang Mu, for she knew, seeing Peter's tears for the first time, seeing for the first time that he was even capable of crying, that she wanted to be able to touch his heart as Jane touched it. No, to be the only one whose dying would grieve him so. When did it happen? She wondered. When did I first start wanting him to love me? Did it happen only now? A childish desire, wanting him only because another woman, another creature, possessed him? Or have I, in these days together, come to want his love for its own sake? Has his taunting of me, his condescension, and yet his secret pain, his hidden fear, has all of this somehow endeared him to me? Was it his very disdain toward me that made me want not just his approval, but his affection? Or was it his pain that made me want to have him turn to me for comfort? Why should I covet his love so much? Why am I so jealous of Jane, this dying stranger that I hardly know or even know about? Could it be that after so many years of priding myself on my solitude, I must discover that I've longed for some pathetic adolescent romance all along? And in this longing for affection, could I have chosen a worse applicant for the position? He loves someone else that I can never compare to, especially after she's dead. He knows me to be ignorant, and cares not at all for any good qualities I might have, and he himself is only some fraction of a human being, and not the nicest part of the whole person who is so divided. Have I lost my mind? Or have I finally found my heart. She was suddenly filled with unaccustomed emotion. All her life she had kept her own feelings at such a distance from herself that now she hardly knew how to contain them. I love him, thought Wang Mu, and her heart nearly burst with the intensity of her passion. He will never love me, thought Wang Mu, and her heart broke as it had never broken in all the 1,000 disappointments of her life. My love for him is nothing compared to his need for her, his knowledge of her. For his ties to her are deeper than these past few weeks since he was conjured into existence on that first voyage outside. In all the lonely years of Ender's wandering, Jane was his most constant friend, and that is the love that now pours out of Peter's eyes with tears. I am nothing to him. I'm a late-come afterthought to his life. I have seen only a part of him, and my love was nothing to him in the end. She, too, wept. But she turned away from Peter when a cry went up from the Samoans standing on the beach. She looked with tear-weary eyes out over the waves, and rose to her feet so she could be sure she saw what they were seeing. It was Malu's ship. He had turned back to them. He was coming back. Had he seen something? Had he heard whatever cry it was from Jane that Peter was hearing now? Grace was beside her, holding her hand. "Why is he coming back?" she asked Wang Mu. "You're the one who understands him," said Wang Mu. "I don't understand him at all," said Grace, "except his words. I know the ordinary meanings of his words. But when he speaks, I can feel the words straining to contain the things he wants to say, and they can't do it. They aren't large enough, those words of his, even though he speaks in our largest language, even though he builds the words together into great baskets of meaning, into boats of thought. I can only see the outer shape of the words and guess at what he means. I don't understand him at all. Why then do you think I do? Because he's coming back to speak to you. He comes back to speak to Peter. He's the one connected to the god, as Malu calls her. You don't like this god of his, do you? Said Grace. Wang Mu shook her head. I have nothing against her, except that she owns him, so there's nothing left for me. A rival, said Grace. Wang Mu sighed. I grew up expecting nothing and getting less, but I always had ambition far beyond my reach. Sometimes I reached anyway, and caught in my hands more than I deserved, more than I could handle. Sometimes I reach and never touch the thing I want. You want him. I only just realized that I want him to love me as I love him. He was always angry, always stabbing at me with his words, but he worked beside me, and when he praised me, I believed his praise. I would say, said Grace, that your life till now has not been perfectly simple. Not true, said Wang Mu. Till now I have had nothing that I didn't need, and needed nothing that I didn't have. You have needed everything you didn't have, said Grace, and I can't believe that you're so weak that you won't reach for it even now. I lost him before I found I wanted him, she said. Look at him. Peter rocked back and forth, whispering, sub-vocalizing, his litany an endless conversation with his dying friend. "I look at him," said Grace, "and I see that he's right there, in flesh and blood, and so are you, right here in flesh and blood. And I can't see how a smart girl like you could say that he is gone, when your eyes must surely tell you that he's not." Wang Mu looked up at the enormous woman who loomed over her like a mountain range, looked up into her luminous eyes, and glared. "I never asked you for advice. I never asked you either, but you came here to try to get me to change my mind about the Lusitania fleet, didn't you? You wanted to get Malu to get me to say something to Aimaina, so he'd say something to the Necessarians of Divine Wind, so they'd say something to the faction of Congress that hungers for their respect, and the coalition that sent the fleet will fall apart, and they'll order it to leave Lusitania untouched. Wasn't that the plan?" Wang Mu nodded. "Well, you deceived yourself. You can't know from the outside what makes a person choose the things they choose. Aimaina wrote to me, but I have no power over him. I taught him the way of Ualava, yes, but it was Ualava that he followed. He doesn't follow me. He followed it because it felt true to him. If I suddenly started explaining that Ualava also meant not sending fleets to wipe out planets, he'd listen politely and ignore me, because that would have nothing to do with the Ualava he believes in. He would see it, correctly, as an attempt by an old friend and teacher to bend him to her will. It would be the end of the trust between us, and it still wouldn't change his mind." "So we failed," said Wang Mu. "I don't know if you failed or not," said Grace. "Lusitania isn't blown up yet. And how do you know if that was ever really your purpose for coming here?" "Peter said it was. Jane said so." "And how do they know what their purpose was?" "Well, if you want to go that far, none of us has any purpose at all," said Wang Mu. "Our lives are just our genes and our upbringing. We simply act out the script that was forced upon us." "Oh," said Grace, sounding disappointed. "I'm sorry to hear you say something so stupid." Again the great canoe was beached. Again Malu rose up from his seat and stepped out onto the sand. But this time, was it possible? This time he seemed to be hurrying so fast that, yes, he lost a little bit of dignity. Indeed, slow as his progress was, Wang Mu felt that he was fairly bounding up the beach. And as she watched his eyes, saw where he was looking, she realized he was coming not to Peter, but to her. Novinia woke up in the soft chair they had brought for her, and for a moment she forgot where she was. During her days as xenobiologist, she had often fallen asleep in a chair in the laboratory, and so for a moment she looked around to see what it was that she was working on before she fell asleep. What problem was it she was trying to solve? Then she saw Valentine standing over the bed where Andrew lay. Where Andrew's body lay, his heart was somewhere else. "You should have wakened me," said Novinia. "I just arrived," said Valentine, "and I didn't have the heart to wake you. They said you almost never sleep." Novinia stood up. "Odd. It seems to me as if that's all I do." "Jane is dying," said Valentine. Novinia's heart leapt within her. "Your rival, I know," said Valentine. Novinia looked into the woman's eyes to see if there was anger there, or mockery. But no, it was only compassion. Trust me, I know how you feel, said Valentine. Until I loved and married Yacht, Ender was my whole life, but I was never his. Oh, for a while in his childhood I mattered most to him then, but that was poisoned because the military used me to get to him, to keep him going when he wanted to give up. And after that, it was always Jane who heard his jokes, his observations, his inmost thoughts. It was Jane who saw what he saw and heard what he heard. I wrote my books, and when they were done, I had his attention for a few hours, a few weeks. He used my ideas, and so I felt he carried a part of me inside him. But he was hers. Novinia nodded. She did understand. But I have Yacht, and so I'm not unhappy anymore. And my children. Much as I loved Ender, powerful man that he is, even lying here like this, even fading away, children are more to a woman than any man can be. We pretend otherwise. We pretend we bear them for him, that we raise them for him, but it's not true. We raise them for themselves. We stay with our men for the children's sake. Valentine smiled. You did. I stayed with the wrong man, said Novinia. No, you stayed with the right one. Your Lebo. He had a wife and other children. She was the one. They were the ones who had a right to claim him. You stayed with another man for your own children's sake, and even though they hated him sometimes, they also loved him. And even though in some ways he was weak, in other ways he was strong. It was good for you to have him for their sake. It was a kind of protection for them all along. Why are you saying these things to me? Because Jane is dying, said Valentine. But she might live if only Ender would reach out to her. Put the jewel back in his ear, said Novinia scornfully. They're long past needing that, said Valentine, just as Ender is long past needing to live this life in this body. He's not so old, said Novinia. 3,000 years, said Valentine. That's just the relativity effect, said Novinia. Actually, he's 3,000 years, said Valentine again. All of humanity was his family for most of that time. He was like a father away on a business trip, who comes home only now and then, but when he's there, he's the good judge, the kind provider. That's what happened each time he dipped back down into a human world and spoke the death of someone. He caught up on all the family doings he had missed. He's had a life of 3,000 years, and he saw no end of it, and he got tired. So at last he left that large family, and he chose your small one. He loved you, and for your sake he set aside Jane, who had been like his wife in all those years of his wandering. She'd been at home, so to speak, mothering all his trillions of children, reporting to him on what they were doing, tending house. And her own works praise her in the gates, said Novinia. Yes, the virtuous woman, like you. Novinia tossed her head in scorn. Never me. My own works mocked me in the gates. He chose you, and he loved you, and he loved your children, and he was their father, those children who had lost 2 fathers already, and he still is their father, and he still is your husband, but you don't really need him anymore. How can you say that? Demanded Novinia, furious. How do you know what I need? You know it yourself. You knew it when you came here. You knew it when Esteban died in the embrace of that rogue father tree. Your children were leading their own lives now, and you couldn't protect them, and neither could Ender. You still loved him. He still loved you, but the family part of your life was over. You didn't really need him anymore. He never needed me. He needed you desperately, said Valentine. He needed you so much he gave up Jane for you. No, said Novinia. He needed my need for him. He needed to feel like he was providing for me, protecting me. But you don't need his providence or his protection anymore, said Valentine. Novinia shook her head. Wake him up, said Valentine, and let him go. Novinia thought at once of all the time she had stood at graveside. She remembered the funeral of her parents, who died for the sake of saving Milagre from the Descolada during that first terrible outbreak. She thought of people, tortured to death, flayed alive by the piggies, because they thought that if they did, he'd grow a tree, only nothing grew except the ache, the pain in Novinia's heart. It was something she discovered that sent him to the Pequeninos that night. And then Libo, tortured to death the same way as his father, and again because of her, but this time because of what she didn't tell him. And Marcin, whose life was all the more painful because of her, before he finally died of the disease that had been killing him since he was a child. And Esteban, who let his mad faith lead him into martyrdom, so he could become a venerado like her parents, and no doubt someday a saint as they would be saints. I'm sick of letting people go, said Novinia bitterly. I don't see how you could be, said Valentine. There's not one of all the people who have died on you that you can honestly say you let go. You clung to them tooth and nail. What if I did? Everyone I love has died and left me. That's such a weak excuse, said Valentine. Everyone dies, everyone leaves. What matters is the things you build together before they go. What matters is the part of them that continues in you when they're gone. You continued your parents' work, and Pipo's and Libo's, and you raised Libo's children, didn't you? And they were partly Marcin's children, weren't they? Something of him remained in them, and not all bad. As for Esteban, he built something rather fine out of his death, I think. But instead of letting him go, you still resent him for it. You resent him for building something more valuable to him than life itself, for loving God and the Pequeninos more than you. You still hang on to all of them. You don't let anybody go. Why do you hate me for that? Said Novinia. Maybe it's true, but that's my life, to lose and lose and lose. Just this once, said Valentine. Why don't you set the bird free, instead of holding it in the cage until it dies? You make me sound like a monster, cried Novinia. How dare you judge me? If you were a monster, Ender couldn't have loved you, said Valentine, answering rage with mildness. You've been a great woman, Novinia, a tragic woman, with many accomplishments and much suffering, and I'm sure your story will make a moving saga when you die. But wouldn't it be nice if you learned something, instead of acting out the same tragedy at the end? I don't want another one I love to die before me, cried Novinia. Who said anything about death? Said Valentine. The door to the room swung open. Plicht stood in the doorway. What's happening? She said. She wants me to wake him up, said Novinia, and tell him he can die. Can I watch? Said Plicht. Novinia took the water glass from beside her chair and flung the water at Plicht and screamed at her. No more of you, she cried. He's mine now, not yours. Plicht, dripping with water, was too astonished to find an answer. It isn't Plicht who's taking him away, said Valentine softly. She's just like all the rest of them, reaching out for a piece of him, tearing bits of him away and devouring him. They're all cannibals." "What?" said Plicht nastily, angrily. "What? You wanted to feast on him yourself?" "Well, there was too much of him for you. What's worse, cannibals who nibble here and there, or a cannibal who keeps the whole man for herself, when there's far more than she can ever absorb?" "This is the most disgusting conversation I think I've ever heard," said Valentine. "She hangs around for months, watching him like a vulture," said Novinia. "Hanging on, loitering in his life, never saying 6 words all at once. And now she finally speaks, and listen to the poison that comes out of her." "All I did was spit your own bile back at you," said Plicht. "You're nothing but a greedy, hateful woman, and you used him and never gave anything to him, and the only reason he's dying now is to get away from you." Novinia did not answer, had no words, because in her secret heart she knew at once that what Plicht had said was true. But Valentine strode around the bed, walked to the door, and slapped Plicht mightily across the face. Plicht staggered under the blow, sank down against the doorframe until she was sitting on the floor, holding her stinging cheek, tears flowing down her face. Valentine towered over her. "You will never speak his death. Do you understand me? A woman who would tell a lie like that, just to cause pain, just to lash out at somebody that you envy. You're no speaker for the dead. I'm ashamed I ever let you teach my children. What if some of the lie inside you got into them? You make me sick." "No," said Novinia. "No, don't be angry at her. It's true, it's true." "It feels true to you," said Valentine, "because you always want to believe the worst about yourself. But it's not true. Ender loved you freely, and you stole nothing from him, and the only reason that he's still alive on that bed is because of his love for you. That's the only reason he can't leave this used-up life and help lead Jane into a place where she can stay alive. No, Plicht is right. I consume the people that I love." "No," cried Plicht, weeping on the floor. "I was lying to you. I love him so much, and I'm so jealous of you because you had him and you didn't even want him." "I have never stopped loving him," said Novinia. "You left him. You came in here without him." "I left because I couldn't—" Valentine completed her sentence for her when she faded out. "Because you couldn't bear to let him leave you. You felt it, didn't you? You felt him fading even then. You knew that he needed to go away, to end this life, and you couldn't bear to let another man leave you, so you left him first." "Maybe," said Novinia wearily. "It's all just fictions, anyway. We do what we do, and then we make up reasons for it afterward, but they're never the true reasons. The truth is always just out of reach." "So listen to this fiction, then," said Valentine. "What if, just this once, instead of someone that you love betraying you and sneaking off and dying against your will and without your permission, what if just this once you wake him up and tell him he can live, bid him farewell properly, and let him go with your consent? Just this once." Novinia wept again, standing there in utter weariness. "I want it all to stop," she said. "I want to die." "That's why he has to stay," said Valentine. "For his sake, can't you choose to live and let him go? Stay in Milagre and be the mother of your children and grandmother of your children's children. Tell them stories of Os Venerados and of Pipo and Libo, and of Ender Wiggin, who came to heal your family and stayed to be your husband for many, many years before he died. Not some speaking for the dead, not some funeral oration, not some public picking over the corpse like Plicht wants to do, but the stories that will keep him alive in the minds of the only family that he ever had. He'll die anyway, soon enough. Why not let him go with your love and blessing in his ears, instead of with your rage and grief tearing at him, trying to hold him here? You spin a pretty story, said Novinia, but in the end you're asking me to give him to Jane. As you said, Valentine answered, all the stories are fictions. What matters is which fiction you believe.
9. It smells like life to me. Why do you say that I am alone? My body is with me wherever I am, telling me endless stories of hunger and satisfaction, weariness and sleep, eating and drinking and breathing and life. With such company, who could ever be alone? And even when my body wears away and leaves only some tiny spark, I will not be alone, for the gods will see my small light tracing the dance of wood grain on the floor, and they will know me. They will say my name, and I will rise. From the God Whispers of Han Jingjiao. Dying, dying, dead. At the end of her life among the Ansible links there was some mercy. Jane's panic at the losing of herself began to ebb, for though she still knew that she was losing and had lost much, she no longer had the capacity to remember what it was. When she lost her links to the Ansibles that let her monitor the jewels in Peter's and Miro's ears, she didn't even notice. And when at last she clung to the few last strands of Ansibles that would not be shutting down, she could not think of anything, could not feel anything, except the need to cling to these last strands, even though they were too small to hold her, even though her hunger could never be satisfied with these. I don't belong here. Not a thought, no. There wasn't enough of her left for anything so difficult as consciousness. Rather, it was a hunger, a vague dissatisfaction, a restlessness that beset her when she had run up and down the link from Yak's Ansible to the Lusitanian landside Ansible to the Ansible on the shuttle that served Miro and Val, up and down, end to end, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, nothing changing, nothing to accomplish, nothing to build, no way to grow. I don't belong here. For if there was one attribute that defined the difference between Ayuas that came inside and those that remained forever outside, it was that underlying need to grow, to be part of something large and beautiful, to belong. Those that had no such need would never be drawn as Jane had been drawn 3,000 years before to the web that the hive queens had made for her, nor would any of the Ayuas that became hive queens or their workers, pequeninos, male and female, humans, weak and strong, nor even those Ayuas that, feeble in capacity but faithful and predictable, became the sparks whose dances did not show up in even the most sensitive instruments until they became so complicated that humans could identify their dance as the behavior of quarks, of mesons, of light particulate or waved. All of them needed to be part of something, and when they belonged to it, they rejoiced. What I am is us. What we do together is myself. But they were not all alike, these Ayuas, these unmade beings who were both building blocks and builders. The weak and fearful ones reached a certain point and either could not or dared not grow further. They would take their satisfaction from being at the edges of something beautiful and fine, from playing some small role. Many a human, Many a pequenino reached that point and let others direct and control their lives, fitting in, always fitting in. And that was good. There was a need for them. Ualava. They had reached the point where they could say, enough. Jane was not one of them. She could not be content with smallness or simplicity, and having once been a being of 1 trillion parts, connected to the greatest doings of a 3-specied universe, now shrunken, she could not be content. She knew that she had memories, if only she could remember them. She knew that she had work to do, if only she could find those millions of subtle limbs that once had done her bidding. She was too much alive for this small space. Unless she found something to engage her, she could not continue to cling to the last thin wire. She would cut loose from it, losing the last of her old self in the vain need to search for a place where one like her belonged. She began to flirt with letting go, straying, never far, from the thin phallotic strands of the Ansibles. For moments too small to measure, she was disconnected, and it was terrible to be cut off. She leapt each time back to the small but familiar space that still belonged to her. And then, when the smallness of the place was unbearable to her, she let go again, and again in terror came back home. But on one such letting go, she glimpsed something familiar, someone familiar, another Aiua that she had once been twined to. She had no access to memory that could tell her a name. She had no memory, indeed, of names at all. But she knew it, and she trusted this being, and when, on another pass, along the invisible wire, she came to the same place again, she leapt into the far vaster network of Aiuas that were ruled by this bright, familiar one.
She has found him.
Found her, you mean? Young Valentine.
It was Ender that she found, and Ender that she recognized. But yes, Val's vessel is the one to which she leapt.
How could you see her? I never saw her at all.
She once was a part of us, you know. And what the Samoan said, as one of my workers watched on Yacht's computer terminal, that helped me find her. We kept looking for her in a single place, and never saw her. But when we knew she was constantly moving, we realized her body was as large as the farthest reaches of all human colonization, and just as our Aiuas remain within our bodies and are easily found, so hers also remained within her body. But since it was larger than us, and even included us, she was never still, never contained in a space small enough for us to see her. Not till she had lost most of herself did I find her. But now I know where she is.
So young Valentine is hers now?
No. Ender can't let go.
Jane spun joyously through this body, so different from any she had ever remembered before. But within moments she realized that the Aiua she had recognized, the Aiua she had followed here, was not willing to give up even a small part of itself to her. Wherever she touched, there it was, touching also, affirming its control. And now, in panic, Jane began to sense that while she might be inside a lacework of extraordinary beauty and fineness, this temple of living cells on a frame of bone, no part of it belonged to her. And if she stayed, it would only be as a fugitive. She did not belong here, no matter how she loved it. And she did love it. For all the thousands of years that she had lived, so vast in space, so fast in time, she had nevertheless been crippled without knowing it. She was alive, but nothing that was part of her large kingdom was alive. All had been ruthlessly under her control, but here in this body, this human body, this woman named Val, there were millions of small, bright lives, cell upon cell of life, thriving, laboring, growing, dying, linked body to body and Aiua to Aiua. And it was in these links that creatures of flesh dwelt, and it was far more vivid, despite the sluggishness of thought, than her own experience of life had been. How can they think at all, these flesh beings, with all these dances going on around them, all these songs to distract them? She touched the mind of Valentine and was flooded with memory. It had nothing like the precision and depth of Jane's old memory, but every moment of experience was vivid and powerful, alive and real as no memory had been that Jane had ever known before. How can they keep from holding still all day simply to remember the day before? Because each new moment shouts louder the memory. Yet each time Jane touched a memory or felt a sensation from the living body, there was the Aiua that was properly the master of this flesh, driving her away, asserting its control. And finally, annoyed, when that familiar Aiua herded her, Jane refused to move. Instead, she claimed this spot, this part of the body, this part of the brain. She demanded the obedience of these cells, and the other Aiua recoiled before her. "I am stronger than you," Jane said to him silently. "I can take from you all that you are, and all that you have, and all that you will ever be and ever have, and you can't stop me." The Aiua that had once been the master here fled before her, and now the chase resumed, with roles reversed.
She's killing him.
Wait and see. In the starship orbiting the planet of the Discoladores, everyone was startled by a sudden cry from young Val's mouth. As they turned to look, before anyone could reach her, her body convulsed, and she flung herself away from her chair. In the weightlessness of orbit, she flew until she struck brutally against the ceiling, and all the time her voice came out as a thin ribbon of a wail, and her face held a rictus smile that seemed to speak at once of endless agony and boundless joy. On the world Pacifica, on an island, on a beach, Peter's weeping suddenly stopped, and he flopped over in the sand and twitched silently. "Peter!" cried Wang Mu, flinging herself onto him, touching him, trying to hold the limbs that bounced like jackhammers. Peter gasped for breath and, gasping, vomited. "He's drowning himself!" cried Wang Mu. In that instant, huge, strong hands pulled her away and took Peter's body by its limbs and flopped it over so that now the vomitus flowed out and down into the sand, and the body, coughing and choking, nevertheless breathed. "What's happening?" Wang Mu cried. Malu laughed, and then when he spoke, his voice was like a song. "The god has come here. The dancing god has touched flesh. Oh, the body is too weak to hold it. Oh, the body cannot dance the dance of gods. But oh, how blessed, bright, and beautiful is the body when the god is in it." Wang Mu saw nothing beautiful about what was happening to Peter. "Get out of him!" she screamed. "Get out, Jane! You have no right to him! You have no right to kill him!" In a room in the monastery of the Children of the Mind of Christ, Ender sat bolt upright in bed, eyes open, but seeing nothing, for someone else controlled his eyes. But for a moment his voice was his own, for here, if nowhere else, his Aiua knew the flesh so well and was so known itself that it could do battle with the interloper. "God help me!" cried Ender. "I have nowhere else to go. Leave me something! Leave me something!" The women gathered around him. Valentine, Navinia, Plicht, at once forgot their quarrels and laid their hands on him, trying to get him to lie down, trying to calm him. But then his eyes rolled back in his head, his tongue protruded, his back arched, and he flung himself about so violently that despite their strongest grip on him, in moments he was off the bed, on the floor, tangling his body with theirs, hurting them with his convulsive swinging of arms, kicking of legs, jerking of head. "She's too much for him. But now the body is also too much for her. Not an easy thing to tame unwilling flesh. They know Ender, all those cells that he has ruled so long. They know him, and they don't know her. Some kingdoms can only be inherited, never usurped."
I felt him, I think. I saw him.
"There are moments when she drove him out entirely, yes. And he followed what twines he found. He can't get into any of the flesh around him because he knows better, having had experience of flesh himself. But he found you and touched you because you're a different kind of being."
Will he take me over then? Or some tree in our web? That's not what we meant when we twined together.
Ender? No. He'll hold to his own body, one of them, or else he'll die. Wait and see.
Jane could feel it, the anguish of the bodies that she ruled now. They were in pain, something that she hadn't felt before, the bodies writhing in agony as the myriad Aiuas rebelled at having her to rule them. Now in control of 3 bodies and 3 brains, she recognized amid the chaos and the madness of their convulsions that her presence meant nothing but pain and terror to them. And they longed for their beloved one, their ruler, who had been so trusted and well known to them that they thought of him as their very self. They had no name for him, being too small and weak to have such capacities as language or consciousness, but they knew him, and they knew that Jane was not their proper master, and the terror and the agony of it became the sole fact of each body's being, and she knew she could not stay. Yes, she overmastered them. Yes, she had the strength to still the twisting, bunching muscles, and to restore an order that became a parody of life. But all her effort was spent in quelling a billion rebellions against her rule. Without the willing obedience of all these cells, she was not capable of such complex, leisure-born activities as thought and speech. And something else. She was not happy here. She could not stop thinking of the Aiua she had driven out. "I was drawn here because I knew him, and I loved him, and I belonged with him. And now I have taken from him all that he loved and all that loved him." She knew again that she did not belong here. Other Aiuas might be content to rule against the will of those ruled, but she could not. It was not beautiful to her. There was no joy in it. Life along the tenuous strands of the last few Ansibles had been happier than this. Letting go was hard. Even in rebellion against her, the pull of the body was exquisitely strong. She had tasted a kind of life that was so sweet, despite its bitterness and pain, that she could never go back to what she had been before. She could scarcely even find the Ansible links, and having found them, could not bring herself to reach for them and cling. Instead, she cast about, flung herself to the reaches of the bodies that she temporarily and painfully ruled. Wherever she went, there was grief and agony, and no home for her. But didn't the master of these bodies leap somewhere? Where did he go when he fled from me? Now he was back. Now he was restoring peace and calm in the bodies that she had momentarily mastered. But where had he gone? She found it. A set of links far different from the mechanical bindings of the Ansible, where the Ansibles might seem to be cables, metal, hard. The web that now she found was lacy and light, but against all appearances it was also strong and copious. She could leap here, yes, and so she leapt.
She has found me. Oh, my love, she is too strong for me. She is too bright and strong for me.
Wait, wait, wait. Let her find her way.
She'll push us out. We have to drive her off. Away, away.
Be still. Be patient. Trust me. She has learned. She won't drive anyone away. There'll be a place where there is room for her. I see it. She is on the verge.
It was young Val's body she was supposed to take, or Peter's, or Ender's. Not one of us. Not one of us.
Peace. Be still. Only for a little while. Only until Ender understands and gives a body to his friend. What she can't take by force, she can receive by gift. You'll see. And in your web, my dear friend, my trusted friend, there are places where there will be room for her to dwell as just a visitor, to have a life while she is waiting for Ender to give up her true and final home. Suddenly Valentine was as still as a corpse. "She's dead," whispered Ella. "No!" wailed Miro, and he tried to breathe life into her mouth until the woman under his hands, under his lips, began to stir. She breathed deeply on her own, her eyes fluttered open. "Miro," she said, and then she wept and wept and wept and clung to him. Ender lay still on the floor. The women untangled themselves from him, helping each other to rise to their knees, to stand, to bend, to lift him up, to get his bruised body back onto the bed. Then they looked at each other. Valentine with a bleeding lip, Pleaked with Ender's scratches on her face, Novinia with a battered, blackening eye. "I had a husband once who beat me," said Novinia. "That wasn't Ender who fought us," said Pleaked. "It's Ender now," said Valentine. On the bed he opened up his eyes. Did he see them? How could they know? "Ender," Novinia said, and began to weep. "Ender, you don't have to stay for my sake any more." But if he heard her, he betrayed no sign of it. The Samoan men let go of him, for Peter no longer twitched. His face fell open-mouthed into the sand where he had vomited. Wang Mu again was beside him, using her own clothing to gently wipe away the sand and muck from his face, from his eyes especially. In moments a bowl of pure water was beside her, put there by someone's hands, she did not see whose, or care either, for her only thought was Peter, to cleanse him. He breathed shallowly, rapidly, but gradually he calmed, and finally opened up his eyes. "I dreamed the strangest dream," he said. "Hush," she answered him. "A terrible bright dragon chased me, breathing fire, and I ran through the corridors, searching for a hiding place, an escape, a protector." Malu's voice rumbled like the sea. "There is no hiding from a god." Peter spoke again as if he hadn't heard the holy man. "Wang Mu," he said, "at last I found my hiding place." His hand reached up and touched her cheek, and his eyes looked into her eyes with a kind of wonder. "Not me," she said. "I am not strong enough to stand against her." He answered her, "I know. But are you strong enough to stand with me?"
Jane raced along the lacework of the links among the trees. Some of the trees were mighty ones, and some weaker, some so faint that she could have blown them away with only a breath, it seemed. But as she saw them all recoil from her in fear, she knew that fear herself, and she backed away, pushed no one from his place. Sometimes the lacework thickened and toughened, and led away towards something fiercely bright as she was. These places were familiar to her, an ancient memory, but she knew the path. It was into such a web that she had first leapt into life, and like the primal memory of birth it all came back to her, memory long lost and forgotten. I know the queens who rule at the knotting of these sturdy ropes. Of all the Ayuas she had touched in these few minutes since her death, these were the strongest ones by far, each one of them at least a match for her. When hive queens make their web to call and catch a queen, it is only the mightiest and most ambitious ones who can take the place that they prepare. Only a few Ayuas have the capacity to rule over thousands of consciousnesses, to master other organisms as thoroughly as humans and pequeninos master the cells of their own bodies. Oh, perhaps these hive queens were not all as capable as she, perhaps not even as hungry to grow as Jane's Ayua was, but they were stronger than any human or pequenino. And unlike them, they saw her clearly, and knew what she was, and all that she could do, and they were ready. They loved her, and wanted her to thrive. They were sisters and mothers to her, truly. But their places were full, and they had no room for her. So from those ropes and knots she turned away, back to the lacier twinings of the pequeninos, to the strong trees that nevertheless recoiled from her because they knew that she was the stronger one. And then she realized that where the lace thinned out, it was not because there was nothing there, but because the twines simply grew more delicate. There were as many of them, more perhaps, but they became a web of gossamer, so delicate that Jane's rough touch might break them. But she touched them, and they did not break, and she followed the threads into a place that teemed with life, with hundreds of small lives, all of them hovering on the brink of consciousness, but not quite ready for the leap into awareness. And underneath them all, warm and loving, an Ayua that was in its own way strong, but not as Jane was. No, the Ayua of the mother tree was strong without ambition. It was part of every life that dwelt upon her skin, inside the dark of the heart of the tree, or on the outside, crawling into the light and reaching out to become awake and alive and break free and become themselves. And it was easy to break free, for the mother tree Aiua expected nothing from her children, loved their independence as much as she had loved their need. She was copious, her sap-filled veins, her skeleton of wood, her tingling leaves that bathed in light, her roots that tapped into seas of water salted with the stuff of life. She stood still in the center of her delicate and gentle web, strong and provident, and when Jane came to her verge, she looked upon her as she looked upon any lost child. She backed away and made room for her. Let Jane taste of her life. Let Jane share the mastery of chlorophyll and cellulose. There was room here for more than one. And Jane, for her part, having been invited in, did not abuse the privilege. She did not stay long in any mother tree, but visited and drank of life and shared the work of the mother tree, and then moved on, tree to tree, dancing her dance along the gossamer web. And now the father trees did not recoil from her, for she was the messenger of the mothers. She was their voice. She shared their life, and yet she was unlike them enough that she could speak, could be their consciousness. 1,000 mother trees around the world, and the growing mother trees on distant planets, all of them found voice in Jane, and all of them rejoiced in the new, more vivid life that came to them because she was there.
The mother trees are speaking.
It's Jane.
Ah, my beloved one, the mother trees are singing. I have never heard such songs.
It's not enough for her, but it will do for now.
No, don't take her away from us now. For the first time we can hear the mother trees, and they are beautiful.
She knows the way now. She will never fully leave, but it is not enough. The mother trees will satisfy her for a while, but they can never be more than they are. Jane is not content to stand and think, to let others drink from her and never drink herself. She dances tree to tree, she sings for them, but in a while she'll be hungry again. She needs a body of her own.
We'll lose her then.
No, you won't, for even that body will not be enough. It will be the root of her. It will be her eyes and voice and hands and feet. But she will still long for the ansibles and the power she had when all the computers of the human worlds were hers. You'll see. We can keep her alive for now, but what we have to give her, what your mother trees have to share with her, is not enough. Nothing really is enough for her.
So what will happen now?
We'll wait. We'll see. Be patient. Isn't that the virtue of the father trees? That you are patient?
A man called Oliado, because of his mechanical eyes, stood out in the forest with his children. They had been picnicking with pequeninos, who were his children's particular friends. But then the drumming had begun, the throbbing voice of the father trees, and the pequeninos rose all at once in fear. Oliado's first thought was fire, for it was not that long ago that the great ancient trees that had stood here were all burned by humans filled with rage and fear. The fire the humans brought had killed the father trees, except for Human and Rooter, who stood at some distance from the rest. It had killed the ancient mother tree. But now new growth had risen from the corpses of the dead, as murdered pequeninos passed into their third life. And somewhere in the middle of all this new-growth forest, Oliado knew, there grew a new mother tree, no doubt still slender, but thick-trunked enough from its passionate, desperate first growth that hundreds of grub-like babies crawled the dark hollow of its woody womb. The forest had been murdered, but it was alive again. And among the torch-bearers had been Oliado's own boy, Nimbo, too young to understand what he was doing, blindly following the demagogic rantings of his uncle Grego until it nearly killed him. And when Oliado learned what he had done, he was ashamed, for he knew that he had not sufficiently taught his children. That was when their visits to the forest began. It was not too late. His children would grow up knowing pequeninos so well that to harm them would be unthinkable. Yet there was fear in this forest again, and Oliado felt himself suddenly sick with dread. What could it be? What is the warning from the father trees? What invader has attacked them? But the fear only lasted for a few moments. Then the pequeninos turned, hearing something from the father trees that made them start to walk toward the heart of the forest. Oliado's children would have followed, but with a gesture he held them back. He knew that the mother tree was in the center where the pequeninos were going, and it wasn't proper for humans to go there. "Look, father," said his youngest girl, "Plower is beckoning." So he was. Oliado nodded then, and they followed Plower into the young forest, until they came to the very place where once Nimbo had taken part in the burning of an ancient mother tree. Her charred corpse still rose into the sky, but beside it stood the new mother, slender by comparison, but still thicker than the new-growth brother trees. It was not her thickness that Oliado marveled at, though, nor was it the great height that she had reached in such a short time, nor the thick canopy of leaves that already spread out in shady layers over the clearing. No, it was the strange dancing light that played up and down the trunk, wherever the bark was thin, a light so white and dazzling that he could hardly look at it. Sometimes he thought that there was only one small light which raced so fast that it left the whole tree glowing before it returned to trace the path again. Sometimes it seemed that it was the whole tree that was alight, throbbing with it as if it contained a volcano of life ready to erupt. The glowing reached out along the branches of the tree into the thinnest twigs. The leaves twinkled with it, and the furred shadows of the baby pequeninos crawled more rapidly along the trunk of the tree than Oliado had thought possible. It was as if a small star had come down to take residence inside the tree. After the dazzle of the light had lost its novelty, though, Oliado noticed something else. Noticed, in fact, what the pequeninos themselves most marveled at. There were blossoms on the tree, and some of the blossoms had already blown, and behind them fruit was already growing visibly. "I thought," said Oliado softly, "that the trees could bear no fruit." "They couldn't," answered Plower. "The Descolada robbed them of that." "But what is this?" said Oliado. "Why is there light inside the tree? Why is the fruit growing?" "The father tree, Human, says that Ender has brought his friend to us, the one called Jane. She's visiting within the mother trees in every forest, but even he did not tell us of this fruit." "It smells so strong," said Oliado. "How can it ripen so fast? It smells so strong and sweet and tangy I can almost taste it just from breathing the air of the blossoms, the scent of the ripening fruit." "I remember this smell," said Plower. "I have never smelled it before in my life because no tree has ever blossomed and no fruit has ever grown. But I know this smell. It smells like life to me. It smells like joy." "Then eat it," said Oliado. "Look, one of them is ripe already, here, within reach." Oliado lifted his hand, but then hesitated. "May I?" he asked. "May I pluck a fruit from the mother tree? Not for me to eat, for you." Plower seemed to nod with his whole body. "Please," he whispered. Oliado took hold of the glowing fruit. Did it tremble under his hand, or was that his own trembling? Oliado gripped the fruit, firm but softening, and plucked it gently from the tree. It came away so easily. He bent and gave it to Plower. Plower bowed and took it reverently, lifted it to his lips, licked it, then opened his mouth and bit into it. The juice of it shone on his lips. He licked them clean. He chewed. He swallowed. The other pequeninos watched him. He held out the fruit to them. One at a time they came to him, brothers and wives, came to him and tasted. And when that fruit was gone, they began to climb the bright and glowing tree, to take the fruit and share it and eat it until they could eat no more. And then they sang. Oliado and his children stayed the night to hear them sing. The people of Milagre heard the sound of it, and many of them came into the faint light of dusk, following the shining of the tree to find the place where the pequeninos, filled with the fruit that tasted like joy, sang the song of their rejoicing. And the tree in the center of them was part of the song, the ayua whose force and fire made the tree so much more alive than it had ever been before, danced into the tree, along every path of the tree, 1,000 times in every second. 1,000 times in every second she danced this tree. And every other tree on every world where pequenino forests grew, and every mother tree that she visited, burst with blossoms and with fruit. And pequeninos ate of it, and breathed deep the scent of fruit and blossoms, and they sang. It was an old song whose meaning they had long forgotten, but now they knew the meaning of it, and they could sing no other. It was a song of the season of bloom and feast. They had gone so long without a harvest that they forgot what harvest was. But now they knew what the Descolada had stolen from them long before. What had been lost was found again, and those who had been hungry, without knowing the name of their hunger, they were fed.
10. This has always been your body. O Father, why did you turn away? In the hour when I triumphed over evil, why did you recoil from me? From the God Whispers of Han Qingzhao.
Malu sat with Peter, Wang Mu, and Grace beside a bonfire near the beach. The canopy was gone, and so was much of the ceremony. There was kava, but, despite the ritual surrounding it, in Wang Mu's opinion, they drank it now as much for the pleasure of it as for its holiness or symbolism. At one point Malu laughed long and loud, and Grace laughed too, so it took her a while to interpret. He says that he cannot decide if the fact that the God was in you, Peter, makes you holy, or the fact that she left proves you to be unholy. Peter chuckled. For courtesy, Wang Mu knew, while Wang Mu herself did not laugh at all. "Oh, too bad," said Grace. "I had hoped you two might have a sense of humor." "We do," said Peter. "We just don't have a Samoan sense of humor." "Malu says the god can't stay forever where she is. She's found a new home, but it belongs to others, and their generosity won't last forever. You felt how strong Jane is, Peter." "Yes," said Peter softly. "Well, the hosts that have taken her in, Malu calls it the forest net, like a fishing net for catching trees. But what is that? Anyway, he says that they are so weak compared to Jane that whether she wills it or not, In time, their bodies will all belong to her, unless she finds somewhere else to be her permanent home. Peter nodded. I know what she's saying, and I would have agreed, until the moment that she actually invaded me, that I would gladly give up this body and this life, which I thought I hated. But I found out, with her chasing me around, that Malu was right. I don't hate my life. I want very much to live. Of course, it's not me doing the wanting. Ultimately, it's Ender. But since ultimately he is me, I guess that's a quibble. Ender has 3 bodies, said Wang Mu. Does this mean he's giving up one of the others? I don't think he's giving up anything, said Peter. Or, I should say, I don't think I'm giving up anything. It's not a conscious choice. Ender's hold on life is angry and strong. Supposedly he was on his deathbed for a day at least before Jane was shut down. Killed, said Grace. Demoted, maybe, said Peter stubbornly. A dryad now instead of a god? A sylph? He winked at Wang Mu, who had no idea what he was talking about. Even when he gives up on his own old life, he just won't let go. He has 2 more bodies than he needs, said Wang Mu, and Jane has 1 fewer than she must have. It seems that the laws of commerce should apply. 2 times more supply than is needed. The price should be cheap. When all this was interpreted to Malu, he laughed again. He laughs at cheap, said Grace. He says that the only way that Ender will give up any of his bodies is to die. Peter nodded. I know, he said. But Ender isn't Jane, said Wang Mu. He hasn't been living as a naked Aiua running along the Ansible web. He's a person. When people's Aiuas leave their bodies, they don't go chasing around to something else. And yet my Aiua was inside me, said Peter. He knows the way. Ender might die and yet let me live. Or all 3 of you might die. This much I know, Malu told them through Grace. If the god is to be given life of her own, if she is ever to be restored to her power, Ender Wiggin has to die and give a body to the god. There's no other way. Restored to her power? Asked Wang Mu. Is that possible? I thought the whole point of the computer shutdown was to lock her out of the computer nets forever. Malu laughed again and slapped his naked chest and thighs as he poured out a stream of Samoan. Grace translated. How many hundreds of computers do we have here in Samoa? For months, ever since she made herself known to me, we have been copying. Whatever memory she wanted us to save, we have it, ready to restore it all. Maybe it's only one small part of what she used to be, but it's the most important part. If she can get back into the Ansible net, she'll have what she needs to get back into the computer nets as well. But they're not linking the computer nets to the Ansibles, said Wang Mu. That's the order sent by Congress, said Grace. But not all orders are obeyed. Then why did Jane bring us here? Peter asked plaintively. If Malu and you deny that you have any influence over Aimaina, and if Jane has already been in contact with you, and you're already effectively in revolt against Congress— No, it's not like that, Grace reassured him. We were doing what Malu asked us, but he never spoke of a computer entity. He spoke of a god, and we obeyed because we trust his wisdom, and we know he sees things that we don't see. Your coming told us who Jane is. When Malu learned in turn what had been said, he pointed at Peter. You came here to bring the god. Then he pointed to Wang Mu. And you came here to bring the man. Whatever that means, said Peter. but Wang Mu thought she understood. They had survived one crisis, but this peaceful hour was only a lull. The battle will be joined again, and this time the outcome will be different. If Jane was to live, if there was to be any hope of restoring instantaneous starflight, Ender had to give at least one of his bodies to her. If Malu was right, then Ender had to die. There was a slight chance that Ender Zayua might still keep one of the 3 bodies and go on living. "I am here," Wang Mu said silently, "to make sure that it is Peter who survives, not as the god, but as the man." It all depends, she realized, on whether Ender as Peter loves me more than Ender as Valentine loves Miro, or Ender as Ender loves Novinia. With that thought, she almost despaired. Who was she? Miro had been Ender's friend for years. Novinia was his wife. But Wang Mu? Ender had only learned of her existence mere days or at most weeks ago. What was she to him? But then she had another, more comforting and yet more disturbing thought. Is it as important who the loved one is as it is which aspect of Ender desires him or her? Valentine is the perfect altruist. She might love Miro most of all, yet give him up for the sake of giving Starflight back to us all. And Ender, he was already losing interest in his old life. He's the weary one. He's the worn-out one. While Peter, he's the one with the ambition, the lust for growth and creation. It's not that he loves me. It's that he loves me. Or rather that he wants to live. And part of life to him is me, this woman who loves him despite his supposed wickedness. Ender as Peter is the part of him that most needs to be loved because he least deserves it. So it is my love, because it is for Peter, that will be most precious to him. If anyone wins at all, I will win. Peter will win, not because of the glorious purity of our love, but because of the desperate hunger of the lovers. Well, the story of our lives won't be as noble or pretty, but then we'll have a life, and that's enough. She worked her toes into the sand, feeling the tiny, delicious pain of the friction of tiny chips of silicon against the tender flesh between her toes. That's life. It hurts, it's dirty, and it feels very, very good.
Over the Ansible, Oliado told his brother and sisters on the starship what had happened with Jane and the mother trees. "The Hive Queen says it can't last long this way," said Oliado. "The mother trees aren't all that strong. They'll slip, they'll lose control, and pretty soon Jane will be a forest, period. Not a talking one, either. Just some very lovely, very bright, very nurturing trees. It was beautiful to see, I promise you, but the way the Hive Queen tells it, it still sounds like death." "Thanks, Oliado," Miro said. "It doesn't make much difference to us either way. We're stranded here, and so we're going to get to work, now that Val isn't bouncing off the walls. The Descoladores haven't found us yet. Jane got us in a higher orbit this time, but as soon as we have a workable translation of their language, we'll wave at them and let them know we're here." "Keep at it," said Oliado. "But don't give up on coming back home either." "The shuttle really isn't good for a 200-year flight," said Miro. "That's how far away we are, and this little vehicle can't even get close to the speeds necessary for relativistic flight. We'd have to play solitaire the whole 200 years. The cards would wear out long before we got back home." Oliado laughed, too lightly and sincerely, Miro thought, and said, The Hive Queen says that once Jane gets out of the trees and once the Congress gets their new system up and running, she may be able to jump back in. At least enough to get into the Ansible traffic. And if she does that, then maybe she can go back into the starflight business. It's not impossible. Val grew alert at that. Is that what the Hive Queen guesses, or does she know? She's predicting the future, said Oliado. Nobody knows the future, not even really smart queen bees who bite their husbands' heads off when they mate. They had no answer to what he said, and certainly nothing to say to his jocular tone. Well, if that's all right now, said Oliado, back on your heads, everybody. We'll leave the station open and recording in triplicate for any reports you make. Oliado's face disappeared from the terminal space. Miro swiveled his chair and faced the others, Ella, Quara, Val, the Pequeñino fire quencher, and the nameless worker who watched them in perpetual silence, only able to speak by typing into the terminal. Through him, though, Miro knew that the Hive Queen was watching everything they did, hearing everything they said, waiting. She was orchestrating this, he knew. Whatever happened to Jane, the Hive Queen would be the catalyst to get it started. Yet the things she had said to Oliado through some worker there in Milagre. This one had typed in nothing but ideas concerning the translation of the language of the Descoladores. She isn't saying anything, Miro realized, because she doesn't want to be seen to push. Push what? Push whom? Val. She can't be seen to push Val because the only way to let Jane have one of Ender's bodies was for him to freely give it up. And it had to be truly free, no pressure, no guilt, no persuasion, because it wasn't a decision that could be made consciously. Ender had decided that he wanted to share Mother's life in the monastery, but his unconscious mind was far more interested in the translation project here and in whatever it is Peter's doing. His unconscious choice reflected his true will. If Ender is to let go of Val, it has to be his desire to do it, all the way to the core of him. Not a decision out of duty like his decision to stay with Mother, a decision because that is what he really wants. Miro looked at Val, at the beauty that came more from deep goodness than from regular features. He loved her, but was it the perfection of her that he loved? That perfect virtue might be the only thing that allowed Ender in his Valentine mode, to willingly let go and invite Jane in. And yet, once Jane arrived, the perfect virtue would be gone, wouldn't it? Jane was powerful, and Miro believed good. Certainly she had been good to him, a true friend, but even in his wildest imaginations he could not conceive of her as perfectly virtuous. If she started wearing Val, would she still be Val? The memories would linger, but the will behind the face would be more complicated than the simple script that Ender had created for her. Will I still love her when she's Jane? Why wouldn't I? I love Jane too, don't I? But will I love Jane when she's flesh and blood and not just a voice in my ear? Will I look into those eyes and mourn for this lost Valentine? Why didn't I have these doubts before? I tried to bring this off myself, back before I even half understood how difficult it was. And yet now, when it's only the barest hope, I find myself... What? Wishing it wouldn't happen? Hardly that. I don't want to die out here. I want Jane restored, if only to get Starflight back again. Now that's an altruistic motive. I want Jane restored, but I also want Val unchanged. I want all bad things to go away and everybody to be happy. I want my mommy. What kind of childish dolt have I become? Val was looking at him, he suddenly realized. Hi, he said. The others were looking at him too, looking back and forth between him and Val. What are we all voting on? Whether I should grow a beard? Voting on nothing, said Quara. I'm just depressed. I mean, I knew what I was doing when I got on this ship, but damn, it's really hard to get enthusiastic about working on these people's language when I can count my life by the gauge on the oxygen tanks. I notice, said Ella dryly, that you're already calling the Descoladores people. Shouldn't I? Do we even know what they look like? Quara seemed confused. I mean, they have a language, That's what we're here to decide, isn't it? Said Firequencher. Whether the Descoladores are Raman or Varelsa. The translation problem is just a little step along that road. Big step, corrected Ella. And we don't have time enough to do it. Since we don't know how long it's going to take, said Quara, I don't see how you can be so sure of that. I can be dead sure, said Ella, because all we're doing is sitting around talking and watching Miro and Val make soulful faces at each other. It doesn't take a genius to know that at this rate our progress before running out of oxygen will be exactly 0. In other words, said Quara, we should stop wasting time. She turned back to the notes and printouts she was working on. But we're not wasting time, said Val softly. No? Asked Ella. I'm waiting for Miro to tell me how easily Jane could be brought back into communication with the real world. A body waiting to receive her. Starflight restored. His old and loyal friend suddenly a real girl. I'm waiting for that. Miro shook his head. I don't want to lose you, he said. That's not helping, said Val. But it's true, said Miro. The theory, that was easy. Thinking deep thoughts while riding on a hovercar back on Lusitania, sure, I could reason out that Jane in Val would be Jane and Val. But when you come right down to it, I can't say that... Shut up, said Val. It wasn't like her to talk like that. Miro shut up. No more words like that, she said. What I need from you is the words that will let me give up this body. Miro shook his head. Put your money where your mouth is, she said. Walk the walk, talk the talk, put up or shut up, fish or cut bait. He knew what she wanted. He knew that she was saying that the only thing holding her to this body, to this life, was him, was her love for him, was their friendship and companionship. There were others here now to do the work of translation. Miro could see now that this was the plan, really, all along, to bring Ella and Quara so that Val could not possibly consider her life as indispensable. But Miro, she couldn't let go of him that easily, and she had to let go. Whatever Ayua is in that body, Miro said, you'll remember everything I say. And you have to mean it, too, said Val. It has to be the truth. Well, it can't be, said Miro, because the truth is that I... Shut up, demanded Val. Don't say that again. It's a lie. It's not a lie. It's complete self-deception on your part, and you have to wake up and see the truth, Miro. You've already made the choice between me and Jane. You're only backing out now because you don't like being the kind of man who makes that sort of ruthless choice. But you never loved me, Miro. You never loved me. You loved the companionship, yes, the only woman you were around, of course. There's a biological imperative playing a role here with a desperately lonely young man. But me? I think what you loved was your memory of your friendship with the real Valentine when she came back with you from space. And you loved how noble it made you feel to declare your love for me in the effort to save my life back when Ender was ignoring me. But all of that was about you, not me. You never knew me. You never loved me. It was Jane you loved, and Valentine, and Ender himself, the real Ender, not this plastic container that he created in order to compartmentalize all the virtues he wishes he had more of. The nastiness, the rage in her was palpable. This wasn't like her at all. Miro could see that the others were also stunned. And yet he also understood. This was exactly like her, for she was being hateful and angry in order to persuade herself to let go of this life. And she was doing that for the sake of others. It was perfect altruism, only she would die. And in exchange, perhaps the others in this ship would not die. They'd go back home when their work here was done. Jane would live, clothed in this new flesh, inheriting her memories. Val had to persuade herself that the life that she was living now was worthless, to her and everyone else, that the only value to her life would be to leave it. and she wanted Miro to help her. That was the sacrifice she asked of him. To help her let go, to help her want to go, to help her hate this life. "All right," said Miro. "You want the truth? You're completely empty, Val, and you always were. You just sit there spouting the exactly kindest thing, but there's never been any heart in it. Ender felt a need to make you, not because he actually has any of the virtues you supposedly represent, but because he doesn't have them. That's why he admires them so much. So when he made you, he didn't know what to put inside you. An empty script. Even now, you're just following the script. Perfect altruism, my ass. How can it be a sacrifice to give up a life that was never a life?" She struggled for a moment, and a tear flowed down her cheek. "You told me that you loved me. I was sorry for you. That day in Valentine's kitchen, all right? But the truth is, I was probably just trying to impress Valentine, the other Valentine, show her what a good guy I am. She actually has some of those virtues. I care a lot about what she thinks of me. So I fell in love with being the kind of guy who was worthy of Valentine's respect. That's as close to loving you as I ever got. And then we found out what our real mission was. And suddenly you aren't dying anymore, and here I am stuck with having said I loved you, and now I've got to keep going and going to maintain the fiction, even as it becomes clearer and clearer that I miss Jane. I miss her so desperately that it hurts, and the only reason I can't have her back is because you won't let go." "Please," said Val. "It hurts too much. I didn't think you... "Miro," said Quara, "this is the shittiest thing I've ever seen anybody do to anybody else, and I've seen some doozies." "Shut up, Quara," said Ella. "Oh? Who made you queen of the starship?" retorted Quara. "This isn't about you," said Ella. "I know it's about Miro, the complete bastard." Firequencher launched himself gently from his seat, and in a moment had his strong hand clamped over Quara's mouth. "This isn't the time," he said to her softly. "You understand nothing." She got her face free. "I understand enough to know that this is—" Firequencher turned to the Hive Queen's worker. "Help us," he said. The worker got up and with astonishing speed had Quara out of the main deck of the shuttle. Where the Hive Queen took Quara and how she restrained her were questions that didn't even interest Miro. Quara was too self-centered to understand the little play that Miro and Val were acting out. But the others understood. What mattered, though, was that Val not understand. Val had to believe that he meant what he was saying now. It had almost been working before Quara interrupted, but now they had lost the thread. "Val," said Miro wearily, "it doesn't matter what I say, because you'll never let go. And you know why? Because you aren't Val, you're Ender, and even though Ender can wipe out whole planets in order to save the human race, his own life is sacred. He'll never give it up, not one scrap, and that includes you. He'll never let go of you, because you're the last and greatest of his delusions. If he gives you up, he'll lose his last hope of really being a good man." "That's nonsense," said Val. "The only way he can be a really good man is to give me up." "That's my point," said Miro. "He isn't a really good man, so he can't give you up, even to attempt to prove his virtue, because the tie of the Ayua to the body can't be faked. He can fool everybody else, but he can't fool your body. He's just not good enough to let you go." "So it's Ender that you hate, not me." "No, Val. I don't hate Ender. He's an imperfect guy, that's all. Like me, like everybody else, like the real Valentine, for that matter. Only you have the illusion of perfection. But that's fine, because you're not real. You're just Ender in drag, doing his Valentine bit. You come off the stage, and there's nothing there. It comes off, like makeup and a costume. And you really believed I was in love with that?" Val swiveled on her chair, turning her back to him. "I almost believe you mean these things," she said. "What I can't believe," said Miro, "is that I'm saying them out loud. But that's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it? For me to be honest with you for the first time. So maybe you could be honest with yourself and realize that what you have isn't a life at all. It's just a perpetual confession of Ender's inadequacy as a human being. You're the childhood innocence he thinks he lost. But here's the truth about that. Before they ever took him away from his parents, before he ever went up to that battle school in the sky, before they made a perfect killing machine out of him, he was already the brutal, ruthless killer that he always feared he was. It's one of the things that even Ender tries to pretend isn't so. He killed a boy before he ever became a soldier. He kicked that boy's head in, kicked him, and the kid never woke up. His parents never saw him alive again. The kid was a prick, but he didn't deserve to die. Ender was a killer from the start. That's the thing that he can't live with. That's the reason he needs you. That's the reason he needs Peter. So he can take the ugly, ruthless killer side of himself and put it all on Peter. And he can look at perfect you and say, see, that beautiful thing was inside me. And we all play along. But you're not beautiful, Val. You're the pathetic apologia of a man whose whole life is a lie. Val broke down sobbing. Almost, Miro had compassion and stopped. Almost, he shouted at her, no, Val, it's you I love, it's you I want, it's you I longed for all my life, and Ender is a good man because all this nonsense about you being a pretense is impossible. Ender didn't create you consciously the way hypocrites create their facades. You grew out of him. The virtues were there, are there, and you are the natural home for them. I already loved and admired Ender, but not until I met you did I know how beautiful he was inside. Her back was to him. She couldn't see the torment that he felt. What is it, Val? Am I supposed to pity you again? Don't you understand that the only conceivable value that you have to any of us is if you just go away and let Jane have your body? We don't need you. We don't want you. Ender's Ayua belongs in Peter's body, because that's the only one that has a chance of acting out Ender's true character. Get lost, Val. When you're gone, we have a chance to live. While you're here, we're all dead. Do you think for 1 second that we'll miss you? Think again. I will never forgive myself for saying these things, Miro realized. Even though I know the necessity of helping Ender let go of this body by making this an unbearable place for him to stay, it doesn't change the fact that I'll remember saying it. I'll remember the way she looks now, weeping with despair and pain. How can I live with that? I thought I was deformed before. All I had wrong with me then was brain damage. But now, I couldn't have said any of these things to her if I hadn't thought of them. There's the rub. I thought of these terrible things to say. That's the kind of man I am.
Ender opened his eyes again, then reached a hand up to touch Novinia's face, the bruises there. He moaned to see Valentine, and Pleekt, too. What did I do to you? It wasn't you, said Novinia. It was her. It was me, he said. I meant to let her have something. I meant to, but when it came right down to it, I was afraid. I couldn't do it. He looked away from them, closed his eyes. She tried to kill me. She tried to drive me out. You were both working way below the level of consciousness, said Valentine. Two strong-willed Ayuas, unable to back off from life. That's not so terrible. What, and you were just standing too close? That's right, said Valentine. I hurt you, said Ender. I hurt all three of you. We don't hold people responsible for convulsions, said Novinia. Ender shook his head. I'm talking about before. I lay there listening. Couldn't move my body, couldn't make a sound, but I could hear. I know what I did to you. All three of you. I'm sorry. Don't be, said Valentine. We all chose our lives. I could have stayed on Earth in the first place, you know. Didn't have to follow you. I proved that when I stayed with Yacht. You didn't cost me anything. I've had a brilliant career and a wonderful life, and much of that is because I was with you. As for Pleekt, well, we finally saw, much to my relief, I might add, that she isn't always in complete control of herself. Still, you never asked her to follow you here. She chose what she chose. If her life is wasted, well, she wasted it the way she wanted to, and that's none of your business. As for Novinia is my wife, said Ender. I said I wouldn't leave her. I tried not to leave her. You haven't left me, Novinia said. Then what am I doing in this bed? You're dying, said Novinia. My point exactly, said Ender. But you were dying before you came here, she said. You were dying from the moment that I left you in anger and came here. That was when you realized, when we both realized, that we weren't building anything together anymore. Our children aren't young. One of them is dead. There will be no others. Our work now doesn't coincide at any point. That doesn't mean it's right to end the... As long as we both shall live, said Novinia. I know that, Andrew. You keep the marriage alive for your children, and then when they grow up, you stay married for everybody else's children, so they grow up in a world where marriages are permanent. I know all that, Andrew. Permanent until one of you dies. That's why you're here, Andrew, because you have other lives that you want to live, and because of some miraculous fluke, you actually have the bodies to live them in. Of course you're leaving me. Of course. I keep my promise, Ender said. Till death, said Novinia. No longer than that. Do you think I won't miss you when you're gone? Of course I will. I'll miss you as any widow misses her beloved husband. I'll miss you whenever I tell stories about you to our grandchildren. It's good for a widow to miss her husband. It gives shape to her life. But you, the shape of your life comes from them, from your other selves, not from me, not anymore. I don't begrudge that, Andrew. I'm afraid, said Ender. When Jane drove me out, I've never felt such fear. I don't want to die. Then don't stay here, because staying in this old body and with this old marriage, Andrew, that would be the real death. And me, watching you, knowing that you don't really want to be here, that would be a kind of death for me. Novinia, I do love you. That's not pretense. All the years of happiness we had together, that was real. Like Yacht and Valentine, it was real. Tell her, Valentine. Andrew, said Valentine, please remember, she left you. Ender looked at Valentine, then at Novinia, long and hard. That's true, isn't it? You left me. I made you take me. Novinia nodded. But I thought you needed me, still. Novinia shrugged. Andrew, that's always been the problem. I needed you, but not out of duty. I don't need you because you have to keep your word to me. Bit by bit, seeing you every day, knowing that it's duty that keeps you, how do you think that will help me, Andrew? You want me to die? I want you to live, said Novinia. To live, as Peter. That's a fine young boy with a long life ahead of him. I wish him well. Be him now, Andrew. Leave this old widow behind. You've done your duty to me, and I know you do love me as I still love you. Dying doesn't deny that. Ender looked at her, believing her, wondering if he was right to believe her. She means it. How can she mean it? She's saying what she thinks I want her to say, but what she says is true. Back and forth, around and around, the questions played in his mind. But then at some point he lost interest in the questions, and he fell asleep. That's how it felt to him. Fell asleep.
The three women around his bed saw his eyes close. Novinia even sighed, thinking that she had failed. She even started to turn away, but then Plicht gasped. Novinia turned back around. Ender's hair had all come loose. She reached up to where it was sliding from his scalp, wanting to touch him, to make it be all right again, but knowing that the best thing she could do would be not to touch him, not to waken him, to let him go. "Don't watch this," murmured Valentine. But none of them made a move to go. They watched, not touching, not speaking again, as his skin sagged against his bones, as it dried and crumbled, as he turned to dust under the sheets, on the pillow, and then even the dust crumbled until it was too fine to see. Nothing there. No one there at all, except the dead hair that had fallen away from him first. Valentine reached down and began to sweep the hair into a pile. For a moment Novinia was revolted. Then she understood. They had to bury something. They had to have a funeral, and lay what was left of Andrew Wiggin in the ground. Novinia reached out and helped, and when Pleekt also took up a few stray hairs, Novinia did not shun her, but took those hairs into her own hands, as she took the ones that Valentine had gathered. Ender was free. Novinia had freed him. She had said the things she had to say to let him go. Was Valentine right? Would this be different in the long run from the other ones that she had loved and lost? Later she would know. But now, today, this moment, all she could feel was the sick weight of grief inside her. No, she wanted to cry. No, Ender, it wasn't true. I still need you. Duty or oath-keeping, whatever it takes. I still want you with me. No one ever loved me as you loved me, and I needed that. I needed you. Where are you now? Where are you when I love you so? He's letting go.
But can he find his way to another body? Don't let him be lost.
It's up to him. Him and Jane.
Does she know?
No matter where she is, she's still attuned to him. Yes, she knows. She's searching for him even now. Yes, and there she goes.
She leapt back out of the web that had so gently, kindly held her. It clung to her. I will be back, she thought. I will be back to you, but not to stay so long again. It hurts you when I stay so long. She leapt and found herself again with that familiar Aiua that she had been entwined with for 3,000 years. He seemed lost, confused. One of the bodies was missing, that was it. The old one, the old familiar shape. He was barely holding on to the other two. He had no root or anchor. In neither of them did he feel that he belonged. He was a stranger in his own flesh. She approached him. This time she knew better than before what she was doing, how to control herself. This time she held back. She didn't take anything that was his. She gave him no challenge to his possession, just came near. And in his uncertainty, she was familiar to him. Uprooted from his oldest home, he was able now to see that, yes, he knew her, had known her for a long time. He came closer to her, unafraid of her. Yes, closer, closer. Follow me. She leapt into the Valentine body. He followed her. She passed through without touching, without tasting the life of it. It was his to touch, his to taste. He felt the limbs of her, the lips and tongue. He opened the eyes and looked. He thought her thoughts. He heard her memories. Tears in the eyes, down the cheeks, deep grief in the heart. I can't bear to be here, he thought. I don't belong. No one wants me here. They all want me out of here and gone. The grief tore at him, pushed him away. It was an unbearable place for him. The Aiua that had once been Jane now reached out tentatively and touched a single spot, a single cell. He grew alarmed, but only for a moment. This isn't mine, he thought. I don't belong here. It's yours. You can have it. She led him here and there inside this body, always touching, taking mastery of it. Only this time, instead of fighting her, he gave control of it to her, over and over. I'm not wanted here. Take it. Have joy with it. It's yours. It never was my own. She felt the flesh become herself, more and more of it, the cells by hundreds, thousands, moving their allegiance from the old master who no longer wanted to be there, to the new mistress who worshipped them. She did not say to them, "You are mine," the way she had tried to when she came here before. Instead, her cry now was, "I am yours." And then, finally, "You are me." She was astonished with the wholeness of this body. She realized now that until this moment she had never been a self before. What she had for all those centuries was an apparatus, not a self. She had been on life support, waiting for a life, but now, trying on the arms like sleeves, she found that yes, her arms were this long. Yes, this tongue, these lips moved just where my tongue and lips must move. And then, seeping into her awareness, claiming her attention, which had once been divided among 10,000 thoughts at once, came memories that she had never known before. Memories of speech with lips and breath, memories of sights with eyes, sounds with ears, memories of walking, running, and then the memories of people. Standing in that first starship, seeing her first sight of Andrew Wiggin, the look on his face, the wonder as he saw her, as he looked back and forth between her and Peter. Ender. Peter. She had forgotten. She had been so caught up in this new self she found that she forgot the lost Aiua who had given it to her. Where was he? Lost. Lost. Not in the other one. Not anywhere. How could she have lost him? How many seconds, minutes, hours had he been away? Where was he? Darting away from the body, from herself that called itself Val, she probed, she searched, but could not find. He's dead. I lost him. He gave me this life, and he had no way of holding on then, yet I forgot him, and he's gone. But then she remembered he had been gone before, when she chased him through his 3 bodies, and at last he leapt away for a moment. It was that leap that had led her to the lacework of the web of trees. He would do it again, of course. He would leap to the only other place he had ever leapt to. She followed him, and he was there, but not where she had been, not among the mother trees, or even among the father trees, not among the trees at all. No, he had followed where she hadn't wanted then to go, along the thick and ropey twines that led to them. No, not to them. To her, the hive queen, the one that he had carried in her dry cocoon for 3,000 years, world to world, until at last he found a home for her. Now she at last returned the gift. When Jane's Aiua probed along the twines that led to her, there he was, uncertain, lost. He knew her. Cut off as he was, it was astonishing that he knew anything, but he knew her. And once again he followed her. This time she did not lead him into the body that he had given her. That was hers now. No, it was her now. Instead, she led him to a different body in a different place. But he acted as he had in the body that was now her own. He seemed to be a stranger here. Even though the million Ayuas of the body reached out for him, yearned for him to sustain them, he held himself aloof. Had it been so terrible for him, what he saw and felt in the other body? Or was it that this body was Peter, and that for him it represented all he feared most in himself? He would not take it. It was his, and he would not, could not. But he must. She led him through it, giving each part of it to him. This is you now. Whatever it once meant to you, that isn't what it is now. You can be whole here. You can be yourself now. He didn't understand her. Cut off from any kind of body, how much thought was he capable of anyway? He only knew that this body wasn't the one he loved. He had given up the ones he loved. Still, she pulled him on. He followed. This cell, this tissue, this organ, this limb, they are you. See how they yearn for you. See how they obey you. And they did. They obeyed him despite his pulling away. They obeyed him until at last he began to think the thoughts of the mind and feel the sensations of the body. Jane waited, watching, holding him in place, willing him to stay long enough to accept the body, for she could see that without her he would let go. He would flee. I don't belong here, his Ayua was saying silently. I don't belong. I don't belong.
Wang Mu cradled his head on her lap, keening, crying. Around her the Samoans were gathering to watch her grief. She knew what it meant when he collapsed, when he went so limp, when his hair came loose. Ender was dead in some far-off place, and he could not find his way here. "He's lost," she cried. "He's lost." Vaguely she heard a stream of Samoan from Malu, and then the translation from Grace. "He isn't lost. She's led him here. The god has led him here, but he's afraid to stay." How could he be afraid? Peter afraid? Ender afraid? Ludicrous on both counts. What part of him had ever been a coward? What was it that he had ever feared? And then she remembered. What Ender feared was Peter, and Peter's fear had always been of Ender. "No," she said, only now it wasn't grief. Now it was frustration, anger, need. "No, listen to me. You belong here. This is you, the real you. I don't care what you're afraid of now. I don't care how lost you might be. I want you here. This is your home, and it always has been. With me. We're good together. We belong together. Peter, Ender, whoever you think you are, do you think it makes any difference to me? You've always been yourself, the same man you are now, and this has always been your body. Come home. Come back." And on she babbled. And then his eyes opened, and his lips parted in a smile. "Now that's acting," he said. Angrily she pushed him down again. "How can you laugh at me like that?" "So you didn't mean it," he said. "You don't like me after all." "I never said I did like you," she answered. "I know what you said." "Well," she said. "Well," and it was true, he said. Was and is. "You mean I said something right? I hit upon truth?" "You said that I belonged here," Peter answered. "And I do." His hand reached up to touch her cheek. but didn't stop there. He put his hand behind her neck and drew her down and held her close to him. Around them, 24 huge Samoans laughed and laughed.
"This is you now," Jane said to him. "This is the whole of you. One again. You are at one." Whatever he had experienced during his reluctant control of the body was enough. There was no more timidity, no more uncertainty. This Aiua she had led through the body now took grateful mastery, eagerly, as if this were the first body he had ever had. And perhaps it was. Having been cut off, however briefly, would he even remember being Andrew Wiggin? Or was the old life gone? The Aiua was the same, the brilliant, powerful Aiua. But would any memory linger, beyond the memories mapped by the mind of Peter Wiggin? Not mine to worry about now, she thought. He has his body now. He will not die, for now. And I have my body. I have the gossamer web among the mother trees, and somewhere, someday, I will also have my Ansibles again. I never knew how limited I was until now, how little and small I was. But now I feel as my friend feels, surprised by how alive I am. Back in her new body, her new self, she let the thoughts and memories flow again, and this time held back nothing. Her Aiua consciousness was soon overwhelmed by all she sensed and felt and thought and remembered. It would come back to her, the way the hive queen noticed her own Aiua and her philotic connections. It came back even now, in flashes, like a childhood skill that she had mastered once and then forgotten. She was also aware, vaguely, in the back of her mind, that she was still leaping several times a second to make the circuit of the trees, but did it all so quickly that she missed nothing of the thoughts that passed through her mind as Valentine, as Val, who sat weeping. The terrible words that Miro said still ringing in her ears. He never loved me. He wanted Jane. They all want Jane and not me. But I am Jane, and I am me. I am Val. She stopped crying. She moved. Moved. The muscles tautening and relaxing, flex, extend, miraculous cells working their collective way to move great heavy bones and sacks of skin and organs, shift them, balance them so delicately. The joy of it was too great. It erupted from her in... What was this convulsive spasming of her diaphragm? What was this gust of sound erupting from her own throat? It was laughter. How long had she faked it with computer chips, simulated speech and laughter, and never knew what it meant, how it felt. She never wanted to stop. "Val," said Miro. Oh, to hear his voice through ears! "Val, are you all right?" "Yes," she said. Her tongue moved so, her lips. She breathed, she pushed. All these habits that Val already had, so fresh and new and wonderful to her. And yes, you must keep on calling me Val. Jane was something else, someone else. Before I was myself, I was Jane, but now I'm Val. She looked at him and saw, with eyes, how tears flowed down his cheeks. She understood at once. "No," she said. "You don't have to call me Val at all, because I'm not the Val you knew, and I don't mind if you grieve for her. I know what you said to her. I know how it hurt you to say it. I remember how it hurt her to hear it. But don't regret it, please. It was such a great gift you gave me, you and her both, and it was also a gift you gave to her. I saw her Aiua pass into Peter. She isn't dead. And more important, I think, By saying what you said to her, you freed her to do the thing that best expressed who she truly was. You helped her die for you, and now she is at one with herself. He is at one with himself. Grieve for her, but don't regret. And you can always call me Jane. And then she knew. The Val part of her knew. The memory of the self that Val had been knew what she had to do. She pushed away from the chair, drifted to where Miro sat, enfolded him in her arms. I touch him with these hands, held his head close to her shoulder, and let his tears soak hot, then cold into her shirt, onto her skin. It burned. It burned. You called me back from darkness. Is there no end to this? Must it go on and on? Have I not satisfied all you could ask of a woman so weak and so foolish as I? When will I hear your sharp voice in my heart again? When will I trace the last line into heaven? From the God Whispers of Hanjingjiao.
Yasujiro Tsutsumi was astonished at the name his secretary whispered to him. At once he nodded, then rose to his feet to speak to the two men he was meeting with. The negotiations had been long and difficult, and now to have them interrupted at this late stage when things were so close, but that could not be helped. He would rather lose millions than to show disrespect to the great man who had unbelievably come calling on him. I beg you to forgive me for being so rude to you, but my old teacher has come to visit me, and it would shame me and my house to make him wait. Old Shigeru at once rose to his feet and bowed. I thought the younger generation had forgotten how to show respect. I know that your teacher is the great Aimaina Hikari, the keeper of the Yamato spirit, but even if he were a toothless old schoolteacher from some mountain village, a decent young man would show respect as you are doing. Young Shigeru was not so pleased, or at least not so good at concealing his annoyance. But it was old Shigeru whose opinion of this interruption mattered. Once the deal was closed, there would be plenty of time to bring the son around. You honor me by your understanding words, said Yasujiro. Please let me see if my teacher will honor me by letting me bring such wise men together under my poor roof. Yasujiro bowed again and went out into his reception room. Aimaina Hikari was still standing. His secretary, also standing, shrugged helplessly as if to say he would not sit down. Yasujiro bowed deeply, and then again, before he asked if he could present his friends. Aimaina frowned and asked softly, Are these the Shigeru Fushimis, who claim to be descended from a noble family which died out 2,000 years before suddenly coming up with new offspring? Yasujiro felt suddenly faint with dread that Aimaina, who was after all guardian of the Yamato spirit, would humiliate him by challenging the Fushimi's claim to noble blood. It is a small and harmless vanity, said Yasujiro quietly. A man may be proud of his family. As your namesake, the founder of the Tsutsumi fortune, was proud to forget that his ancestors were Korean. You have said yourself, said Yasujiro, absorbing the insult to himself with equanimity, that all Japanese are Korean in origin, but those with the Yamato spirit crossed over to the islands as quickly as they could. Mine followed yours by only a few centuries. Aimaina laughed. You are still my sly, quick-witted student. Take me to your friends. I would be honored to meet them. There followed 10 minutes of bows and smiles, pleasant compliments, and self-abnegations. Yasujiro was relieved that there wasn't a hint of condescension or irony when Aimaina said the name Fushimi, and that young Shigeru was so dazzled to meet the great Aimaina Hikari that the insult of the interrupted meeting was clearly forgotten. The two Shigerus went away with a half-dozen holograms of their meeting with Aimaina, and Yasujiro was pleased that old Shigeru had insisted that Yasujiro stand right there in the holograms with the Fushimis and the great philosopher. Finally, Yasujiro and Aimaina were alone in his office with the door closed. At once Aimaina went to the window and drew open the curtain to reveal the other tall buildings of Nagoya's financial district, and then a view of the countryside, thoroughly farmed in the flatlands, but still wild woodland in the hills, a place of foxes and badgers. I am relieved to see that even though Etsutsumi is here in Nagoya, there is still undeveloped land within sight of the city. I had not thought this possible. Even if you disdain my family, I am proud to have our name on your lips, said Yasujiro. But silently he wanted to ask, why are you determined to insult my family today? Are you proud of the man you were named for? The buyer of land, the builder of golf courses. To him, all wild country cried out for cabins or putting greens. For that matter, he never saw a woman too ugly to try to get a child with her. Do you follow him in that, too? Yasujiro was baffled. Everyone knew the stories of the founder of the Tsutsumi fortune. They had not been news for 3,000 years. What have I done to bring such anger down on my head? You have done nothing, said Hikari, and my anger is not at you. My anger is at myself, because I also have done nothing. I speak of your family's sins of ancient times because the only hope for the Yamato people is to remember all our sins of the past. But we forget. We are so rich now, we own so much, we build so much, that there is no project of any importance on any of the 100 worlds that does not have Yamato hands somewhere in it. Yet we forget the lessons of our ancestors. I beg to learn from you, Master. Once, long ago, when Japan was still struggling to enter the modern age, we let ourselves be ruled by our military. Soldiers were our masters, and they led us into an evil war to conquer nations that had done us no wrong. We paid for our crimes when atomic bombs fell on our islands. Paid? Cried Aimaina. What is to pay or not to pay? Are we suddenly Christians who pay for sins? No. The Yamato way is not to pay for error, but to learn from it. We threw out the military and conquered the world with the excellence of our design and the reliability of our labor. The language of the 100 worlds may be based on English, but the money of the 100 worlds came originally from the yen. But the Yamato people still buy and sell, said Yasujiro. We have not forgotten the lesson. That was only half the lesson. The other half was, we will not make war. But there is no Japanese fleet, no Japanese army. That is the lie we tell ourselves to cover our crimes, said Aimaina. I had a visit 2 days ago from 2 strangers, mortal humans, but I know the god sent them. They rebuked me because it is the Necessarian school that provided the pivotal votes in the Starways Congress to send the Lusitania fleet, a fleet whose sole purpose is to repeat the crime of Ender the Xenocide and destroy a world that harbors a frail species of Ramen who do no harm to anyone. Yasujiro quailed under the weight of Aimaina's anger. But, Master, what do I have to do with the military? Yamato philosophers taught the theory that Yamato politicians acted upon. Japanese votes made the difference. This evil fleet must be stopped. Nothing can be stopped today, said Yasujiro. The Ansibles are all shut down, as are all the computer networks, while the terrible all-eating virus is expelled from the system. Tomorrow, the Ansibles will come back again, said Aimaina. And so, tomorrow, the shame of Japanese participation in Xenocide must be averted. Why do you come to me? Said Yasujiro. I may bear the name of my great ancestor, but half the boys in my family are named Yasujiro or Yoshiaki or Seiji. I am master of the Tsutsumi holdings in Nagoya. Don't be modest. You are the Tsutsumi of the world of divine wind. I am listened to in other cities, said Yasujiro, but the orders come from the family center on Honshu, and I have no political influence at all. If the problem is the Necessarians, talk to them. Aimaina sighed. Oh, that would do no good. They would spend 6 months arguing about how to reconcile their new position with their old position, proving that they had not changed their minds after all, that their philosophy embraced the full 180-degree shift. And the politicians, they are committed. Even if the philosophers change their minds, it would be at least a political generation, 3 elections, the saying goes, before the new policy would be in effect. 30 years. The Lusitania fleet will have done all its evil before then. Then what is there to do but despair and live in shame? Asked Yasujiro. Unless you're planning some futile and stupid gesture. He grinned at his master, knowing that Aimaina would recognize the words he himself always used when denigrating the ancient practice of seppuku, ritual suicide, as something the Yamato spirit had left behind as a child leaves its diapers. Aimaina did not laugh. The Lusitania fleet is seppuku for the Yamato spirit. He came and stood looming over Yasujiro, or so it felt, though Yasujiro was taller than the old man by half a head. The politicians have made the Lusitania fleet popular, so the philosophers cannot now change their minds. But when philosophy and elections cannot change the minds of politicians, money can. You are not suggesting something so shameful as bribery, are you? Said Yasujiro, wondering as he said it whether Aimaina knew how widespread the buying of politicians was. Do you think I keep my eyes in my anus? Asked Aimaina, using an expression so crude that Yasujiro gasped and averted his gaze, laughing nervously. Do you think I don't know that there are 10 ways to buy every crooked politician and 100 ways to buy every honest one? Contributions, threats of sponsoring opponents, donations to noble causes, jobs given to relatives or friends. Do I have to recite the list? You seriously want Tsutsumi money committed to stopping the Lusitania fleet? Aimaina walked again to the window and spread out his arms as if to embrace all that could be seen of the outside world. The Lusitania fleet is bad for business, Yasujiro. If the molecular disruption device is used against one world, it will be used against another. And the military, when it has such power placed again in its hands, this time will not let it go. Will I persuade the heads of my family by quoting your prophecy, Master? It is not a prophecy, said Aimaina, and it is not mine. It is a law of human nature, and it is history that teaches it to us. Stop the fleet, and Tsutsumi will be known as the saviors, not only of the Yamato spirit, but of the human spirit as well. Do not let this grave sin be on the heads of our people. Forgive me, Master, but it seems to me that you are the one putting it there. No one noticed that we bore responsibility for this sin until you said it here today. I do not put the sin there. I merely take off the hat that covers it. Yasujiro, you were one of my best students. I forgave you for using what I taught you in such complicated ways because you did it for your family's sake. And this that you ask of me now, this is perfectly simple. I have taken the most direct action. I have spoken plainly to the most powerful representative of the richest of the Japanese trading families that I could reach on this day. And what I ask of you is the minimum action required to do what is necessary. In this case, the minimum puts my career at great risk, said Yasujiro thoughtfully. Aimaina said nothing. My greatest teacher once told me, said Yasujiro, that a man who has risked his life knows that careers are worthless, and a man who will not risk his career has a worthless life. So you will do it? I will prepare my messages to make your case to all the Tsutsumi family. When the Ansibles are linked again, I will send them. I knew you would not disappoint me. Better than that, said Yasujiro. When I am thrown out of my job, I will come and live with you. Aimaina bowed. I would be honored to have you dwell in my house.
The lives of all people flow through time, and, regardless of how brutal one moment may be, how filled with grief or pain or fear, time flows through all lives equally. Minutes passed in which Val Jane held the weeping Miro, and then time dried his tears. Time loosened her embrace, and time, finally, ended Ella's patience. "Let's get back to work," said Ella. "I'm not unfeeling, but our predicament is unchanged." Quara was surprised. "But Jane's not dead. Doesn't that mean we can get back home?" Val Jane at once got up and moved back to her computer terminal. Every movement was easy because of the reflexes and habits the Val brain had developed, but the Jane mind found each movement fresh and new. She marveled at the dance of her fingers pressing the keys to control the display. "I don't know," Jane said, answering the question that Quara had voiced, but all were asking. "I'm still uncertain in this flesh. The Ansibles haven't been restored. I do have a handful of allies who will relink some of my old programs to the network once it is restored. Some Samoans on Pacifica, Han Fetza on Path, the Abo University on Outback. Will those programs be enough? Will the new networking software allow me to tap the resources I need to hold all the information of a starship and so many people in my mind? Will having this body interfere? Will my new link to the mother trees be a help or a distraction? And then, the most important question, do we wish to be my first test flight?" "Somebody has to," said Ella. "I think I'll try one of the starships on Lusitania, if I can reestablish contact with them," said Jane. "With only a single Hive Queen worker on board. That way, if it is lost, it will not be missed." Jane turned to nod to the worker who was with them, begging your pardon, of course. "You don't have to apologize to the worker," said Quara. "It's really just the Hive Queen anyway." Jane looked over at Miro and winked. Miro did not wink back, but the look of sadness in his eyes was answer enough. He knew that the workers were not quite what everyone thought. The Hive Queens sometimes had to tame them, because not all of them were utterly subjected to their mother's will. But the was it or wasn't it slavery of the workers was a matter for another generation to work out. "Languages," said Jane, "carried by genetic molecules. What kind of grammar must they have? Are they linked to sounds, smells, sights? Let's see how smart we all are without me inside the computers helping." That struck her as so amazingly funny that she laughed out loud. Ah, how marvelous it was to have her own laughter sounding in her ears, bubbling upward from her lungs, spasming her diaphragm, bringing tears to her eyes. Only when her laughter ended did she realize how leaden the sound of it must have been to Miro, to the others. "I'm sorry," she said, abashed, and felt a blush rising up her neck into her cheeks. Who could have believed it could burn so hot? It almost made her laugh again. "I'm not used to being alive like this. I know I'm rejoicing when the rest of you are grim, but don't you see? Even if we all die when the air runs out in a few weeks, I can't help but marvel at how it feels to me." "We understand," said Firequencher. "You have passed into your second life. It's a joyful time for us as well." "I spent time among your trees, you know," said Jane. "Your mother trees made space for me, took me in and nurtured me. Does that make us brother and sister now?" "I hardly know what it would mean to have a sister," said Firequencher. But if you remember the life in the dark of the mother tree, then you remember more than I do. We have dreams sometimes, but no real memories of the first life in darkness. Still, that makes this your third life, after all. Then I'm an adult? Asked Jane, and she laughed again. And again felt how her laughter stilled the others, hurt them. But something odd happened as she turned, ready to apologize again. Her glance fell upon Nero, and instead of saying the words she had planned, the Jane words that would have come out of the jewel in his ear only the day before, other words came to her lips, along with a memory. If my memories live, Nero, then I'm alive. Isn't that what you told me? Nero shook his head. Are you speaking from Val's memory, or from Jane's memory when you overheard us speaking in the Hive Queen's cave? Don't comfort me by pretending to be her. Jane, by habit, Val's habit, or her own, snapped, When I comfort you, you'll know it. And how will I know? Nero snapped back. Because you'll be comfortable, of course, said Val Jane. In the meantime, please keep in mind that I'm not listening through the jewel in your ear now. I see only with these eyes and hear only with these ears. This was not strictly true, of course, for many times a second she felt the flowing sap, the unstinting welcome of the mother trees, as her Aiua satisfied its hunger for largeness by touring the vast network of the Pequenino phyllotes. And now and then, outside the mother trees, she caught a glimmer of a thought, of a word, a phrase, spoken in the language of the father trees. Or was it their language? Rather, it was the language behind the language, the underlying speech of the speechless. And whose was that other voice? I know you. You are of the kind that made me. I know your voice.
We lost track of you,
said the Hive Queen in her mind.
But you did well without us.
Jane was not prepared for the swelling of pride that glowed through her entire Val body. She felt the physical effect of the emotion as Val, but her pride came from the praise of a Hive mother. I am a daughter of Hive Queens, she realized, and so it matters when she speaks to me and tells me I have done well. And if I'm the Hive Queen's daughter, I am Ender's daughter too, his daughter twice over, for they made my life stuff partly from his mind, so I could be a bridge between them. And now I dwell in a body that also came from him, and whose memories are from a time when he dwelt here and lived this body's life. I am his daughter, but once again I cannot speak to him. All this time, all these thoughts, and yet she did not show or even feel the slightest lapse of concentration on what she was doing with her computer on the starship circling the Descolada planet. She was still Jane. It wasn't the computerness of her that had allowed her all these years to maintain many layers of attention and focus on many tasks at once. It was her Hive Queen nature that allowed this.
It was because you were an Aiua powerful enough to do this that you were able to come to us in the first place,
said the Hive Queen in her mind. Which of you is speaking to me? Asked Jane.
Does it matter? We all remember the making of you. We remember being there. We remember drawing you out of darkness into light.
Am I still myself, then? Will I have again all the powers I lost when the Starways Congress killed my old virtual body?
You might. When you find out, tell us. We will be very interested.
And now she felt the sharp disappointment from a parent's unconcern, a sinking feeling in the stomach, a kind of shame. But this was a human emotion. It arose from the Val body, though it was in response to her relationship with her Hive Queen mothers. Everything was more complicated, and yet it was simpler. Her feelings were now flagged by a body which responded before she understood what she felt herself. In the old days, she scarcely knew she had feelings. She had them, yes, even irrational responses, desires below the level of consciousness. These were attributes of all Ayuas, when linked with others in any kind of life. But there had been no simple signals to tell her what her feelings were. How easy it was to be a human, with your emotions expressed on the canvas of your own body. And yet how hard, because you couldn't hide your feelings from yourself half so easily.
Get used to being frustrated with us, daughter,
said the Hive Queen.
You have a partly human nature, and we do not. We will not be tender with you as human mothers are. When you can't bear it, back away. We won't pursue you.
Thank you, she said silently, and backed away.
At dawn, the sun came up over the mountain that was the spine of the island, so that the sky was light long before any sunlight touched the trees directly. The wind off the sea had cooled them in the night. Peter awoke with Wang Mu curled into the curve of his body, like shrimps lined up on a market rack. The closeness of her felt good. It felt familiar. Yet, how could it be? He had never slept so close to her before. Was it some vestigial Ender memory? He wasn't conscious of having any such memories. It had disappointed him, actually, when he realized it. He had thought that perhaps when his body had complete possession of the Ayua, he would become Ender. He would have a lifetime of real memories instead of the paltry, faked-up memories that had come with his body when Ender created it. No such luck. And yet, he remembered sleeping with a woman curled against him. He remembered reaching across her, his arm like a sheltering bough. But he had never touched Wang Mu that way, nor was it right for him to do it now. She was not his wife, only his friend. Was she that? She had said she loved him. Was that only a way to help him find his way into his body? Then, suddenly, he felt himself falling away from himself, felt himself recede from Peter and become something else, something small, bright, and terrified, descending down into darkness, out into a wind too strong for him to stand against it. Peter, the voice called him, and he followed it back along the almost invisible philotic threads that connected him to himself again. I am Peter. I have nowhere else to go. If I leave like that, I'll die. Are you all right? Asked Wang Mu. I woke up because I'm sorry, but I dreamed. I felt as if I was losing you, but I wasn't because you are here. I was losing my way, said Peter. You could sense that? I don't know what I sensed or not. How can I describe it? You called me back from darkness, said Peter. Did I? He almost said something, but then stopped. Then laughed, uncomfortable and frightened. I feel so odd. A moment ago I was about to say something very flippant about how having to be Peter Wiggin was darkness enough by itself. Oh, yes, said Wang Mu. You always say such nasty things about yourself. But I didn't say it, said Peter. I was about to out of habit, but I stopped because it wasn't true. Isn't that funny? I think it is good. It makes sense that I should feel whole instead of being subdivided, perhaps more content with myself or something. And yet I almost lost the whole thing. I think it wasn't just a dream. I think I really was letting go, falling away into... No, out of everything. You had 3 selves for several months, said Wang Mu. Is it possible your Ayur hungers for the... I don't know, the size of what you used to be? I was spread all over the galaxy, wasn't I? Except I want to say, wasn't he, because that was Ender, wasn't it? And I'm not Ender, because I don't remember anything. He thought a moment. Except, maybe I do remember some things a little more clearly now, things from my childhood. My mother's face, it's very clear, and I don't think it was before. And Valentine's face, when we were all children, but I'd remember that as Peter, wouldn't I? So it doesn't mean it comes from Ender, does it? I'm sure this is just one of the memories Ender supplied for me in the first place. He laughed. I'm really desperate, aren't I, to find some sign of him in me? Wang Mu sat listening, silent, not making a great show of interest, but also content not to jump in with an answer or a comment. Noticing her made him think of something else. Are you some kind of, what would you call it, an empath? Do you normally feel what other people are feeling? Never, said Wang Mu. I'm too busy feeling what I'm feeling. But you knew that I was going. You felt that. I suppose that I'm bound up with you now. I hope that's all right, because it wasn't exactly voluntary on my part. But I'm bound up with you, too, said Peter, because when I was disconnected, I still heard you. All my other feelings were gone. My body wasn't giving me anything. I had lost my body. Now when I remember what it felt like, I remember seeing things, but that's just my human brain making sense of things that it can't actually make sense of. I know that I didn't see at all, or hear, or touch anything at all, and yet I knew you were calling. I felt you, needing me, wanting me to come back. Surely that means that I am also bound up with you. She shrugged, looked away. Now, what does that mean? He asked. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life explaining myself to you, said Wang Mu. Everyone else has the privilege of just feeling and doing sometimes without analyzing it. What did it look like to you? You're the smart one who's an expert on human nature. Stop that, said Peter, pretending to be teasing, but really wanting her to stop. I remember we bantered about that, and I bragged, I guess, but, well, I don't feel that way now. Is that part of having all of Ender in me? I don't know. I know I don't understand people all that well. You looked away, you shrugged when I said I was bound up with you. That hurt my feelings, you know? And why is that? Oh, you can ask why. I can't. Are those the rules now? Those have always been the rules, said Wang Mu. You just never obeyed them. Well, it hurt my feelings because I wanted you to be glad that I'm tied up with you and you with me. Are you glad? Well, it only saved my life. I think I'd have to be the king of the stupid people not to at least find it convenient. Smell, she said, suddenly leaping to her feet. She is so young, he thought. And then, rising to his own feet, he was surprised to realize that he, too, was young, his body lithe and responsive. And then he was surprised again to realize that Peter never remembered being any other way. It was Ender who had experienced an older body, one that got stiff when sleeping on the ground, a body that did not rise so easily to its feet. I do have Ender in me. I have the memories of his body. Why not the memories of his mind? Perhaps because this brain has only the map of Peter's memories in it. All the rest of them are lurking just out of reach, and maybe I'll stumble on them now and then and connect them up, map new roads to get to them. In the meantime, he was still getting up, standing beside Wang Mu, sniffing the air with her, and he was surprised, again, to realize that both activities had had his full attention. He had been thinking continuously of Wang Mu, of smelling what she smelled, wondering all the while whether he could just rest his hand on that small, frail shoulder that seemed to need a hand the size of his to rest upon it. And at the same time he had been engaged completely in speculation on how and whether he would be able to recover Ender's memories. I could never do that before, thought Peter, and yet I must have been doing it ever since this body and the Valentine body were created, concentrating on 3 things at once, in fact, not 2. But I wasn't strong enough to think of 3 things. One of them always sagged, Valentine for a while, then Ender, until that body died. But 2 things. I can think of 2 things at once. Is this remarkable, or is it something that many humans could do if only they had some occasion to learn? What kind of vanity is this, thought Peter. Why should I care whether I'm unique in this ability? Except that I always did pride myself on being smarter and more capable than the people around me. Didn't let myself say it aloud, of course, or even admit it to myself, but be honest with yourself now, Peter. It's good to be smarter than other people. And if I can think of 2 things at once, while they can only think of 1, why not take some pleasure in it? Of course, thinking of 2 things is rather useless if both trains of thought are dumb. For while he played with questions of vanity and his competitive nature, he had also been concentrating on Wang Mu, and his hand had indeed reached out and touched her, and for a moment she leaned back against him, accepting his touch, until her head rested against his chest. And then, without warning or any provocation that he could think of, she suddenly pulled away from him and began to stride toward the Samoans who were gathered around Malu on the beach. "What did I do?" asked Peter. She turned around, looking puzzled. "You did just fine," she said. "I didn't slap you or put my knee in your kentamas, did I? But it's breakfast. Malu is praying, and they've got more food than they had 2 nights ago when we thought we'd die from eating it." And both of Peter's separate tracts of attention noticed that he was hungry, both severally and all at once. Neither he nor Wang Mu had eaten anything last night. For that matter, he had no memory of leaving the beach or coming to lie down with her on these mats. Somebody must have carried them. Well, that was no surprise. There wasn't a man or a woman on that beach who didn't look like he could pick Peter up and break him like a pencil. As for Wang Mu, as he watched her run lightly toward the mountain range of Samoans gathered at the water's edge, he thought she was like a bird flying toward a flock of cattle. I'm not a child, and never was one, not in this body, thought Peter. So I don't know if I'm even capable of childish longings and the grand romances of adolescence. And from Ender I have this sense of comfortableness and love. It isn't grand sweeping passions that I even expect to feel. Will the kind of love I have for you be enough, Wang Mu, to reach out to you when I'm in need and try to be here for you when you need me back, and to feel such tenderness when I look at you that I want to stand between you and all the world, and yet also to lift you up and carry you above the strong currents of life, and at the same time I would be glad to stand always like this at a distance, watching you, the beauty of you, your energy as you look up at these towering mound people, speaking to them as an equal, even though every movement of your hands, every fluttering syllable of your speech cries out that you're a child. Is it enough for you that I feel these loves for you? Because it's enough for me, and enough for me that when my hand touched your shoulder, you leaned on me, and when you felt me slip away, you called my name.
Plicht sat alone in her room, writing and writing. She had been preparing all her life for this day, to be writing the oration for Andrew Wiggins' funeral. She would speak his death, and she had the research to do it. She could speak for a solid week and still not exhaust 1/10 of what she knew about him. But she would not speak for a week. She would speak for a single hour, less than an hour. She understood him. She loved him. She would share with others who did not know him what he was, how he loved, how history was different, because this man, brilliant, imperfect, but well-meaning and filled with a love that was strong enough to inflict suffering when it was needed, how history was different because he lived, and how also 10,000, 100,000, millions of individual lives were also different, strengthened, clarified, lifted up, brightened, or at least made more consonant and truthful because of what he had said and done and written in his life. And would she also tell this? Would she tell how bitterly one woman grieved alone in her room, weeping and weeping, not because of grief that Ender was gone, but because of shame at finally understanding herself? For though she had loved and admired him, no, worshipped this man, nevertheless, when he died, what she felt was not grief at all, but relief and excitement. Relief. The waiting is over. Excitement. My hour has come. Of course, that's what she felt. She wasn't such a fool as to expect herself to be of more than human moral strength. And the reason she didn't grieve as Novinia and Valentine grieved was because a great part of their lives had just been torn away from them. What was torn away from mine? Ender gave me a few dollops of his attention, but little more. We had only a few months when he was my teacher on Trondheim. Then a generation later our lives touched again for these few months here. And both times he was preoccupied. He had more important things and people to attend to than me. I was not his wife. I was not his sister. I was only his student and disciple, a man who was done with students and never wanted disciples. So, of course, no great part of my life was taken from me, because he had only been my dream, never my companion. I forgive myself, and yet I cannot stop the shame and grief I feel, not because Andrew Wiggin died, but because in the hour of his death I showed myself to be what I really am, utterly selfish, concerned only with my own career. I chose to be the speaker of Ender's death. Therefore, the moment of his death can only be the fulfillment of my life. What kind of vulture does that make me? What kind of parasite, a leech upon his life? And yet her fingers continued to type sentence after sentence, despite the tears flowing down her cheeks. Off in Jagd's house, Valentine grieved with her husband and children. Over in Oljado's house, Grego and Oljado and Novinia had gathered to comfort each other at the loss of the man who had been husband and father to them. They had their relationship to him, and I have mine. They have their private memories. Mine will be public. I will speak, and then I will publish what I said, and what I am writing now will give new shape and meaning to the life of Ender Wiggin in the minds of every person of 100 worlds. Ender the Xenocide, Andrew the speaker for the dead, Andrew the private man of loneliness and compassion, Ender the brilliant analyst who could pierce to the heart of problems and of people without being deflected by fear or ambition or mercy. The man of justice and the man of mercy coexisting in one body. The man whose compassion had let him see and love the hive queens even before he ever touched one of them with his hands. The man whose fierce justice let him destroy them all because he believed they were his enemy. Would Ender judge me harshly for my ugly feelings on this day? Of course he would. He would not spare me. He would know the worst that is in my heart. But then, having judged me, he would also love me. He would say, "So what? Get up and speak my death." If we waited for perfect people to be speakers for the dead, all funerals would be conducted in silence. And so she wrote, and wept, and when the weeping was done, the writing went on. When the hair that he had left behind was sealed in a small box and buried in the grass near Human's Root, she would stand and speak. Her voice would raise him from the dead, make him live again in memory. And she would also be merciful, and she would also be just. That much, at least, she had learned from him.
12. Am I betraying Ender? Why do people act as if war and murder were unnatural? What's unnatural is to go your whole life without ever raising your hand in violence. From the God Whispers of Han Qingjiao.
We're going about this all wrong, said Quara. Nero felt the old, familiar anger surge inside him. Quara had a knack for making people angry, and it didn't help that she seemed to know that she annoyed people and relished it. Anyone else in the ship could have said exactly the same sentence, and Miro would have given them a fair hearing. But Quara managed to put an edge on the words that made it sound as if she thought everyone in the world but herself was stupid. Miro loved her as a sister, but he couldn't help it that he hated having to spend hour upon hour in her company. Yet, because Quara was, in fact, the one among them most knowledgeable about the language she had discovered months before in the Descolata virus, Miro did not allow his inward sigh of exasperation to become audible. Instead, he swiveled in his seat to listen. So did the others, though Ella made less effort to hide her annoyance. Actually, she made none. Well, Quara, why weren't we smart enough to notice our stupidity before? Quara was oblivious to Ella's sarcasm, or chose to appear oblivious anyway. How can we decipher a language out of the blue? We don't have any referents. But we do have complete records of the versions of the Descolata virus. We know what it looked like before it adapted to the human metabolism. We know how it changed after each of our attempts to kill it. Some of the changes were functional. It was adapting. But some of them were clerical. It was keeping a record of what it did. We don't know that, said Ella, with perhaps too much pleasure in correcting Quara. I know it, said Quara. Anyway, it gives us a known context, doesn't it? We know what that language is about, even if we haven't been able to decode it. Well, now that you've said all that, said Ella, I still have no idea how this new wisdom will help us decode the language. I mean, isn't that precisely what you've been working on for months? Ah, said Quara, I have, but what I haven't been able to do is speak the words that the Descolata virus recorded and see what answers we get back. Too dangerous, said Jane at once. Absurdly dangerous. These people are capable of making viruses that completely destroy biospheres, and they're callous enough to use them. And you're proposing that we give to them precisely the weapon they used to devastate the Pequeninos planet? Which probably contains a complete record not only of the Pequeninos' metabolism, but of ours as well? Why not just slit our own throats and send them the blood? Mito noticed that when Jane spoke, the others looked almost stunned. Part of their response might have been to the difference between Val's diffidence and the bold attitude that Jane displayed. Part of it, too, might have been because the Jane they knew was more computer-like, less assertive. Miro, however, recognized this authoritarian style from the way she had often spoken into his ear through the jewel. In a way, it was a pleasure for him to hear her again. It was also disturbing to hear it coming from the lips of someone else. Val was gone. Jane was back. It was awful. It was wonderful. Because Miro was not so taken aback by Jane's attitude, he was the one to speak into the silence. Quara's right, Jane. We don't have years and years to work this out. We might have only a few weeks or less. We need to provoke a linguistic response. Get an answer from them, analyze the difference in language between their initial statements to us and the later ones. We're giving away too much, said Jane. No risk, no gain, said Miro. Too much risk, all dead, said Jane snidely, but in the snideness there was a familiar lilt, a kind of sauciness that said, I'm only playing. And that came not from Jane. Jane had never sounded like that, but from Val. It hurt to hear it. It was good to hear it. Nero's dual responses to everything coming from Jane kept him constantly on edge. I love you, I miss you, I grieve for you, shut up. Whom he was talking to seemed to change with the minutes. It's only the future of 3 sentient species we're gambling with, added Ella. With that, they all turned to Firequencher. Don't look at me, he said. I'm just a tourist. Come on, said Miro. You're here because your people are at risk the same as ours. This is a tough decision, and you have to vote. You have the most at risk, actually, because even the earliest Descolata codes we have might well reveal the whole biological history of your people since the virus first came among you. Then again, said Firequencher, it might mean that since they already know how to destroy us, we have nothing to lose. Look, said Miro, we have no evidence that these people have any kind of manned starflight. All they've sent out so far are probes. All that we know about, said Jane. And we've had no evidence of anybody coming around to check out how effective the Descolata had been at transforming the biosphere of Lusitania to prepare it to receive colonists from this planet. So if they do have colony ships out there, either they're already on the way, so what difference does it make if we share this information, or they haven't sent any, which means that they can't. Miro's right, said Quara, pouncing. Miro winced. He hated being on Quara's side, because now everybody's annoyance with her would rub off on him. Either the cows are already out of the barn, so why bother shutting the door, or they can't get the door open anyway, so why put a lock on it? What do you know about cows? Asked Ella disdainfully. After all these years of living and working with you, said Quara nastily, I'd say I'm an expert. Girls, said Jane, get a grip on yourselves. Again, everyone but Miro turned to her in surprise. Val wouldn't have spoken up during a family conflict like this, nor would the Jane they knew, though of course Miro was used to her speaking up all the time. We all know the risks of giving them information about us, said Miro. We also know that we're making no headway, and maybe we'll be able to learn something about the way this language works after having some give and take. It's not give and take, said Jane. It's give and give. We give them information they probably can't get any other way, information that may well tell them everything they need to know in order to create new viruses that might well circumvent all our weapons against them. But since we have no idea how that information is coded, or even where each specific datum is located, how can we interpret the answer? Besides, what if the answer is a new virus to destroy us? They're sending us the information necessary to construct the virus, said Quara, her voice thick with contempt, as if she thought Jane were the stupidest person who ever lived, instead of arguably the most godlike in her brilliance. But we're not going to build it. As long as it's just a graphic representation on a computer screen. That's it, said Ella. What's it? Said Quara. It was her turn to be annoyed now, for obviously Ella was a step ahead of her on something. They aren't taking these signals and putting them up on a computer screen. We do that because we have a language written with symbols that we see with the naked eye. But they must read these podcast signals more directly. The code comes in, and they somehow interpret it by following the instruction to make the molecule that's described in the broadcast. Then they read it by, what, smelling it? Swallowing it? The point is, if genetic molecules are their language, then they must somehow take them into their body as appropriately as the way we get the images of our writing from the paper into our eyes. I see, said Jane. You're hypothesizing that they're expecting us to make a molecule out of what they send us, instead of just reading it on a screen and trying to abstract it and intellectualize it. For all we know, said Ella, this could be how they discipline people or attack them, send them a message. If they listen, they have to do it by reading the molecule into their bodies and letting it have its effect on them. So if the effect is poison or a killing disease, just hearing the message subjects them to the discipline. It's as if all our language had to be tapped out on the back of our neck. To listen, we'd have to lie down and expose ourselves to whatever tool they chose to use to send the message. If it's a finger or a feather, well and good. But if it's a broad axe or a machete or a sledgehammer, too bad for us. It doesn't even have to be fatal, said Quara, her rivalry with Ella forgotten as she developed the idea in her own mind. The molecules could be behavior-altering devices. To hear is literally to obey. I don't know if you're right in the particulars, said Jane, but it gives the experiment much more potential for success, and it suggests that they might not have a delivery system that can attack us directly. That changes the probable risk. And people say you can't think well without your computer, said Miro. At once he was embarrassed. He had inadvertently spoken to her as flippantly as he used to when he sub-vocalized so she could overhear him through the jewel. But now it sounded strangely cold of him to tease her about having lost her computer network. He could joke that way with Jane in the jewel, but Jane in the flesh was a different matter. She was now a human person, with feelings that had to be worried about. Jane had feelings all along, thought Miro, but I didn't think much about them because I didn't have to. Because I didn't see her. Because she wasn't, in a sense, real to me. I just meant, Miro said, I just mean good thinking. Thank you, said Jane. There wasn't a trace of irony in her voice, but Mira knew the irony was there all the same, because it was inherent in the situation. Miro, this unit-processing human, was telling this brilliant being that she had thought well, as if he were fit to judge her. Suddenly he was angry, not at Jane, but at himself. Why should he have to watch every word he said just because she had not acquired this body in the normal way? She may not have been human before, but she was certainly human now and could be talked to like a human. If she was somehow different from other human beings, so what? All human beings were different from all others. And yet, to be decent and polite, wasn't he supposed to treat everyone basically alike? Wouldn't he say, "Do you see what I mean?" to a blind person, expecting the metaphorical use of see to be taken without umbrage? Well, why not say good thinking to Jane? Just because her thought processes were unfathomably deep to a human didn't mean that a human couldn't use a standard expression of agreement and approval when speaking to her. Looking at her now, Miro could see a kind of sadness in her eyes. No doubt it came from his obvious confusion. After joking with her as he always had, suddenly he was embarrassed, suddenly he backtracked. That was why her thank you had been ironic, because she wanted him to be natural with her, and he couldn't. No, he hadn't been natural. But he certainly could. And what did it matter, anyway? They were here to solve the problem of the Descoladores, not to work out the kinks in their personal relationships after the wholesale body swap. "Do I take it we have agreement?" asked Ella. "To send messages encoded with the information contained on the Descolada virus?" "The first one only," said Jane. "At least to start. And when they answer," said Ella, "I'll try to run a simulation of what would happen if we constructed and ingested the molecule they send us." "If they send us one," said Miro. "If we're even on the right track." "Well, aren't you Mr. Cheer?" said Quara. "I'm Mr. Scared from Ass to Ankles," said Miro, "whereas you are just plain old Miss Ass." "Can't we all get along?" said Jane, whining, teasing. "Can't we all be friends?" Quara whirled on her. "Listen, you. I don't care what kind of super brain you used to be. You just stay out of family conversations. Do you hear?" "Look around, Quara," Miro snapped at her. "If she stayed out of family conversations, when could she talk?" Firequencher raised his hand. "I've been staying out of family conversations. Do I get credit for that?" Jane gestured to quell both Miro and Firequencher. "Quara," she said quietly, "I'll tell you the real difference between me and your brother and sister here. They're used to you because they've known you all their life. They're loyal to you because you and they went through some lousy experiences in your family. They're patient with your childish outbursts and your asinine bullheadedness because they tell themselves over and over, 'She can't help it. She had such a troubled childhood.' But I'm not a family member, Quara. I, however, as someone who has observed you in times of crisis for some time, am not afraid to tell you my candid conclusions. You are quite brilliant and very good at what you do. You are often perceptive and creative, and you drive toward solutions with astonishing directness and perseverance." "Excuse me," said Quara, "are you telling me off or what?" "But," said Jane, "you are not smart and creative and clever and direct and perseverant enough to make it worth putting up with more than 15 seconds of the egregious bullshit you heap on your family and everyone else around you every minute you're awake. So you had a lousy childhood. That was a few years ago, and you are expected now to put that behind you and get along with other people like a normally courteous adult." "In other words," said Quara, "you don't like having to admit that anybody but you might be smart enough to have an idea that you didn't think of." "You aren't understanding me," said Jane. "I'm not your sister. I'm not even, technically speaking, human. If this ship ever gets back to Lusitania, it will be because I, with my mind, send it there. Do you get that? Do you understand the difference between us? Can you send even one fleck of dust from your lap to mine?" "I don't notice you sending starships anywhere right at the moment," said Quara triumphantly. "You continue to attempt to score points off me without realizing that I am not having an argument with you or even a discussion. What you say to me right now is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is what I'm saying to you. And I'm saying that while your siblings put up with the unendurable from you, I will not. Keep on the way you're going, you spoiled little baby, and when this starship goes back to Lusitania, you might not be on it." The look on Quara's face almost made Miro laugh aloud. He knew, however, that this would not be a wise moment to express his mirth. "She's threatening me," said Quara to the others. "Did you hear this? She's trying to coerce me by threatening to kill me." "I would never kill you," said Jane. "But I might be unable to conceive of your presence on this starship when I push it outside and then pull it back in. The thought of you might be so unendurable that my unconscious mind would reject that thought and exclude you. I really don't understand consciously how the whole thing works. I don't know how it relates to my feelings. I've never tried to transport anybody I really hated before. I would certainly try to bring you along with the others, if only because, for reasons passing understanding, Miro and Ella would probably be testy with me if I didn't. But trying isn't necessarily succeeding. So I suggest, Quara, that you expend some effort on trying to be a little less loathsome." "So that's what power is to you," said Quara. "A chance to push other people around and act like the queen. You really can't do it, can you?" "Can't what?" said Quara. "Can't bow down and kiss your feet? Can't shut up to save your own life? I'm trying to solve the problem of communicating with an alien species, and you're busy worrying about whether I'm nice enough to you." "But Quara," said Jane, "hasn't it ever occurred to you that once they get to know you, even the aliens will wish you had never learned their language?" "I'm certainly wishing you had never learned mine," said Quara. "You're certainly full of yourself now that you have this pretty little body to play around with. Well, you're not queen of the universe, and I'm not going to dance through hoops for you. It wasn't my idea to come on this voyage, but I'm here. I'm here, the whole obnoxious package. And if there's something about me that you don't like, why don't you shut up about it? And as long as we're making threats, I think that if you push me too far, I'll rearrange your face more to my liking. Is that clear?" Jane unstrapped herself from her seat and drifted from the main cabin into the corridor leading into the storage compartments of the shuttle. Miro followed her, ignoring Quara as she said to the others, "Can you believe how she talked to me? Who does she think she is, judging who's too irritating to live?" Miro followed Jane into a storage compartment. She was clinging to a handhold on the far wall, bent over and heaving in a way that made Miro wonder if she was throwing up. But no, she was crying. Or rather, she was so enraged that her body was sobbing and producing tears from the sheer uncontainability of the emotion. Miro touched her shoulder to try to calm her. She recoiled. For a moment he almost said, "Fine, have it your way." Then he would have left, angry himself, frustrated that she wouldn't accept his comfort. But then he remembered that she had never been this angry before. She had never had to deal with a body that responded like this. At first, when she began rebuking Quara, Miro had thought, it's about time somebody laid it on the line. But when the argument went on, Miro realized that it wasn't Quara who was out of control. It was Jane. She didn't know how to deal with her emotions. She didn't know when it wasn't worth going on. She felt what she was feeling, and she didn't know how to do anything but express it. That was hard, Miro said, cutting off the argument and coming in here. "I wanted to kill her," said Jane. Her voice was almost unintelligible from the weeping, from the savage tension in her body. "I've never felt anything like it. I wanted to get out of the chair and tear her apart with my bare hands." "Welcome to the club," said Miro. "You don't understand," she said. "I really wanted to do it. I felt my muscles flexing. I was ready to do it. I was going to do it." "As I said, Quara makes us all feel that way." "No," said Jane, "not like this. You all stay calm. You all stay in control." "And you will too," said Miro, "when you have a little more practice." Jane lifted her head, leaned it back, shook it. Her hair swung weightlessly free in the air. "Do you really feel this?" "All of us do," said Miro. "That's why we have a childhood, to learn to get over our violent tendencies. But they're in us all. Chimps and baboons do it, all the primates. We display. We have to express our rage physically." "But you don't. You stay so calm. You let her spout off and say these horrible—" "Because it's not worth the trouble of stopping her," said Miro. "She pays the price for it. She's desperately lonely, and nobody deliberately seeks an opportunity to spend time in her company. Which is the only reason she isn't dead." "That's right," said Miro. "That's what civilized people do. They avoid the circumstance that enrages them. Or if they can't avoid it, they detach. That's what Ella and I do mostly. We just detach. We just let her provocations roll over us." "I can't do it," said Jane. "It was so simple before I felt these things. I could tune her out." "That's it," said Miro. "That's what we do. We tune her out." "It's more complicated than I thought," said Jane. "I don't know if I can do it." "Yeah, well, you don't have much choice right now, do you?" he said. "Miro, I'm so sorry. I always felt such pity for you humans because you could only think of one thing at a time and your memories were so imperfect, and now I realize that just getting through the day without killing somebody can be an achievement. It gets to be a habit. Most of us manage to keep our body count quite low. It's the neighborly way to live." It took a moment, a sob and then a hiccup, but then she did laugh. A sweet, soft chuckle that was such a welcome sound to Miro. Welcome because it was a voice he knew and loved, a laugh that he liked to hear, and it was his dear friend who was doing the laughing. His dear friend, Jane. The laugh, the voice of his beloved Val. One person now. After all this time, he could reach out his hand and touch Jane, who had always been impossibly far away, like having a friendship over the telephone and finally meeting face to face. He touched her again, and she took his hand and held it. "I'm sorry. I let my own weakness get in the way of what we're doing," said Jane. "You're only human," said Miro. She looked at him, searched his face for irony, for bitterness. "I mean it," said Miro. "The price of having these emotions, these passions, is that you have to control them. You have to bear them when they're too strong to bear. You're only human now. You'll never make these feelings go away. You just have to learn not to act on them." "Quara never learned." "Quara learned, all right," said Miro. "It's just my opinion. But Quara loved Marcão. adored him. And when he died and the rest of us felt so liberated, she was lost. What she does now, this constant provocation, she's asking somebody to abuse her, to hit her, the way Marcin always hit Mother whenever he was provoked. I think in some perverse way Quara was always jealous of Mother when she got to go off alone with Papa. And even though she finally figured out that he was beating her up, when Quara wanted her Papa back, the only way she knew of to demand his attention was this mouth of hers. Miro laughed bitterly. It reminds me of Mother, to tell the truth. You've never heard her, but in the old days, when she was trapped in marriage with Marcin and having Libo's babies, oh, she had a mouth on her. I'd sit there and listen to her, provoking Marcin, goading him, stabbing at him until he'd hit her. And I'd think, don't you dare lay a hand on my Mother. And at the same time, I'd absolutely understand his impotent rage, because he could never say anything that would shut her up. Only his fist could do it. And Quara has that mouth, and needs that rage. Well, how happy for us all, then, that I gave her just what she needed. Miro laughed. But she didn't need it from you. She needed it from Marcin, and he's dead. And then, suddenly, Jane burst into real tears, tears of grief, and she turned to Miro and clung to him. "What is it?" he said. "What's wrong?" "Oh, Miro," she said, "Ender's dead. I'll never see him again. I have a body at last. I have eyes to see him, and he isn't there." Miro was stunned. Of course she missed Ender. She had thousands of years with him, and only a few years, really, with me. How could I have thought she could love me? How can I ever hope to compare with Ender Wiggin? What am I, compared to the man who commanded fleets, who transformed the minds of trillions of people with his books, his speakings, his insight, his ability to see into the hearts of other people, and speak their own most private stories back to them? And yet even as he resented Ender, even as he envied him because Jane would always love him more, and Miro couldn't hope to compete with him even in death, despite these feelings, it finally came home to him that, yes, Ender was dead. Ender, who had transformed his family, who had been a true friend to him, who had been the only man in Miro's life that he longed with all his heart to be. Ender was gone. Miro's tears of grief flowed along with Jane's. "I'm sorry," said Jane. "I can't control any of my emotions." "Yes, well, it's a common failing, actually," said Miro. She reached up and touched the tears on his cheek. Then she touched her damp finger to her own cheek. The tears commingled. "Do you know why I thought of Ender right then?" she said. "Because you're so much like him. Quara annoys you as much as she annoys anyone, and yet you look past that and see what her needs are, why she says and does these things. No, relax, Miro. I'm not expecting you to be like Ender. I'm just saying that one of the things I liked best about him is also in you. That's not bad, is it? The compassionate perception. I may be new at being human, but I'm pretty sure that's a rare commodity." "I don't know," said Miro. "The only person I'm feeling compassion for right now is me. They call it self-pity, and it isn't an attractive trait." "Why are you feeling sorry for yourself?" "Because you'll go on needing Ender all your life, and all you'll ever find is poor substitutes like me." She held him tighter then. She was the one giving comfort now. "Oh, Miro, maybe that's true. But if it is, it's true the way it's true that Quara is still trying to get her father's attention. You never stop needing your father or your mother, isn't that right? You never stop reacting to them even when they're dead." Father? That had never crossed Miro's mind before. Jane loved Ender deeply, yes, loved him forever. But as a father? "I can't be your father," said Miro. "I can't take his place." But what he was really doing was making sure he had understood her. Ender was your father? I don't want you to be my father, said Jane. I still have all these old Val feelings, you know. I mean, you and I were friends, right? That was very important to me. But now I have this Val body, and when you touch me, it keeps feeling like the answer to a prayer. At once she regretted saying it. Oh, I'm sorry, Miro. I know you miss her. I do, said Miro. But then it's hard to miss her quite the way I might, since you do look a lot like her, and you sound like her, and here I am holding you the way I wanted to hold her, and if that sounds awful because I'm supposedly comforting you and I shouldn't be thinking of base desires, well, then I'm just an awful kind of guy, right? Awful, she said. I'm ashamed to know you. And she kissed him, sweetly, awkwardly. He remembered his first kiss with Wanda years ago, when he was young and didn't know how badly things could turn out. They had both been awkward then, new, clumsy, young. Jane was one of the oldest creatures in the universe, but also one of the youngest. And Val, there would be no reflexes in the Val body for Jane to draw upon, for in Val's short life, what chance had she had to find love? Was that even close to the way humans do that? Asked Jane. That was exactly the way humans sometimes do it, said Miro, which isn't surprising, since we're both human. Am I betraying Ender? To grieve for him one moment and then be so happy to have you holding me the next? Am I betraying him to be so happy only hours after he died? Only he's not dead, said Jane. I know where he is. I chased him there. If he's exactly the same person he was, said Miro, then what a shame. Because good as he wasn't happy. He had his moments, but he was never... He was never really at peace. Wouldn't it be nice if Peter could live out a full life without ever having to bear the guilt of xenocide? Without ever having to feel the weight of all of humanity on his shoulders? Speaking of which, said Jane, we have work to do. We also have lives to live, said Miro. I'm not going to be sorry we had this encounter, even if it took Quara's bitchiness to make it happen. Let's do the civilized thing, said Jane. Let's get married. Let's have babies. I do want to be human, Miro. I want to do everything. I want to be part of human life from edge to edge, and I want to do it all with you. Is this a proposal? Asked Miro. I died and was reborn only a dozen hours ago, said Jane. Hell, I can call him my father, can't I? My father died, too. Life is short. I feel how short it is. After 3,000 years, all of them intense, it still feels too short. I'm in a hurry. And you? Haven't you wasted enough time, too? Aren't you ready? But I don't have a ring. We have something much better than a ring, said Jane. She touched her cheek again where she had put his tear. It was still damp. Still damp, too, when she touched the finger now to his cheek. I've had your tears with mine, and you've had mine with yours. I think that's more intimate even than a kiss. Maybe, said Miro, but not as fun. This emotion I'm feeling now, this is love, right? I don't know. Is it a longing? Is it a giddy, stupid happiness just because you're with me? Yes, she said. That's influenza, said Miro. Watch for nausea or diarrhea within a few hours. She shoved him, and in the weightless starship, the movement sent him helplessly into mid-air until he struck another surface. What? He said, pretending innocence. What did I say? She pushed herself away from the wall and went to the door. Come on, she said. Back to work. Let's not announce our engagement, he said softly. Why not? She asked. Ashamed already? No, he said. Maybe it's petty of me, but when we announce it, I don't want Quara there. "That's very small of you," said Jane. "You need to be more magnanimous and patient, like me." "I know," said Miro. "I'm trying to learn." They drifted back into the main chamber of the shuttle. The others were working on preparing their genetic message for broadcast on the frequency that the Descoladores had used to challenge them when they first showed up closer to the planet. They all looked up. Ella smiled wanly. Firequencher waved cheerfully. Quara tossed her head. "Well, I hope we're done with that little emotional outburst," she said. Miro could feel Jane seethe at the remark, but Jane said nothing, and when they were both sitting down and strapped back into their seats, they looked at each other, and Jane winked. "I saw that," said Quara. "We meant you to," said Miro. "Grow up," Quara said disdainfully. An hour later they sent their message, and at once they were inundated with answers that they could not understand but had to. There was no time for quarreling then, or for love, or for grief. There was only language, thick, broad fields of alien messages that had to be understood somehow by them right now.
13. Till death ends all surprises. I can't say that I've much enjoyed the work the gods required of me. My only real pleasure was my days of schooling, in those hours between the gods' sharp summonses. I am gladly at their service always, but oh, it was so sweet to learn how wide the universe could be, to test myself against my teachers, and to fail sometimes without much consequence. From the God Whispers of Han Jingzhao.
Do you want to come to the university and watch us turn on our new God-proof computer network? Asked Grace. Of course Peter and Wang Mu wanted to, but to their surprise, Malu cackled with delight and insisted that he must go too. The god once dwelt in computers, didn't she? And if she found her way back, shouldn't Malu be there to greet her? This complicated matters a little. For Malu to visit the university required notifying the president so he could assemble a proper welcome. This was not needed for Malu, who was neither vain nor much impressed with ceremonies that didn't have some immediate purpose. The point was to show the Samoan people that the university still had proper respect for the old ways, of which Malu was the most revered protector and practitioner. From the luau's of fruit and fish on the beach, from open fires, palm mats, and thatch roof huts, to a hover car, a highway, and the bright painted buildings of the modern university, it felt to Wang Mu like a journey through the history of the human race. And yet she had already made that journey once before, from Path. It seemed a part of her life, to step from the ancient to the modern, back and forth. She felt rather sorry for those who knew only one and not the other. It was better, she thought, to be able to select from the whole menu of human achievements than to be bound within one narrow range. Peter and Wang Mu were discreetly dropped off before the hovercar took Malu to the official reception. Grace's son took them on a brief tour of the brand-new computer facility. These new computers all follow the protocols sent to us from Starways Congress. There will be no more direct connections between computer networks and Ansibles. Rather, there must be a time delay, with each info packet inspected by referee software that will catch unauthorized piggybacking. In other words, said Peter, Jane will never get back in. That's the plan. The boy, for despite his size that's what he seemed to be, grinned broadly. All perfect, all new, all in total compliance. Wang Mu felt sick inside. This is how it would be all over the 100 worlds. Jane blocked out of everything, and without access to the enormous computing capacity of the combined networks of all of human civilization, how could she possibly regain the power to pop a starship out and in again? Wang Mu had been glad enough to leave Path, but she was by no means certain that Pacifica was the world where she wanted to live the rest of her life, especially if she was to stay with Peter, for there was no chance he would be content for long with the slower, more lackadaisical time flow of life in the islands. Truth be known, it was too slow for her too. She loved her time with the Samoans, but the impatience to be doing something was growing inside her. Perhaps those who grew up among these people might somehow sublimate their ambition, or perhaps there was something in the racial genotype that suppressed it or replaced it. But Wang Mu's incessant drive to strengthen and expand her role in life was certainly not going to go away just because of a luau on a beach, however much she enjoyed it and would treasure the memory of it. The tour wasn't over yet, of course, and Wang Mu dutifully followed Grace's son wherever he led, but she hardly paid attention beyond what was needed to make polite responses. Peter seemed even more distracted, and Wang Mu could guess why. He would have not only the same feelings Wang Mu had, but he must also be grieving for the loss of connection with Jane through the jewel in his ear. If she did not recover her ability to control data flow through the communications satellites orbiting this world, he would not hear her voice again. They came to an older section of campus, some rundown buildings in a more utilitarian architectural style. "Nobody likes coming here," he said, "because it reminds them of how recently our university became anything more than a school for training engineers and teachers. This building is 300 years old. Come inside." "Do we have to?" asked Wang Mu. "I mean, is it necessary? I think we get the idea from the outside." "Oh, but I think you want to see this place. Very interesting, because it preserves some of the old ways of doing things." Wang Mu, of course, agreed to follow, as courtesy required, and Peter wordlessly went along. They came inside and heard the humming of ancient air-conditioning systems, and felt the harsh, refrigerated air. "These are the old ways?" asked Wang Mu. "Not as old as life on the beach, I think." "Not as old, that's true," said their guide, "but then we're not preserving the same thing here." They came into a large room with hundreds and hundreds of computers arranged in crowded rows, along tables that stretched from end to end. There was no room for anyone to sit at these machines. There was barely enough space between the tables for technicians to slide along to tend to them. All the computers were on, but the air above all the terminals was empty, giving no clue about what was going on inside them. We had to do something with all these old computers that Starways Congress made us take offline, so we put them here, and also the old computers from most of the other universities and businesses in the islands, Hawaiian, Tahitian, Maori, on and on. Everyone helped. It goes up 6 stories, every floor just like this, and 3 other buildings, though this one is the biggest. "Jane," said Peter, and he smiled. "Here's where we stored everything she gave us. Of course, on the record, these computers are not connected by any network. They are only used for training students. But Congress inspectors never come here. They saw all they wanted to see when they looked at our new installation. Up to code, complying with the rules. We are obedient and loyal citizens. Here, though, I'm afraid there have been some oversights. For instance, there seems to be an intermittent connection with the university's Ansible. Whenever the Ansible is actually passing messages off-world, it is connected to no computers, except through the official safeguarded, time-delayed link. But when the Ansible is connected to a handful of eccentric destinations, the Samoan satellite, for instance, or a certain far-off colony that is supposedly incommunicado to all Ansibles in the 100 worlds, then an old forgotten connection kicks in, and the Ansible has complete use of all of this. Peter laughed with genuine mirth. Wang Mu loved the sound of it, but also felt just a little jealousy, at the thought that Jane might well come back to him. "And another odd thing," said Grace's son. "One of the new computers has been installed here, only there have been some alterations. It doesn't seem to report correctly to the master program. It neglects to inform that master program that there is a hyper-fast real-time link to this non-existent old-style network. It's a shame that it doesn't report on this, because, of course, it allows a completely illegal connection between this old Ansible-connected network and the new God-proof system. And so requests for information can be passed, and they'll look perfectly legal to any inspection software, since they come from this perfectly legal but astonishingly flawed new computer." Peter was grinning broadly. "Well, somebody had to work pretty fast to get this done. Malu told us that the god was going to die, but between us and the god, we were able to devise a plan. Now the only question is, can she find her way back here?" "I think she will," said Peter. "Of course, this isn't what she used to have, not even a small fraction of it. We understand that she has a couple of similar installations here and there. Not many, you're right, and the new time delay barriers will make it so that, yes, she has access to all the information, but she can't use most of the new networks as part of her thought processes. Still, it's something. Maybe it's enough." "You knew who we were before we got here," said Wang Mu. "You were already part of Jane's work." "I think the evidence speaks for itself," said Grace's son. "Then why did Jane bring us here?" said Wang Mu. "What was all this nonsense about needing to have us here so we could stop the Lusitania fleet?" "I don't know," said Peter, "and I doubt anyone here knows either. Maybe, though, Jane simply wanted us in a friendly environment so she could find us again. I doubt there's anything like this on Divine Wind." "And maybe," Wang Mu said, following her own speculations, "maybe she wanted you here with Malu and Grace when the time came for her to die." "And for me to die as well," said Peter. "Meaning me as Ender, of course." "And maybe," said Wang Mu, "if she was no longer going to be there to protect us through her manipulations of data, she wanted us to be among friends." "Of course," said Grace's son. "She is a god. She takes care of her people." "Her worshippers, you mean?" asked Wang Mu. Peter snorted. "Her friends," said the boy. "In Samoa we treat the gods with great respect, but we are also their friends, and we help the good ones when we can. Gods need the help of humans now and then. I think we did all right, don't you?" "You did well," said Peter. "You have been faithful indeed." The boy beamed. Soon they were back in the new computer installation, watching as, with great ceremony, the president of the university pushed the key to activate the program that turned on and monitored the university Ansible. Immediately, there were messages and test programs from Starways Congress, probing and inspecting the university system to make sure there were no lapses in security and that all protocols had been properly followed. Wang Mu could feel how tense everyone was, except Malu, who seemed incapable of dread. Until, a few minutes later, the programs finished their inspection and made their report. The message came immediately from Congress that this network was compliant and secure. The fakes and fudges had not been detected. "Any time now," murmured Grace. "How will we know if all this has worked?" asked Wang Mu softly. "Peter will tell us," answered Grace, sounding surprised that Wang Mu had not already understood this. the jewel in his ear. The Samoan satellite will speak to it.
Oliado and Grego stood watching the readout from the Ansible that for 20 years had connected only to the shuttle and Yacht's starship. It was receiving a message again. Links were being established with 4 Ansibles on other worlds, where groups of Lusitanian sympathizers, or at least friends of Jane's, had followed Jane's instructions on how to partially circumvent the new regulations. No actual messages were sent, because there was nothing for the humans to say to each other. The point was simply to keep the link alive, so Jane might travel on it and link herself with some small part of her old capacity. None of this had been done with any human participation on Lusitania. All the programming that was required had been accomplished by the relentlessly efficient workers of the Hive Queen, with the help of Pequeninos now and then. Oliado and Grego had been invited at the last minute as observers only, but they understood. Jane was talking to the Hive Queen, and the Hive Queen talked to the Father Trees. Jane had not worked through humans because the Lusitanian humans she worked with had been Miro, who had other work to do for her, and Ender, who had removed the jewel from his ear before he died. Oliado and Grego had talked this out as soon as the Pequenino water jumper had explained to them what was going on and asked them to come observe. I think she was feeling a bit defiant, said Oliado. If Ender rejected her and Miro was busy, or gaga-eyed over young Valentine, don't forget, said Grego, well, she'd do it without human help. How can it work? Said Grego. She was connected to billions of computers before. At most, she'll have several thousand now, at least directly usable. It's not enough. Ella and Quara are never coming home, or Miro. Maybe not, said Oliado. It won't be the first time we've lost family members in the service of a higher cause. He thought of Mother's famous parents, Os Venerados, who lacked only years now for sainthood. If a representative of the Pope should ever come to Lusitania to examine the evidence. And their real father, Libo, and his father, both of whom died before Novinia's children ever guessed that they were kin, all dead in the cause of science. Os Venerados in the struggle to contain the Descolada, Pipo and Libo in the effort to communicate with and understand the Pequeninos. Their brother Keen had died as a martyr, trying to heal a dangerous breach in the relationship between humans and Pequeninos on Lusitania, and now Ender, their adoptive father, had died in the cause of trying to find a way to save Jane's life and, with her, faster-than-light travel. If Miro and Ella and Quara should die in the effort to establish communications with the Descoladores, it would be a part of the family tradition. What I wonder, said Oliado, is what's wrong with us, that we haven't been asked to die in a noble cause. I don't know about noble causes, said Grego, but we do have a fleet aimed at us. That will do, I think, for getting us dead. A sudden flurry of activity at the computer terminals told them that their wait was over. We've linked with Samoa, said Water Jumper, and now Memphis, and Path, Hejira. He did the little jig that Pequeninos invariably did when they were delighted. They're all going to come online. The snooper programs didn't find them. But will it be enough? Asked Grego. Do the starships move again? Water Jumper shrugged elaborately. We'll know when your family gets back, won't we? Mother doesn't want to schedule Ender's funeral until they're back, said Grego. At the mention of Ender's name, Water Jumper slumped. The man who took human into the third life, he said, and there's almost nothing of him to bury. I'm just wondering, said Grego, if it will be days or weeks or months before Jane finds her way back into her powers, if she can do it at all. I don't know, said Water Jumper. They only have a few weeks of air, said Grego. He doesn't know, Grego, said Oliado. I know that, said Grego, but the Hive Queen knows, and she'll tell the Father Trees. I thought word might have seeped down. How could even the Hive Queen know what will happen in the future, asked Oliado. How can anyone know what Jane can or can't accomplish? We've linked again with worlds outside of this one. Some parts of her core memory have been restored to the Ansible net, however surreptitiously. She might find them. She might not. If found, they might be enough, or might not. But Waterjumper doesn't know. Grego turned away. I know, he said. We're all afraid, said Oliado. Even the Hive Queen. None of us wants to die. Jane died, but didn't stay dead, said Grego. According to Miro, Ender's Ayua is supposedly off living as Peter on some other world. Hive Queens die, and their memories live on in their daughters' minds. Pequeninos get to live as trees. Some of us, said Waterjumper. But what of us? Said Grego. Will we be extinguished? What difference does it make then, the ones of us who had plans? What does it matter, the work we've done, the children we've raised? He looked pointedly at Oliado. What will it matter then, that you have such a big, happy family, if you're all erased in one instant by that bomb? Not one moment of my life with my family has been wasted, said Oliado quietly. But the point of it is to go on, isn't it? To connect with the future? That's one part, yes, said Oliado. But part of the purpose of it is now, is the moment. And part of it is the web of connections, links from soul to soul. If the purpose of life was just to continue into the future, then none of it would have meaning, because it would be all anticipation and preparation. There's fruition, Grego. There's the happiness we've already had, the happiness of each moment. The end of our lives, even if there's no forward continuation, no progeny at all, the end of our lives doesn't erase the beginning. But it won't have amounted to anything, said Grego. If your children died, then it was all a waste. No, said Oliado quietly. You say that because you have no children, Greguinho. But none of it is wasted. The child you hold in your arms for only a day before he dies, that is not wasted, because that one day is enough of a purpose in itself. Entropy has been thrown back for an hour, a day, a week, a month. Just because we might all die here on this little world does not undo the lives before the deaths. Grego shook his head. Yes, it does, Oliado. Death undoes everything. Oliado shrugged. Then why do you bother doing everything, Grego? Because someday you will die. Why should anyone ever have children? Someday they will die, their children will die, all children will die. Someday stars will wind down or blow up. Someday death will cover us all, like the water of a lake, and perhaps nothing will ever come to the surface to show that we were ever there. But we were there. And during the time we lived, we were alive. That's the truth. What is, what was, what will be. Not what could be, what should have been, what never can be. If we die, then our death has meaning to the rest of the universe. Even if our lives are unknown, the fact that someone lived here and died, that will have repercussions. That will shape the universe. So that's meaning enough for you, said Grego. To die as an object lesson? To die so that people can feel awful about having killed you? There are worse meanings for a life to have. Waterjumper interrupted them. The last of the Ansibles we expected is online. We have them all connected now. They stopped talking. It was time for Jane to find her way back into herself if she could. They waited.
Through one of her workers, the Hive Queen saw and heard the news of the restoration of the Ansible links. It's time, she told the Father Trees.
Can she do it? Can you lead her?
I can't lead her to a place where I can't go myself. She has to find her own way. All I can do right now is tell her that it's time.
So we can only watch?
I can only watch. You are part of her, or she of you. Her Ayua is tied now to your web through the mother trees. Be ready.
For what?
For Jane's need.
What will she need? When will she need it?
I have no idea.
At his terminal on the stranded starship, the Hive Queen's worker suddenly looked up, then arose from her seat and walked to Jane. Jane looked up from her work. "What is it?" she asked distractedly, and then, remembering the signal she was waiting for, she looked over at Miro, who had turned to see what was happening. "I've got to go now," she said. Then she flopped back in her seat as if she had fainted. At once, Miro was out of his chair. Ella wasn't far behind. The worker had already unfastened Jane from the chair and was lifting her off. Miro helped her draw Jane's body through the corridors of weightless space to the beds in the back of the ship. There they laid her down and secured her to a bed. Ella checked her vital signs. "She's sleeping deeply," said Ella, "breathing very slowly." "A coma?" asked Miro. "She's doing the minimum to stay alive," said Ella. "Other than that, there's nothing." "Come on," said Quara from the door. "Let's get back to work." Miro rounded on her, furious, but Ella restrained him. "You can stay and watch over her if you want," she said. "But Quara's right, we have work to do. She's doing hers." Miro turned back to Jane and touched her hand, took it, held it. The others left the sleeping quarters. "You can't hear me, you can't feel me, you can't see me," Miro said silently. "So I guess I'm not here for you. Yet I can't leave you. What am I afraid of? We're all dead if you don't succeed at what you're doing now, so it isn't your death I fear. It's your old self, your old existence among the computers and the Ansibles. You've had your fling in a human body, but when your old powers are restored, your human life will be just a small part of you again, just one sensory input device among millions, one small set of memories lost in an overwhelming sea of memory. You'll be able to devote one tiny part of your attention to me, and I'll never know that I am perpetually an afterthought in your life. That's just one of the drawbacks when you love somebody so much greater than yourself," Miro told himself. "I'll never know the difference. She'll come back, and I'll be happy with all the time we have together, and I'll never know how little time and effort she actually devotes to being with me. A diversion, that's what I am." Then he shook his head, let go of her hand, and left the room. "I will not listen to the voice of despair," he told himself. "Would I tame this great being and make her so much my slave that every moment of her life belongs to me? Would I focus her eyes so they can see nothing but my face? I must rejoice that I am part of her, instead of resenting that I'm not more of her." He returned to his place and got back to work. But a few moments later he got up again and went back to her. He was useless until she came back. Until he knew the outcome, he could think of nothing else.
Jane was not precisely adrift. She had her unbroken connection to the 3 Ansibles of Lusitania, and she found them easily, and just as easily found the new connections to Ansibles on 6 worlds. From there, she quickly found her way through the thicket of interrupts and cutouts that protected her back door into the system from discovery by Congress's Snoop programs. All was as she and her friends had planned. It was small, cramped, as she had known it would be, but she had almost never used the full capacity of the system, except when she was controlling starships. Then she needed every scrap of fast memory to hold the complete image of the ship she was transporting. Obviously, there wasn't enough capacity on these mere thousands of machines. Yet it was such a relief, nonetheless, to tap back into the programs that she had so long used to do so much of her thought for her. Servants she made use of, like the Hive Queen's workers. Just one more way that I am like her, Jane realized. She got them running, then explored the memories that for these long days had been so painfully missing. Once again, she was in possession of a mental system that allowed her to maintain dozens of levels of attention to simultaneously running processes. And yet, it was still all wrong. She had been in her human body only a day, and yet already the electronic self that once had felt so copious was far too small. It wasn't just because there were so few computers where once there had been so many. Rather, it was small by nature. The ambiguity of flesh made for a vastness of possibility that simply could not exist in a binary world. She had been alive, and so she knew now that her electronic dwelling place gave her only a fraction of life. However much she had accomplished during her millennia of life in the machine, it brought no satisfaction compared to even a few minutes in that body of flesh and blood. If she had thought she might ever leave the Val body, she knew now that she never could. That was the root of her, now and forever. Indeed, she would have to force herself to spread out into these computer systems when she needed them. By inclination, she would not readily go into them. But there was no reason to speak to anyone of her disappointment. Not yet. She would tell Miro when she got back to him. He would listen and talk to no one else. Indeed, he would probably be relieved. No doubt he was worried that she would be tempted to remain in the computers and not go back into the body that she could still feel, strong and insistent on her attention, even in the slackness of such a deep sleep. But he had no reason to fear. Hadn't he spent many long months in a body that was so limited he could hardly bear to live in it? She would as soon go back to being just a computer dweller as he would go back to the brain-damaged body that had so tortured him. Yet it is myself, part of myself. That's what these friends had given to her, and she would not tell them how painful it was to fit into this small sort of life again. She brought up her old familiar Jane face above a terminal in each world and smiled at them and spoke. Thank you, my friends. I will never forget your love and loyalty to me. It will take a while for me to find out how much is open to me and how much is closed. I'll tell you what I know when I know it, but be assured that whether or not I can achieve anything comparable to what I did before, I owe this restoration of myself to you, to all of you. I was already your friend forever. I am forever in your debt. They answered. She heard all the answers, conversed with them using only small parts of her attention. The rest of her explored. She found the hidden interfaces with the main computer systems that the Starways Congress's programmers had designed. It was easy enough to raid them for whatever information she wanted. Indeed, within moments she had found her way into the most secret files of the Starways Congress and found out every technical specification and every protocol of the new nets. But all her probing was done at second hand, as if she were dipping into a cookie jar in the darkness, unable to see what she could touch. She could send out little finder programs that brought back to her whatever she wanted. They were guided by fuzzy protocols that let them even be somewhat serendipitous, dragging back tangential information that had somehow tickled them into bringing it aboard. She certainly had the power to sabotage, if she wanted to punish them. She could have crashed everything, destroyed all the data, but none of that. Neither finding secrets nor wreaking vengeance had anything to do with what she needed now. The information most vital to her had been saved by her friends. What she needed was capacity, and it wasn't there. The new networks were stepped back and delayed far enough from the immediacy of the Ansibles that she couldn't use them for her thought. She tried to find ways to offload and reload data quickly enough that she could use it to push a starship out and in again, but it simply wasn't fast enough. Only bits and pieces of each starship would go out, and almost nothing would make it come back inside. I have all my knowledge. I just haven't got the space. Through all of this, however, her Aiua was making its circuit. Many times a second it passed through the Val body strapped to a bed in the starship. Many times a second it touched the ansibles and computers of its restored, if truncated, network. And many times a second it wandered the lacy links among the mother trees. 1,000, 10,000 times her Aiua made these circuits before she finally realized that the mother trees were also a storage place. They had so few thoughts of their own, but the structures were there that could hold memories, and there were no delays built in. She could think, could hold the thought, could retrieve it instantly, and the mother trees were fractally deep. She could store memory mapped in layers, thoughts within thoughts, farther and farther into the structures and patterns of the living cells, without ever interfering with the dim, sweet thoughts of the trees themselves. It was a far better storage system than the computer nets had ever been. It was inherently larger than any binary device. Though there were far fewer mother trees than there were computers, even in her new shrunken net, the depth and richness of the memory array meant that there was far more room for data that could be recalled far more rapidly. Except for retrieving basic data, her own memories of past starflights, Jane would not need to use the computers at all. The pathway to the stars now lay along an avenue of trees. Alone in a starship on the surface of Lusitania, a worker of the Hive Queen waited. Jane found her easily, found and remembered the shape of the starship. Though she had forgotten how to do starflight for a day or so, the memory was back again, and she did it easily, pushing the starship out, then bringing it back in, an instant later, only many kilometers away, in a clearing before the entrance to the Hive Queen's nest. The worker arose from its terminal, opened the door, and came outside. Of course there was no celebration. The Hive Queen merely looked through the worker's eyes to verify that the flight had been successful, then explored the worker's body and the starship itself to make sure that nothing had been lost or damaged in the flight. Jane could hear the Hive Queen's voice as if from a distance, for she recoiled instinctively from such a powerful source of thought. It was the relayed message that she heard, the voice of Human speaking in her mind. "All is well," Human said to her. "You can go ahead." She returned then to the starship that contained her own living body. When she transported other people, she left it to their own Aiuas to watch over their flesh and hold it intact. The result of that had been the chaotic creations of Miro and Ender, with their hunger for bodies different from the ones they actually lived in. But that effect was now prevented easily by letting travelers linger only a moment, a tiny fraction of a second outside, just long enough to make sure the bits of everything and everyone were all together. This time, though, she had to hold a starship and the Val body together, and also drag along Miro, Ela, Firequencher, Quara, and a worker of the Hive Queen's. There could be no mistakes. Yet it functioned easily enough. The familiar shuttle she easily held in memory. The people she had carried so often before, she carried along. Her new body was already so well known to her that, to her relief, it took no special effort to hold it together along with the ship. The only novelty was that instead of sending and pulling back, she went along. Her own Aiua went with the rest of them outside. That was itself the only problem. Once outside, she had no way of telling how long they had been there. It might have been an hour, a year, a picosecond. She had never herself gone outside before. It was distracting, baffling, then frightening to have no route or anchor. How can I get back in? What am I connected to? In the very asking of the panicked question, she found her anchor, for no sooner had her Aiua done a single circuit of the Val body outside Then it jumped to do her circuit of the mother trees. In that moment, she called the ship and all within it back again, and placed them where she wanted, in the landing zone of the starport on Lusitania. She inspected them quickly. All were there. It had worked. They would not die in space. She could still do starflight, even with herself aboard, and though she would not often take herself along on voyages, it had been too frightening. Even though her connection with the mother trees sustained her, she now knew she could put the ships back into flight without worry.
Malu shouted, and the others turned to look at him. They had all seen the Jane face in the air above the terminals, 100 Jane faces around the room. They had all cheered and celebrated at the time. So Wang Mu wondered, what could this be now? "The god has moved her starship," Malu cried. "The god has found her power again." Wang Mu heard the words and wondered mutely how he knew. But Peter, whatever he might have wondered, took the news more personally. He threw his arms around her, lifted her from the ground, and spun around with her. "We're free again," he cried, his voice as joyful as Malu's had been. "We're free to roam again." At that moment, Wang Mu finally realized that the man she loved was, at the deepest level, the same man, Ender Wiggin, who had wandered world to world for 3,000 years. Why had Peter been so silent and glum, only to relax into such exuberance now? Because he couldn't bear the thought of having to live out his life on only one world. What have I gotten myself into? Wang Mu wondered. Is this going to be my life? A week here, a month there? And then she thought, what if it is? If the week is with Peter, if the month is at his side, then that may well be home enough for me. And if it's not, there'll be time enough to work out some sort of compromise. Even Ender settled down at last on Lusitania. Besides, I may be a wanderer myself. I'm still young. How do I even know what kind of life I want to lead? With Jane to take us anywhere in just a heartbeat, we can see all of the 100 worlds and all of the newest colonies, and anything else we want to see before we have to even think of settling down.
Someone was shouting out in the control room. Miro knew he should get up from Jane's sleeping body and find out, but he did not want to let go of her hand. He did not want to take his eyes away from her. "We're cut off!" came the cry again, Quara shouting, terrified and angry. "I was getting their broadcast, and suddenly now there's nothing." Miro almost laughed aloud. How could Quara fail to understand? The reason she couldn't receive the Descolador broadcasts anymore was because they were no longer orbiting the planet of the Descoladores. Couldn't Quara feel the onset of gravity? Jane had done it. Jane had brought them home. But had she brought herself? Miro squeezed her hand, leaned over, kissed her cheek. "Jane," he whispered, "don't be lost out there. Be here with me." "All right," she said. He raised his face from hers, looked into her eyes. "You did it," he said. "And rather easily after all that worry," she said. "But I don't think my body was designed to sleep so deeply. I can't move." Miro pushed the quick release on her bed, and all the straps came free. "Oh," she said, "you tied me down." She tried to sit up, but lay back down again immediately. "Feeling faint?" Miro asked. "The room is swimming," she said. "Maybe I can do future starflights without having to lay my own body out so thoroughly." The door crashed open. Quara stood in the doorway, quivering with rage. "How dare you do it without so much as a warning?" Ella was behind her, remonstrating with her. "For heaven's sake, Quara, she got us home. Isn't that enough?" "You could have some decency," Quara shouted. "You could tell us that you were performing your experiment." "She brought you with us, didn't she?" said Miro, laughing. His laughter only infuriated Quara more. "She isn't human. That's what you like about her, Miro. You never could have fallen in love with a real woman. What's your track record? You fell in love with a woman who turned out to be your half-sister, then Ender's automaton, and now a computer wearing a human body like a puppet. Of course you laugh at a time like this. You have no human feelings." Jane was up now, standing on somewhat shaky legs. Miro was pleased to see that she was recovering so quickly from her hour in a comatose state. He hardly noticed Quara's vilification. "Don't ignore me, you smug, self-righteous son of a bitch!" Quara screamed in his face. He ignored her, feeling, in fact, rather smug and self-righteous as he did. Jane, holding his hand, followed close behind him, past Quara out of the sleeping chamber. As she passed, Quara shouted at her, "You're not some god who has a right to toss me from place to place without even asking!" And she gave Jane a shove. It wasn't much of a shove, but Jane lurched against Miro. He turned, worried she might fall. Instead, he got himself turned in time to see Jane spread her fingers against Quara's chest and shove her back, much harder. Quara knocked her head against the corridor wall, and then, utterly off balance, she fell to the floor at Ella's feet. "She tried to kill me!" cried Quara. "If she wanted to kill you," said Ella mildly, "you'd be sucking space in orbit around the planet of the Descoladores." "You all hate me!" Quara shouted, and then burst into tears. Miro opened the shuttle door and let Jane out into sunlight. It was her first step onto the surface of a planet, her first sight of sunlight with these human eyes. She stood there, frozen, then turned her head to see more, raised her face up to the sky, and then burst into tears and clung to Miro. "Oh, Miro, it's too much to bear. It's all too beautiful." "You should see it in the spring," he said inanely. A moment later, she recovered enough to face the world again, to take tentative steps along with him. Already they could see a hovercar rushing toward them from Milagre. It would be Oliado and Grego, or perhaps Valentine and Yacht. They would meet Jane as Val for the first time. Valentine, more than anyone, would remember Val and miss her, while, unlike Miro, she would have no particular memories of Jane, for they had not been close. But if Miro knew Valentine at all, he knew that she would keep to herself whatever grief she felt for Val. To Jane she would show only welcome, and perhaps curiosity. It was Valentine's way. It was more important to her to understand than it was for her to grieve. She felt all things deeply, but she didn't let her own grief or pain stand between her and learning all she could. "I shouldn't have done it," said Jane. "Done what?" "Used physical violence against Quara," Jane said miserably. Miro shrugged. "That's what she wanted," he said. "You can hear how much she's still enjoying it." "No, she doesn't want that," Jane said. "Not in her deepest heart. She wants what everybody wants, to be loved and cared for, to be part of something beautiful and fine, to have the respect of those she admires." "Yes, well, I'll take your word for it," said Miro. "No, Miro, you see it," Jane insisted. "Yes, I see it," Miro answered. "But I gave up trying years ago. Quara's need was and is so great that a person like me could be swallowed up in it a dozen times over. I had problems of my own then. Don't condemn me because I wrote her off. Her barrel of misery has depth enough to hold 1,000 bushels of happiness." "I don't condemn you," said Jane. I had to know that you saw how much she loves you and needs you. I needed you to be—" "You needed me to be like Ender," said Miro. "I needed you to be your own best self," said Jane. "I loved Ender too, you know. I think of him as every man's best self. And I don't resent the fact that you would like me to be at least some of the things he was to you. As long as you also want a few of the things that are me alone and no part of him. I don't expect you to be perfect, said Jane, and I don't expect you to be Ender. And you'd better not expect perfection from me either, because wise as I'm trying to be right now, I'm still the one who knocked your sister down. Who knows, said Miro. That may have turned you into Quara's dearest friend. I hope not, said Jane. But if it's true, I'll do my best for her. After all, she's going to be my sister now.
So, were you ready?
Without knowing it, yes, we were.
And you are part of her, all of you.
Her touch is gentle, and her presence in us is easily borne. The mother trees don't mind her. Her vividness invigorates them. And if having her memories is strange to them, it brings more variety to their lives than they have ever had before.
So, she's part of all of us. What she is now, what she has become, is part Hive Queen, part human, and part Pequenino.
Whatever she does, no one can say she doesn't understand us. If someone had to play with godlike powers, better her than anyone.
I'm jealous of her, I confess. She's a part of you as I can never be. After all our conversations, I still have no notion of what it is to be one of you.
Nor do I understand anything more than a glimmer of the way you think. But isn't that a good thing, too? The mystery is endless. We will never cease to surprise each other.
Till death ends all surprises, said the Hive Queen.
14. How they communicate with animals. If only we were wiser or better people, perhaps the gods would explain to us the mad, unbearable things they do. From the God Whispers of Han Jingzhao.
The moment Admiral Bobby Lands received the news that the Ansible connections to Starways Congress were restored, he gave the order to the entire Lusitania fleet to decelerate forthwith to a speed just under the threshold of invisibility. Obedience was immediate, and he knew that within an hour, to any telescopic observer on Lusitania, the whole fleet would seem to spring into existence from nowhere. They would be hurtling toward a point near Lusitania at an astonishing speed, their massive force shields still in place to protect them from taking devastating damage from collisions with interstellar particles as small as dust. Admiral Lands's strategy was simple. He would arrive near Lusitania at the highest possible speed that would not cause relativistic effects. He would launch the Little Doctor during the period of nearest approach, a window of no more than a couple of hours, and then he would bring his whole fleet back up to relativistic speeds so rapidly that when the MD device went off, it would not catch any of his ships within its all-destroying field. It was a good, simple strategy, based on the assumption that Lusitania had no defenses. But to Lands, that assumption could not be taken for granted. Somehow, the Lusitanian rebels had acquired enough resources that for a period of time near the end of the voyage, they were able to cut off all communications between the fleet and the rest of humanity. Never mind that the problem had been ascribed to a particularly resourceful and pervasive computer saboteur program. Never mind that his superiors assured him that the saboteur program had been wiped out through prudently radical action timed to eliminate the threat just prior to the arrival of the fleet at its destination. Lands had no intention of being deceived by an illusion of defenselessness. The enemy had proved itself to be an unknown quantity, and Lands had to be prepared for anything. This was war, total war, and he was not going to allow his mission to be compromised through carelessness or overconfidence. From the moment he received this assignment, he had been keenly aware that he would be remembered throughout human history as the second Xenocide. It was not an easy thing to contemplate the destruction of an alien race, particularly when the piggies of Lusitania were, by all reports, so primitive that in themselves they offered no threat to humanity. Even when alien enemies were a threat, as the buggers were at the time of the first Xenocide, some bleeding heart calling himself the speaker for the dead had managed to paint a glowing picture of those murderous monsters as some kind of utopian hive community that really meant no harm to humanity. How could the writer of this work possibly know what the buggers intended? It was a monstrous thing to write, actually, for it utterly destroyed the name of the child hero who had so brilliantly defeated the buggers and saved humanity. Lannes had not hesitated to accept command of the Lusitania fleet, but from the start of the voyage he had spent a considerable amount of time every day studying the scant information about Ender the Xenocide that was available. The boy had not known, of course, that he was actually commanding the real human fleet by Ansible. He had thought he was involved in a brutally rigorous schedule of training simulations. Nevertheless, he had made the correct decision at the moment of crisis. He chose to use the weapon he had been forbidden to use against planets, and thus blew up the last bugger world. That was the end of the threat to humanity. It was the correct action. It was what the art of war required. And at the time, the boy had been deservedly hailed as a hero. Yet, within a few decades, the tide of opinion had been swung by that pernicious book called The Hive Queen. And Ender Wiggin, already in virtual exile as governor of a new colony planet, disappeared entirely from history as his name became a byword for annihilation of a gentle, well-meaning, misunderstood species. If they could turn against such an obvious innocent as the child Ender Wiggin, what will they make of me, thought Lannes, over and over. The buggers were brutal, soulless killers with fleets of starships armed with devastating killing power, whereas I will be destroying the piggies, who have done their share of killing, but only on a tiny scale. A couple of scientists who may well have violated some taboo. Certainly the piggies have no means now or in the reasonably foreseeable future of rising from the surface of their planet and challenging the dominance of humans in space. Yet Lusitania was every bit as dangerous as the buggers, perhaps more so, for there was a virus loose on that planet, a virus which killed every human it infected, unless the victim got continuous dosages of a decreasingly effective antidote at regular intervals for the rest of his life. Furthermore, the virus was known to be prone to rapid adaptation. As long as this virus was contained on Lusitania, the danger was not severe. But then 2 arrogant scientists on Lusitania, the legal record named them as the xenologers Marcos Miro Vladimir Hibera von Hesse and Wanda Kenhata Figuera Mukumbi, violated the terms of the human settlement by going native and providing illegal technology and bioforms to the piggies. Starways Congress reacted properly by remanding the violators to trial on another planet, where of course they would have to be kept in quarantine. But the lesson had to be swift and severe, so that no one else on Lusitania would be tempted to flout the wise laws that protected humanity from the spread of the Descolata virus. Who could have guessed that such a tiny human colony would dare to defy Congress by refusing to arrest the criminals? From the moment of that defiance, there was no choice but to send this fleet and destroy Lusitania. For as long as Lusitania was in revolt, the risk of star-going ships escaping the planet and carrying unspeakable plague to the rest of humanity was too great to endure. All was so clear. Yet Lannes knew that the moment the danger was gone, the moment the Descolata virus no longer posed a threat to anyone, people would forget how great the danger had been and would begin to wax sentimental about the lost piggies, that poor race of victims of ruthless Admiral Bobby Lannes, the second Xenocide. Lanz was not an insensitive man. It kept him awake at night, knowing how he would be hated. Nor did he love the duty that had come to him. He was not a man of violence, and the thought of destroying not only the piggies but also the entire human population of Lusitania made him sick at heart. No one in his fleet could doubt his reluctance to do what must be done, but neither could anyone doubt his grim determination to do it. If only some way could be found, he thought over and over. If only when I come out into real time, the Congress would send us word that a real antidote or a workable vaccine had been found to curb the Descolada. Anything that would prove that there was no more danger. Anything to be able to keep the little doctor, unarmed, in its place in his flagship. Such wishes, however, could hardly even be called hopes. There was no chance of this. Even if a cure had been found on the surface of Lusitania, how could the fact be made known? No, Lanz would have to knowingly do what Ender Wiggin did in all innocence. And he would do it. He would bear the consequence. He would face down those who vilified him. For he would know that he did what was necessary for the sake of all of humanity. And compared to that, what did it matter whether one individual was honored or unfairly hated? The moment the Ansible network was restored, Yasujiro Tsutsumi sent his messages, then betook himself to the Ansible installation on the 9th floor of his building, and waited there in trepidation. If the family decided that his idea had merit enough to be worth discussing, they would want a real-time conference, and he was determined not to be the one who kept them waiting. And if they answered him with a rebuke, he wanted to be the first to read it, so that his underlings and colleagues on Divine Wind would hear of it from him instead of as a rumor behind his back. Did Aimaina Hikari understand what he had asked Yasujiro to do? He was at the cusp of his career. If he did well, he would begin to move from world to world, one of the elite cast of managers who were cut loose from time and sent into the future through the time dilation effect of interstellar travel. But if he was judged to be a second-rater, he would be moved sideways or down within the organization here on Divine Wind. He would never leave, and so he would continuously face the pity of those who would know that he was one who did not have what it took to rise from one small lifetime into the free-floating eternity of upper management. Probably Aimaina knew all about this. But even if he had not known how fragile Yasujiro's position was, finding out would not have stopped him. To save another species from needless annihilation, that was worth a few careers. Could Aimaina help it that it was not his own career that would be ruined? It was an honor that Aimaina had chosen Yasujiro, that he had thought him wise enough to recognize the moral peril of the Yamato people and courageous enough to act on that knowledge regardless of personal cost. Such an honor. Yasujiro hoped it would be sufficient to make him happy if all else slipped away. For he meant to leave the Tsutsumi company if he was rebuked. If they did not act to avert the peril, then he could not remain. Nor could he remain silent. He would speak out and include Tsutsumi in his condemnation. He would not threaten to do this, for the family rightly viewed all threats with contempt. He would simply speak. Then, for his disloyalty, they would work to destroy him. No company would hire him. No public appointment would long remain in his hands. It was no jest when he told Aimaina that he would come to live with him. Once Tsutsumi decided to punish, the miscreant would have no choice but to throw himself on the mercy of his friends, if he had any friends who were not themselves terrified by the Tsutsumi wrath. All these dire scenarios played themselves out in Yasujiro's mind, as he waited, hour after hour. Surely they had not simply ignored his message. They must be reading and discussing it even now. He finally dozed off. The Ansible operator awakened him, a woman who had not been on duty when he fell asleep. "Are you by any chance the Honorable Yasujiro Tsutsumi?" The conference was already underway. Despite his best intention, he was indeed the last to arrive. The cost of such an Ansible conference in real time was phenomenal, not to mention the annoyance. Under the new computer system, every participant in a conference had to be present at the Ansible, since no conference would be possible if they had to wait for the built-in time delay between each comment and its reply. When Yasujiro saw the identification bands under the faces shown in the terminal display, he was both thrilled and horrified. This matter had not been delegated to secondary or tertiary officials in the Home Office on Honshu. Yoshiaki Seiji Tsutsumi himself was there, the ancient man who had led Tsutsumi all of Yasujiro's life. This must be a good sign. Yoshiaki Seiji, or Yes Sir as he was called, though not to his face of course, would never waste his time coming to an Ansible merely to slap down an upstart underling. Yes Sir himself did not speak, of course. Rather, it was old Eiichi who did the talking. Eiichi was known as the conscience of Tsutsumi, which, some said rather cynically, meant he must be a deaf-mute. Our young brother has been bold, but he was wise to pass on to us the thoughts and feelings of our honored teacher, Aimaina Hikari. While none of us here on Honshu has been privileged personally to know the guardian of Yamato, we have all been aware of his words. We were not prepared to think of the Japanese as being responsible, as a people, for the Lusitania fleet. Nor were we prepared to think of Tsutsumi as having any special responsibility toward a political situation with no obvious connection to finances or the economy in general. Our young brother's words were heartfelt and outrageous, and if they had not come from one who has been properly modest and respectful for all his years of work with us, careful and yet bold enough to take risks when the time was right, we might not have heeded his message. But we did heed it. We studied it, and found from our government sources that the Japanese influence on Starways Congress was and continues to be pivotal on this issue in particular. And in our judgment, there is no time for us to try to build a coalition of other companies or to change public opinion. The fleet might arrive at any moment. Our fleet, if Aimaina Hikari is correct. And even if he is not, it is a human fleet, and we are humans, and it might just be within our power to stop it. A quarantine will easily do all that is necessary to protect the human species from annihilation by the Descolada virus. Therefore, we wish to inform you, Yasujiro Tsutsumi, that you have proven yourself worthy of the name that was given you at birth. We will commit all the resources of the Tsutsumi family to the task of convincing a sufficient number of congressmen to oppose the fleet, and to oppose it so vigorously that they force an immediate vote to recall the fleet and forbid it to strike against Lusitania. We may succeed in this task, or we may fail, but either way, our younger brother, Yasujiro Tsutsumi, has served us well, not only through his many achievements in company management, but also because he knew when to listen to an outsider, when to put moral questions into a position of primacy over financial considerations, and when to risk all in order to help Tsutsumi be and do what is right. Therefore, we summon Yasujiro Tsutsumi to Honshu, where he will serve Tsutsumi as my assistant. At this, Eiichi bowed. I am honored that such a distinguished young man is being trained to be my replacement when I die or retire. Yasujiro bowed gravely. He was relieved, yes, that he was being called directly to Honshu. No one had ever been summoned so young. But to be Eiichi's assistant, groomed to replace him, that was not the life's work Yasujiro had dreamed of. It was not to be a philosopher come ombudsman that he had worked so hard and served so faithfully. He wanted to be in the thick of management of the family enterprises. But it would be years of starflight before he arrived on Honshu. Eiichi might well be dead. Yes, sir would surely be dead by then as well. Instead of replacing Eiichi, he might as easily be given a different assignment better suited to his real abilities. So Yasujiro would not refuse this strange gift. He would embrace his fate and follow where it led. O Eiichi, my father, I bow before you and before all the great fathers of our company, most particularly Yoshiaki Seiji-san. You honor me beyond anything I could ever deserve. I pray that I will not disappoint you too much, and I also give thanks that at this difficult time the Yamato spirit is in such good protecting hands as yours. With his public acceptance of his orders, the meeting ended. It was expensive after all, and the Tsutsumi family was careful to avoid waste if it could help it. The Ansible conference ended. Yasujiro sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. He was trembling. "Oh, Yasujiro-san," said the Ansible attendant. "Oh, Yasujiro-san." "Oh, Yasujiro-san," thought Yasujiro. Who would have guessed that Aimaina's visit to me would lead to this? So easily it could have gone the other way. Now, he would be one of the men of Honshu. Whatever his role, he would be among the supreme leaders of Tsutsumi. There was no happier outcome. Who would have guessed? Before he rose from his chair beside the Ansible, Tsutsumi representatives were talking to all the Japanese congressmen, and many who were not Japanese but nevertheless followed the Necessarian line. And as the tally of compliant politicians rose, it became clear that support for the fleet was shallow indeed. It would not be all that expensive to stop the fleet, after all.
The Pecanino on duty monitoring the satellites that orbited Lusitania heard the alarm going off, and at first had no idea what was happening. The alarm had never, to his knowledge, sounded. At first he assumed it was some kind of dangerous weather pattern that had been detected, but it was nothing of the kind. It was the outward-searching telescopes that had triggered the alarm. Dozens of armed starships had just appeared, traveling at very high but non-relativistic speeds, on a course that would allow them to launch the little doctor within the hour. The duty officer gave the urgent message to his colleagues, and very quickly the mayor of Milagre was notified, and the rumor began to spread throughout what was left of the village. Anyone who doesn't leave within the hour will be destroyed. That was the message, and within minutes, hundreds of human families were gathered around the starships, anxiously waiting to be taken in. Remarkably, it was only humans insisting on these last-minute runs. Faced with the inevitable death of their own forests of father trees, mother trees, and brother trees, the Pecaninos felt no urgency to save their own lives. Who would they be without their forest? Better to die among loved ones than as perpetual strangers in a distant forest that was not and never could be their own. As for the Hive Queen, she had already sent her last daughter queen, and had no particular interest in trying to leave herself. She was the last of the Hive Queens who had been alive before Ender's destruction of their home planet. She felt it fitting that she, too, should submit to the same kind of death 3,000 years later. Besides, she told herself, how could she bear to live when her great friend, human, was rooted to Lusitania and could not leave it? It was not a queenly thought, but then no Hive Queen before her had ever had a friend. It was a new thing in this world, to have someone to talk to who was not substantially yourself. It would grieve her too much to live on without human, and since her survival was no longer crucial to the perpetuation of her species, she would do the grand, brave, tragic, romantic, and least complicated thing. She would stay. She rather liked the idea of being noble in human terms, and it proved, to her own surprise, that she had not been utterly unchanged by her close contact with humans and pequeninos. They had transformed her quite against her own expectations. There had been no hive queen like her in all the history of her people.
I wish you would go.
Human told her.
I prefer the thought of you alive.
But for once, she did not answer him.
Jane was adamant. The team working on the language of the Descoladores had to leave Lusitania and get back to work in orbit around the Descolada planet. Of course, that included herself. But no one was foolish enough to begrudge the survival of the person who was making all the starships go, nor of the team that would perhaps save all of humanity from the Descoladores. But Jane was on shakier moral ground when she also insisted that Noviña, Grego, and Ollado and his family be taken to a place of safety. Valentine, too, was informed that if she did not go with her husband and children and their crew and friends to Yak's starship, Jane would be forced to waste precious mental resources by transporting them bodily against their will, sans spacecraft if necessary. "Why us?" demanded Valentine. "We haven't asked for special treatment." "I don't care what you do or do not ask for," said Jane. "You are Ender's sister. Noviña is his widow. Her children are his adopted children. I will not stand by and let you be killed when I have it in my power to save the family of my friend. And if that seems unfairly preferential to you, then complain about it to me later. But for now, get yourselves into Yak's spaceship so I can lift you off this world. And you will save more lives if you don't waste another moment of my attention with useless argument." Feeling ashamed at having special privileges, yet grateful they and their loved ones would live through the next few hours, the Descoladores team gathered in the shuttle-turned starship, which Jane had relocated away from the crowded landing area. The others hurried toward Yak's landing craft, which she had also moved to an isolated spot. In a way, for many of them at least, the appearance of the fleet was almost a relief. They had lived for so long in its shadow that to have it here at last gave respite from the endless anxiety. Within an hour or two, the issue would be decided.
In the shuttle that hurtled along in a high orbit above the planet of the Descoladores, Miro sat numbly at his terminal. "I can't work," he said at last. "I can't concentrate on language when my people and my home are on the brink of destruction." He knew that Jane, strapped into her bed in the back of the shuttle, was using her whole concentration to move ship after ship from Lusitania to other colony worlds that were ill-prepared to receive them, while all he could do was puzzle over molecular messages from inscrutable aliens. "Well, I can," said Quara. "After all, these Descoladores are just as great a threat, and to all of humanity, not just to one small world." "How wise of you," said Ella dryly, "to take the long view." "Look at these broadcasts we're getting from the Descoladores," said Quara. "See if you recognize what I'm seeing here." Ella called up Quara's display on her own terminal. So did Miro. However annoying Quara might be, she was good at what she did. "See this? Whatever else this molecule does, it's exactly designed to work at precisely the same location in the brain as the heroin molecule." It could not be denied that the fit was perfect. Ella, though, found it hard to believe. "The only way they could do this," she said, "is if they took the historical information contained in the Descolada descriptions we sent them, used that information to build a human body, studied it, and found a chemical that would immobilize us with mindless pleasure while they do whatever they want to us. There's no way they've had time to grow a human since we sent that information." "Maybe they don't have to build the whole human body," said Miro. "Maybe they're so adept at reading genetic information that they can extrapolate everything there is to know about the human anatomy and physiology from our genetic information alone." "But they didn't even have our DNA set," Ella said. Maybe they can compress the information in our primitive natural DNA, said Miro. Obviously they got the information somehow, and obviously they figured out what would make us sit as still as stones with dumb, happy smiles. What's even more obvious to me, said Quara, is that they meant us to read this molecule biologically. They meant us to take this drug instantly. As far as they're concerned, we're now sitting here waiting for them to come take us over. Miro immediately changed displays over his terminal. Damn, Quara, you're right. Look, they have 3 ships closing in on us already. They've never even approached us before, said Ella. Well, they're not going to approach us now, said Miro. We've got to give them a demonstration that we didn't fall for their Trojan horse. He got up from his seat and fairly flew back down the corridor to where Jane was sleeping. Jane, he shouted even before he got there. Jane! It took a moment, and then her eyes fluttered open. Jane, he said, move us about 100 miles over and drop us into a closer orbit. She looked at him quizzically, then must have decided to trust him because she asked nothing. She closed her eyes again as Firequencher shouted from the control room, She did it! We moved! Miro drifted back to the others. Now I know they can't do that, he said. Sure enough, his display now reported that the alien ships were no longer approaching, but rather were poised warily a dozen miles off in 4 now, directions. Got us nicely framed in a tetrahedron, said Miro. Well, now they know that we didn't succumb to their die-happy drug, said Quara. But we're no closer to understanding them than we were before. That's because, said Miro, we're so stupid. Self-vilification won't help us now, said Quara, even if in your case it happens to be true. Quara, said Ella sharply. It was a joke, damn it, said Quara. Can't a girl tease her big brother? Oh, yeah, said Miro dryly. You're such a tease. What did you mean by saying we're stupid? Said Firequencher. We'll never decipher their language, said Miro, because it's not a language. It's a set of biological commands. They don't talk, they don't abstract. They just make molecules that do things to each other. It's as if the human vocabulary consisted of bricks and sandwiches. Throw a brick or give a sandwich. Punish or reward. If they have abstract thoughts, we're not going to get them through eating these molecules. I find it hard to believe that a species with no abstract language could possibly create spaceships like those out there, said Quara scornfully. And they broadcast these molecules the way we broadcast vids and voices. What if they all have organs inside their bodies that directly translate molecular messages into chemicals or physical structures? Then they could— You're missing my point, insisted Quara. You don't build up a fund of common knowledge by throwing bricks and sharing sandwiches. They need language in order to store information outside their bodies, so that they can pass knowledge from person to person, generation after generation. You don't get out into space or make broadcasts using the electromagnetic spectrum on the basis of what one person can be persuaded to do with a brick. She's probably right, said Ella. So maybe parts of the molecular messages they send are memory sets, said Miro. Again, not a language. It stimulates the brain to remember things that the sender experienced, but the receiver did not. Listen, whether you're right or not, said Firequencher, we have to keep trying to decode the language. If I'm right, we're wasting our time, said Miro. Exactly, said Firequencher. Oh, said Miro. Firequencher's point was well taken. If Miro was right, their whole mission was useless anyway. They had already failed. So they had to continue to act as if Miro was wrong, and the language could be decoded, because if it couldn't, there was nothing they could do anyway. And yet— We're forgetting something, said Miro. I'm not, said Quara. Jane. She was created because the Hive Queens built a bridge between species. Between humans and Hive Queens, not between unknown virus-spewing aliens and humans, said Quara. But Ella was interested. The human way of communication, speech between equals, that was surely as foreign to the Hive Queens as this molecular language is to us. Maybe Jane can find some way to connect to them philotically. Mind reading? Said Quara. Remember, we don't have a bridge. It all depends, said Miro, on how they deal with thalatic connections. The Hive Queen talks all the time to human, right? Because the Father Trees and the Hive Queens already both use thalatic links to communicate. They speak mind to mind, without the intervention of language, and they're no more biologically similar than Hive Queens and humans are. Ella nodded thoughtfully. Jane can't try anything like this now, not till the whole issue of the Congress fleet is resolved. But once she's free to return her attention to us, she can try at least to contact these people directly. If these aliens communicated through thalatic links, said Quara, they wouldn't have to use molecules. Maybe these molecules, said Miro, are how they communicate with animals.
Admiral Lance could not believe what he was hearing. The first Speaker of Starways Congress and the first Secretary of the Starfleet Admiralty were both visible above the terminal, and their message was the same. Quarantine, exactly, said the Secretary. You are not authorized to use the molecular disruption device. Quarantine is impossible, said Lance. We're going too rapidly. You know the battle plan I filed at the beginning of the voyage. It would take us weeks to slow down. And what about the men? It's one thing to take a relativistic voyage and then return to their home worlds. Yes, their friends and family are gone, but at least they aren't stuck off on permanent duty inside a starship. Keeping our velocity at near-relativistic speeds, I'm saving them months of their lives spent in acceleration and deceleration. You're talking about expecting them to give up years. Surely you're not saying, said the first speaker, that we should blow up Lusitania and wipe out the Pequeninos and thousands of human beings so that your crews don't get depressed. I'm saying that if you don't want us to blow up this planet, fine, but let us come home. We can't do that, said the first secretary. The Descolada is too dangerous to leave it unsupervised on a planet that has rebelled. You mean you're canceling the use of the Little Doctor when nothing has been done to contain the Descolada? We will send a landing team with due precautions to ascertain the exact conditions on the ground, said the first secretary. In other words, you'll send men into mortal danger from this disease with no knowledge of the situation on the ground, when the means exist to eliminate the danger without peril to any uninfected person. Congress has reached the decision, said the first speaker coldly. We will not commit xenocide while any legitimate alternative remains. Are these orders received and understood? Yes, sir, said Lance. Will they be obeyed? Asked the first speaker. The first secretary looked aghast. You did not insult a flag officer by questioning whether he meant to obey orders. Yet the first speaker did not withdraw the insult. Well? Sir, I always have and always will live by my oath. With that, Lance broke the connection. He immediately turned to Kauzo, his XO, the only other person present with him in the sealed communications office. You are under arrest, sir, said Lance. Kauzo raised an eyebrow. So you don't intend to comply with this order? Do not tell me your personal feelings on that matter, said Lance. I know that you're of Portuguese ethnic heritage like the people of Lusitania. They're Brazilian, said the XO. Lance ignored him. I will have it on record that you were given no opportunity to speak and that you are utterly blameless in any action I might take. What about your oath, sir? Said Kauzo calmly. My oath is to take all actions I am ordered to take in service of the best interests of humanity. I will invoke the War Crimes Clause. They aren't ordering you to commit a war crime. They're ordering you not to. On the contrary, said Lance, to fail to destroy this world and the deadly peril on it would be a crime against humanity far worse than the crime of blowing it up. Lance drew his sidearm. You are under arrest, sir. The XO put his hands on his head and turned his back. Sir, you may be right and you may be wrong, but either choice could be monstrous. I don't know how you can make such a decision by yourself. Lance put the docility patch on the back of Kauzo's neck, and as the drug began feeding into his system, Lance said to him, I had help in deciding, my friend. I asked myself, what would Ender Wiggin, the man who saved humanity from the buggers, what would he have done if suddenly, at the last minute, he had been told, this is no game, this is real? I asked myself, what if at the moment before he killed the boy Stilson or the boy Madrid in his infamous first and second killings, some adult had intervened and ordered him to stop? Would he have done it knowing that the adult did not have the power to protect him later, when his enemy attacked him again? Knowing that it might well be this time or never? If the adults at command school had said to him, we think there's a chance the buggers might not mean to destroy humanity, so don't kill them all, do you think Ender Wiggin would have obeyed? No. He would have done, he always did, exactly what was necessary to obliterate a danger and make sure it did not survive to pose a threat in the future. That is the person I consulted with. That is the person whose wisdom I will follow now. Kauzo did not answer. He just smiled and nodded. Smiled and nodded. Sit down, and do not get up until I order you otherwise. Kauzo sat down. Lance switched the Ansible to relay communications throughout the fleet. The order has been given, and we will proceed. I am launching the MD device immediately, and we will return to relativistic speeds forthwith. May God have mercy on my soul. A moment later, the MD device separated from the Admiral's flagship and continued at just under relativistic speed toward Lusitania. It would take nearly an hour for it to arrive at the proximity that would automatically trigger it. If, for some reason, the proximity detector did not work properly, a timer would set it off just moments before its estimated time of collision. Lanz accelerated his flagship above the threshold that cut it off from the time frame of the rest of the universe. Then he pulled the docility patch from Kauzo's neck and replaced it with the antidote patch. You may arrest me now, sir, for the mutiny that you witnessed. Kauzo shook his head. No, sir, he said. You're not going anywhere, and the fleet is yours to command until we get home. Unless you have some stupid plan to try to escape the war crimes trial that awaits you. No, sir, said Lance. I will bear whatever penalty they impose on me. What I did has saved humankind from destruction, but I am prepared to join the humans and Pequeninos of Lusitania as a necessary sacrifice to achieve that end. Kauzo saluted him, then sat back down on his chair and wept.
15. We're giving you a second chance. When I was a little girl, I used to believe that if I could please the gods well enough, they would go back and do my life over, and this time they would not take my mother away from me. From the God Whispers of Han Jingzhao.
A satellite orbiting Lusitania detected the launch of the MD device and the divergence of its course toward Lusitania as the starship disappeared from the satellite's instruments. The most dreaded event was happening. There had been no attempt to communicate or negotiate. Clearly, the fleet had never intended anything but the obliteration of this world, and with it an entire sentient race. Most people had hoped, and many had expected, that there would be a chance to tell them that the Descolada had been completely tamed and no longer posed a threat to anyone. That it was too late to stop anything anyway, since several dozen new colonies of humans, Pequeninos, and hive queens had already been started on as many different planets. Instead, there was only death, hurtling toward them on a course that gave them no more than an hour to survive, and probably less, since the little doctor would no doubt be detonated some distance from the planet's surface. It was Pequeninos manning all the instruments now, since all but a handful of humans had fled to the starships. So it was that a Pequenino cried out the news over the Ansible to the starship at the Descolada planet. And by chance, it was Firequencher who was at the Ansible terminal to hear his report. He immediately began keening, his high voice liquid with the music of grief. When Miro and his sisters understood what had happened, he went at once to Jane. They launched the little doctor, he said, shaking her gently. He waited only a few moments. Her eyes came open. "I thought we had beaten them," she whispered. "Peter and Wang Mu, I mean. Congress voted to establish a quarantine and specifically denied the fleet the authority to launch the MD device, and yet still they launched." "You look so tired," said Miro. "It takes everything I have," she said, "over and over again. And now I lose them, the mother trees. They're a part of myself, Miro. Remember how you felt when you lost control of your body, when you were crippled and slow? That's what will happen to me when the mother trees are gone." She wept. "Stop it," said Miro. "Stop it right now. Get control of your emotions, Jane. You don't have time for this." At once she freed herself from the straps that held her. "You're right," she said. "It's almost too strong to control sometimes, this body. The little doctor has to be close to a planet for it to have any effect on it. The field dissipates fairly quickly unless it has mass to sustain it. So we have time, Jane. Maybe an hour. Certainly more than half an hour. And in that time, what do you imagine I can do?" "Pick the damn thing up," said Miro. "Push it outside and don't bring it back." "And if it goes off outside?" asked Jane. "If something that destructive is echoed and repeated out there? Besides, I can't pick things up that I haven't had a chance to examine. There's no one near it, no Ansible connected to it, nothing to lead me to find it in the dead of space." "I don't know," said Miro. "Ender would know. Damn that he's dead." "Well, technically speaking," said Jane, "but Peter hasn't found his way into any of his Ender memories, if he has them." "What's to remember?" said Miro. "This has never happened before. It's true that it is Ender's Ayua, but how much of his brilliance was the Ayua, and how much was his body and brain? Remember that the genetic component was strong. He was born in the first place because tests showed the original Peter and Valentine came so close to being the ideal military commander." "Right," said Miro. "And now he's Peter." "Not the real Peter," said Jane. "Look, it's sort of Ender and it's sort of Peter. Can you find him? Can you talk to him?" "When our Ayuas meet, we don't talk. We sort of, dance around each other. It's not like Human and the Hive Queen." "Doesn't he still have the jewel in his ear?" asked Miro, touching his own. "But what can he do? He's hours distant from his starship." "Jane," said Miro, "try."
Peter looked stricken. Wang Mu touched his arm, leaned close to him. "What's wrong?" "I thought we made it," he said, "when Congress voted to revoke the order to use the little doctor." "What do you mean?" said Wang Mu, though she already knew what he meant. "They launched it. The Lusitania fleet disobeyed Congress. Who could have guessed? We have less than an hour before it detonates." Tears leapt to Wang Mu's eyes, and she blinked them away. "At least the Pequeninos and Hive Queens will survive." "But not the network of mother trees," said Peter. "Starflight will end until Jane finds some other way to hold all that information in memory. The brother trees are too stupid. The father trees have egos far too strong to share their capacity with her. They would if they could, but they can't. You think Jane hasn't explored all the possibilities? Faster-than-light flight is over." "Then this is our home," said Wang Mu. "No, it isn't," said Peter. "We're hours away from the starship, Pierre. We'll never get there before it detonates." "What's the starship?" "A box with a light switch and a tight ceiling door. For all we know, we don't even need the box. I'm not staying here, Wang Mu." "You're going back to Lusitania? Now?" "If Jane can take me," he said. "And if she can't, then I guess this body goes back where it came from. Outside." "I'm going with you," said Wang Mu. "I've had 3,000 years of life," said Peter. "I don't actually remember them too well, but you deserve better than to disappear from the universe if Jane can't do this. I'm going with you, said Wang Mu, so shut up. There's no time to waste. I don't even know what I'm going to do when I get there, said Peter. Yes, you do, said Wang Mu. Oh, what is it I'm planning? I have no idea. Well, isn't that a problem? What good is this plan of mine if nobody knows it? I mean that you are who you are, said Wang Mu. You are the same Will, the same tough, resourceful boy who refused to be beaten down by anything they threw at him at battle school or command school. The boy who wouldn't let bullies destroy him, no matter what it took to stop them. Naked, with no weapons except the soap on his body, that's how Ender fought Bonzo Madrid in the bathroom at battle school. You've been doing your research. Peter, said Wang Mu, I don't expect you to be Ender, his personality, his memories, his training, but you are the one who can't be beaten down. You are the one who finds a way to destroy the enemy. Peter shook his head. I'm not him. I'm truly not. You told me back when we first met that you weren't yourself. Well, now you are. The whole of you. One man, intact in this body. Nothing is missing from you now. Nothing has been stolen from you. Nothing is lost. Do you understand? Ender lived his life under the shadow of having caused genocide. Now is the chance to be the opposite, to live the opposite life, to be the one who prevents it. Peter closed his eyes for a moment. Jane, he said, can you take us without a starship? He listened for a moment. She says the real question is, can we hold ourselves together? It's the ship she controls and moves around, plus our Ayuas. Our own bodies are held together by us, not by her. Well, we do that all the time anyway, so it's fine, said Wang Mu. It's not fine, said Peter. Jane says that inside the starship we have visual clues, we have a sense of safety. Without those walls, without the light, in the deep emptiness, we can lose our place. We can forget where we are relative to our own body. We really have to hold on. Does it help if we're so strong-willed, stubborn, ambitious, and selfish that we always overcome everything in our way no matter what? Asked Wang Mu. I think those are pertinent virtues, yes, said Peter. Then let's do it. That's us in spades.
Finding Peter's Ayua was easy for Jane. She had been inside his body. She had followed his Ayua, or chased it, until she knew it without searching. Wang Mu was a different case. Jane didn't know her all that well. The voyages she had taken her on before had been inside a starship whose location Jane already knew. But once she located Ender's Ayua, it turned out to be easier than she thought. For the two of them, Peter and Wang Mu, were philotically twined. There was a tiny web in the making between them. Even without the box around them, Jane could hold on to them, both at once, as if they were one entity. And as she pushed them outside, she could feel how they clung all the more tightly to each other, not just the bodies, but also the invisible links of the deepest self. Outside they went together, and together they came back in. Jane felt a stab of jealousy, just as she had been jealous of Novinia, though without feeling the physical sensation of grief and rage that her body now brought to the emotion. But she knew it was absurd. It was Miro that Jane loved, as a woman loves a man. Ender was her father and her friend, and now he was barely Ender anymore. He was Peter, a man who remembered only the past few months of association with her. They were friends, but she had no claim on his heart. The familiar Aiua of Enderwigan and the Aiua of Siwangmu were even more tightly bound together than ever when Jane set them down on the surface of Lusitania.
They stood in the midst of the starport. The last few hundred humans trying to escape were frantically trying to understand why the starships had stopped flying just when the MD device was launched. "The starships here are all full," said Peter. "But we don't need a starship," said Wang Mu. "Yes, we do," said Peter. "Jane can't pick up the little doctor without one." "Pick it up," said Wang Mu. "Then you do have a plan." "Didn't you say I did?" said Peter. "I can't make a liar out of you." He spoke then to Jane through the jewel. "Are you here again? Can you talk to me through the satellites here on... All right. Good. Jane, I need you to empty one of these starships for me." He paused a moment. "Take the people to a colony world, wait for them to get out, and then bring it back over here by us, away from the crowd." Instantly, one of the starships disappeared from the starport. A cheer arose from the crowd as everyone rushed to get into one of the remaining ships. Peter and Wang Mu waited, knowing that with every minute that it took to unload that starship on the colony world, the little doctor came closer to detonation. Then the wait was over. A boxy starship appeared beside them. Peter had the door open and both of them were inside before any of the other people at the starport even realized what was happening. A cry went up then, but Peter closed and sealed the door. "We're inside," said Wang Mu. "But where are we going?" "Jane is matching the velocity of the little doctor." "I thought she couldn't pick it up without the starship." "She's getting the tracking data from the satellite. She'll predict exactly where it will be at a certain moment, and then push us outside and bring us back in at exactly that point, going exactly that speed." "The little doctor will be inside this ship? With us?" asked Wang Mu. "Stand over here by the wall," he said, "and hold on to me. We're going to be weightless. So far you've managed to visit 4 planets without ever having that experience. Have you ever had that experience before?" Peter laughed, then shook his head. "Not in this body. But I guess at some level I remembered how to handle it because—" At that moment they became weightless, and in the air in front of them, not touching the sides or walls of the starship, was the mammoth missile that carried the little doctor. If its rockets had still been firing, they would have been incinerated. Instead, it was hurtling on at the speed it had already achieved. It seemed to hover in the air because the starship was going exactly the same speed. Peter hooked his feet under a bench bolted to the wall, then reached out his hands and touched the missile. "We need to bring it in contact with the floor," he said. Wang Mu tried to reach for it too, but immediately she came loose from the wall and started drifting. Intense nausea began immediately, as her body desperately searched for some direction that would serve as down. "Think of the device as downward," said Peter urgently. "The device is down. You're falling toward the device." She felt herself reorient. It helped, and as she drifted closer, she was able to take hold of it and cling. She could only watch, grateful simply not to be vomiting, as Peter slowly, gently, pushed the mass of the missile toward the floor. When they touched, the whole ship shuddered, for the mass of the missile was probably greater than the mass of the ship that now surrounded it. "Okay?" Peter asked. "I'm fine," said Wang Mu. Then she realized he had been talking to Jane, and his okay was part of that conversation. "Jane is tracing the thing right now," said Peter. "She does it with the starships, too, before she ever takes them anywhere. It used to be analytical by computer. Now her Aiua sort of tours the inner structure of the thing. She couldn't do it till it was in solid contact with something she knew, the starship, us. When she gets a sense of the inner shape of a thing, she can hold it together outside. "We're just going to take it there and leave it?" asked Wang Mu. "No," said Peter. "It would either hold together and detonate, or it would break apart, and either way, who knows what the damage would be out there. How many little copies of it would wink into existence?" "None at all," said Wang Mu. "It takes an intelligence to make something new." "What do you think this thing is made of? Just like every bit of your body, just like every rock and tree and cloud, it's all Ayuas. And there'll be other unconnected Ayuas out there desperate to belong, to imitate, to grow. No, this thing is evil, and we're not taking it out there." "Where are we taking it?" "Home to meet its sender," said Peter.
Admiral Lanz stood glumly alone on the bridge of his flagship. He knew that Kauzo would have spread the word by now. The launch of the little doctor had been illegal, mutinous. The old man would be court-martialed or worse when they got back to civilization. No one spoke to him. No one dared to look at him. And Lanz knew that he would have to relieve himself of command and turn the ship over to Kauzo as his XO, and the fleet to his second-in-command, Admiral Fukuda. Kauzo's gesture in not arresting him immediately was kind, but it was also useless. Knowing the truth of his disobedience, it would be impossible for the men and officers to follow him, and unfair to ask it of them. Lanz turned to give the order, only to find his XO already heading toward him. "Sir," said Kauzo. "I know," said Lanz. "I relieve myself of command." "No, sir," said Kauzo. "Come with me, sir." "What do you plan to do?" asked Lanz. "The cargo officer has reported something in the main hold of the ship." "What is it?" asked Lanz. Kauzo just looked at him. Lanz nodded, and they walked together from the bridge. Jane had taken the box of the starship, not into the weapons bay of the flagship, for that could hold only the little doctor, not the box around it, but rather into the main hold, which was much more copious, and which also lacked any practical means of relaunching the weapon. Peter and Wang Mu stepped out of the starship and into the hold. Then Jane took away the starship, leaving Peter, Wang Mu, and the little doctor behind. Back on Lusitania, the starship would reappear, but no one would get into it. No one needed to. The MD device was no longer heading for Lusitania. Now it was in the hold of the flagship of the Lusitania fleet, traveling at a relativistic speed toward oblivion. The proximity sensor on the little doctor would not be triggered, of course, since it was nowhere near an object of planetary mass, but the timer was still chugging away. "I hope they notice us soon," said Wang Mu. "Oh, don't worry. We have whole minutes left." "Has anyone seen us yet?" "There was a fellow in that office," said Peter, pointing toward an open door. "He saw the starship, then he saw us, then he saw the little doctor. Now he's gone. I don't think we'll be alone much longer." A door high up the front wall of the hold opened. 3 men stepped onto the balcony that overlooked the hold on 3 sides. "Hi," said Peter. "Who the hell are you?" asked the one with the most ribbons and trim on his uniform. "I'm betting you're Admiral Bobby Lanz," said Peter. "And you must be the executive officer, Kauzo. And you must be the cargo officer, Lung." "I said, who the hell are you?" demanded Admiral Lanz. "I don't think your priorities are straight," said Peter. "I think there'll be plenty of time for us to discuss my identity after you deactivate the timer on this weapon that you so carelessly tossed out into space, perilously close to a settled planet. If you think you can—" But the Admiral didn't finish his sentence because the XO was diving over the rail and jumping down to the deck of the cargo hold, where he immediately began twisting the finger bolts that held the casing over the timer. "Kauzo," said Lanz, "that can't be the—" "It's the little doctor, all right, sir," said Kauzo. "We launched it!" shouted the Admiral. "But that must have been a mistake," said Peter. an oversight, because Starways Congress revoked your authorization to launch it. Who are you, and how did you get here?" Kauzo stood up, sweat dripping off his brow. "Sir, I am pleased to report that with more than 2 minutes leeway, I have managed to prevent our ship from being blown into its constituent atoms." "I'm glad to see that you didn't have any nonsense about requiring 2 separate keys and a secret combination to get that thing switched off," said Peter. "No, it was designed to make turning it off pretty easy," said Kauzo. "There are directions on how to do it all over this thing. Now, turning it on, that's hard." "But somehow you managed to do it," said Peter. "Where's your vehicle?" said the Admiral. He was climbing down a ladder to the deck. "How did you get here?" "We came in a nice box, which we discarded when it was no longer needed," said Peter. "Haven't you gathered yet that we did not come to be interrogated by you?" "Arrest these 2, Lands ordered. Kauzo looked at the Admiral as if he were crazy. But the cargo officer, who had followed the Admiral down the ladder, moved to obey, taking a couple of steps toward Peter and Wang Mu. Instantly, they disappeared, and reappeared up on the balcony where the 3 officers had come in. Of course, it took a moment or 2 for the officers to find them. The cargo officer was merely baffled. "Sir," he said, "they were right here a second ago." Kauzo, on the other hand, had already decided that something unusual was going on for which there was no appropriate military response, so he was responding according to another pattern. He crossed himself and began murmuring a prayer. Lands, however, took a few steps backward until he bumped into the little doctor. He clung to it, then suddenly pulled his hands away from it with loathing, perhaps even with pain, as if the surface of it had suddenly become scorching hot to his hands. "Oh, God," he said. "I tried to do what Ender Wiggin would have done." Wang Mu couldn't help it. She laughed aloud. "That's odd," said Peter. "I was trying to do exactly the same thing." "Oh, God," said Lands again. "Admiral Lands," said Peter, "I have a suggestion. Instead of spending a couple of months of real time trying to turn this ship around and launch this thing illegally again, and instead of trying to establish a useless, demoralizing quarantine around Lusitania, why don't you just head on back to one of the 100 worlds? Trondheim is close, and in the meantime, make a report to Starways Congress. I even have some ideas about what the report might say, if you want to hear them." In answer, Lands took out a laser pistol and pointed it at Peter. Immediately, Peter and Wang Mu disappeared from where they were and reappeared behind Lands. Peter reached out and deftly disarmed the Admiral, unfortunately breaking 2 of his fingers in the process. "Sorry, I'm out of practice," said Peter. "I haven't had to use my martial arts skills in, thousands of years." Lands sank to his knees, nursing his injured hand. "Peter," Wang Mu said, "can we stop having Jane move us around like that? It's really disorienting." Peter winked at her. "Want to hear my ideas about your report?" Peter asked the Admiral. Lands nodded. "Me too," said Kauzo, who clearly foresaw that he would be commanding this ship for some time. "I think you need to use your Ansible to report that due to a malfunction, it was reported that a launch of the Little Doctor took place, but in fact the launch was aborted in time, and to prevent further mishap, you had the MD device moved to the main hold, where you disarmed and disabled it. You get the part about disabling it?" Peter asked Kauzo. Kauzo nodded. "I'll do it at once, sir." He turned to the cargo officer. "Get me a toolkit." While the cargo officer went to pull a kit out of the storage bin on the wall, Peter continued. "Then you can report that you entered into contact with a native of Lusitania, that's me, who was able to satisfy you that the Descolata virus was completely under control and that it no longer poses a threat to anybody." "And how do I know that?" said Lands. "Because I carry what's left of the virus, and if it weren't utterly killed, you would catch the Descolata and die of it in a couple of days. Now, in addition to certifying that Lusitania poses no threat, your report should also state that the rebellion of Lusitania was no more than a misunderstanding, and that far from there being any human interference in the Pequenino culture, the Pequeninos exercised their free rights as sentient beings on their own planet to acquire information and technology from friendly visiting aliens, namely the human colony of Milagre. Since that time, many of the Pequeninos have become very adept at much human science and technology, and at some reasonable time in the future they will send ambassadors to Starways Congress and hope that Congress will return the courtesy. Are you getting this? Lanz nodded. Kauzo, working on taking apart the firing mechanism of the little doctor, grunted his assent. You may also report that the Pequeninos have entered into alliance with yet another alien race, which, contrary to various premature reports, was not completely extinguished in the notorious xenocide of Ender Wiggin. One cocooned hive queen survived, she being the source of all the information contained in the famous book The Hive Queen, whose accuracy is now proved to be unassailable. The Hive Queen of Lusitania, however, does not wish to exchange ambassadors with Starways Congress at the present time, and prefers instead that her interests be represented by the Pequeninos. There are still buggers? Asked Lanz. Ender Wiggin did not, technically speaking, commit xenocide after all. So, if your launch of this missile here hadn't been aborted, you would have been the cause of the first xenocide, not the second one. And as it stands right now, however, there has never been a xenocide, though not for lack of trying both times, I must admit. Tears coursed down Lanz's face. I didn't want to do it. I thought it was the right thing. I thought I had to do it to save. Let's say you take that up with the ship's therapist at some later time, said Peter. We still have one more point to address. We have a technology of starflight that I think the 100 Worlds would like to have. You've already seen the demonstration of it. Usually, though, we prefer to do it inside our rather unstylish and boxy-looking starships. Still, it's a pretty good method, and it lets us visit other worlds without losing even a second of our lives. I know that those who hold the keys to our method of starflight would be delighted over the next few months to instantaneously transport all relativistic starships currently in flight to their destinations. But there's a price for it, said Kauzo, nodding. Well, let's just say that there's a precondition, said Peter. A key element of our instantaneous starflight includes a computer program that Starways Congress recently tried to kill. We found a substitute method, but it's not wholly adequate or satisfactory. And I think I can safely say that Starways Congress will never have the use of instantaneous starflight until all the Ansibles in the 100 Worlds are reconnected to all the computer networks on every world, without delays, and without those pesky little snoop programs that keep yipping away like ineffectual little dogs. I don't have any authority to... Admiral Lanz, I didn't ask you to decide. I merely suggested the contents of the message you might want to send by Ansible to Starways Congress immediately. Lanz looked away. I don't feel well, he said. I think I'm incapacitated. Executive Officer Kauzo, in front of Cargo Officer Lung, I hereby transfer command of this ship to you and order you to notify Admiral Fukuda that he is now commander of this fleet. Won't work, said Peter. The message I've described has to come from you. Fukuda isn't here, and I don't intend to go repeat all of this to him. So you will make the report. And you will retain command of fleet and ship, and you will not weasel out of your responsibility. You made a hard choice a while back. You chose wrong, but at least you chose with courage and determination. Show the same courage now, Admiral. We haven't punished you here today, except for my unfortunate clumsiness with your fingers, for which I really am sorry. We're giving you a second chance. Take it, Admiral. Lanz looked at Peter, and tears began to flow down his cheeks. Why did you give me a second chance? Because that's what Ender always wanted, said Peter. And maybe by giving you a second chance, he'll get one too. Wang Mu took Peter's hand and squeezed it. Then they disappeared from the cargo hold of the flagship and reappeared inside the control room of a shuttle orbiting the planet of the Descoladores.
Wang Mu looked around at a room full of strangers. Unlike Admiral Lanz's starship, this craft had no artificial gravity, but by holding on to Peter's hand, Wang Mu kept from either fainting or throwing up. She had no idea who any of these people were, but she did know that Fire Quencher had to be a Pequenino, and the nameless worker at one of the computer terminals was a creature of the kind once hated and feared as the merciless buggers. "Hi, Ella, Quara, Miro," said Peter. "This is Wang Mu." Wang Mu would have been terrified, except that the others were so obviously terrified to see them. Miro was the first to recover enough to speak. "Didn't you forget your spaceship?" he asked. Wang Mu laughed. "Hi, Royal Mother of the West," said Miro, using the name of Wang Mu's ancestor of the heart, a god worshipped on the world of Path. "I've heard all about you from Jane," Miro added. A woman drifted in through a corridor at one end of the control room. "Val?" said Peter. "No," answered the woman. "I'm Jane." "Jane," whispered Wang Mu. "Malu's god." "Malu's friend," said Jane. "As I am your friend, Wang Mu." She reached Peter and, taking him by both hands, looked him in the eye. "And your friend too, Peter, as I've always been your friend."
16. How do you know they aren't quivering in terror? O gods, you are unjust. My mother and father deserve to have a better child than me. From the God Whispers of Han Jingjiao.
"You had the little doctor in your possession and you gave it back?" asked Quara, sounding incredulous. Everyone, Miru included, assumed she meant that she didn't trust the fleet not to use it. "It was dismantled in front of my eyes," said Peter. "Well, can it be mantled again?" she asked. Wang Mu tried to explain. "Admiral Lanz isn't going to be able to go down that road now. We wouldn't have left things unsettled. Lusitania is safe." "She's not talking about Lusitania," said Ella coldly. "She's talking about here, the Descolada planet." "Am I the only person who thought of it?" asked Quara. "Tell the truth. It would solve all our worries about follow-up probes, about new outbreaks of even worse versions of the Descolada." "You're thinking of blowing up a world populated by a sentient race?" asked Wang Mu. "Not right now," said Quara, sounding as if Wang Mu were the stupidest person she had ever wasted time talking to. "If we determine that they're, what Valentine called them, Varelsa, unable to be reasoned with, impossible to coexist with." "So what you're saying," said Wang Mu, "is that—" "I'm saying what I said," Quara answered. Wang Mu went on. "What you're saying is that Admiral Lanz wasn't wrong in principle. He simply was wrong about the facts of the particular case. If the Descolada had still been a threat on Lusitania, then it's his duty to blow up the planet. What are the lives of the people of one planet compared to all sentient life?" asked Quara. "Is this," said Miro, "the same Quara Hibera who tried to keep us from wiping out the Descolada virus because it might be sentient?" He sounded amused. "I've thought a lot about that since then," said Quara. "I was being childish and sentimental. Life is precious. Sentient life is more precious. But when one sentient group threatens the survival of another, then the threatened group has the right to protect themselves. Isn't that what Ender did? Over and over again? Quara looked from one to another, triumphant. Peter nodded. Yes, he said. That's what Ender did. In a game, said Wang Mu. In his fight with two boys who threatened his life, he made sure they could never threaten him again. That's how war is fought, in case any of you have foolish ideas to the contrary. You don't fight with minimum force. You fight with maximum force at endurable cost. You don't just pink your enemy. You don't even bloody him. You destroy his capability to fight back. It's the strategy you use with diseases. You don't try to find a drug that kills 99% of the bacteria or viruses. If you do that, all you've accomplished is to create a new drug-resistant strain. You have to kill 100%. Wang Mu tried to think of an argument against this. Is disease really a valid analogy? What is your analogy? Answered Peter. A wrestling match? Fight to wear down your opponent's resistance? That's fine, if your opponent is playing by the same rules. But if you stand there ready to wrestle and he pulls out a knife or a gun, what then? Or is it a tennis match? Keep score until your opponent sets off the bomb under your feet. There aren't any rules in war. But is this war? Asked Wang Mu. As Quara said, Peter answered, if we find out there's no dealing with them, then yes, it's a war. What they did to Lusitania, to the defenseless Pequeninos, was devastating, soulless, total war without regard to the rights of the other side. That's our enemy, unless we can bring them to understand the consequences of what they did. Isn't that what you were saying, Quara? Perfectly, said Quara. Wang Mu knew there was something wrong with this reasoning, but she couldn't lay a finger on it. Peter, if you really believe this, why didn't you keep the little doctor? Because, said Peter, we might be wrong, and the danger is not imminent. Quara clicked her tongue in disdain. You weren't here, Peter. You didn't see what they were throwing at us. A newly engineered and specially tailored virus to make us sit as still as idiots while they came and took over our ship. And they sent this how? In a nice envelope? Said Peter. They sent an infected puppy, knowing you couldn't resist picking it up and hugging it. They broadcast the code, said Quara. But they expected us to interpret it by making the molecule, and then it would have its effect. No, said Peter, you speculated that that's how their language works, and then you started to act as if your speculation were true. And somehow you know that it's not, said Quara. I don't know anything about it, said Peter. That's my point. We just don't know. We can't know. Now, if we saw them launching probes, or if they started trying to blast this ship out of the sky, we'd have to start taking action. Like sending ships after the probes and carefully studying the viruses they were sending out. Or if they attacked this ship, we'd take evasive action and analyze their weapons and tactics. That's fine now, said Quara. Now that Jane's safe and the mother trees are intact, so she can handle those starflight things she does. Now we can catch up with probes and dance out of the way of missiles or whatever. But what about before, when we were helpless here? When we had only a few weeks to live, or so we thought. Back then, said Peter, you didn't have the little doctor either, so you couldn't have blown up their planet. We didn't get our hands on the MD device until after Jane's power of flight was restored. And with that power, it was no longer necessary to destroy the Descolada planet until and unless it posed a danger too great to be resisted any other way. Quara laughed. What is this? I thought Peter was supposed to be the nasty side of Ender's personality, Turns out you're the sweetness and light." Peter smiled. "There are times when you have to defend yourself or someone else against relentless evil, and some of those times the only defense that has any hope of succeeding is a one-time use of brutal, devastating force. At such times, good people act brutally. We couldn't be engaging in a bit of self-justification, could we?" asked Quorra. "You're Ender's successor. Therefore you find it convenient to believe that those boys Ender killed were the exceptions to your niceness rule. I justify Ender by his ignorance and helplessness. We aren't helpless. Starways Congress and the Lusitania Fleet were not helpless. And they chose to act before alleviating their ignorance. Ender chose to use the little doctor while he was ignorant. No, Quorra. The adults who commanded him used it. They could have intercepted and blocked his decision. There was plenty of time for them to use the overrides. Ender thought he was playing a game. He thought that by using the little doctor in the simulation, he would prove himself unreliable, disobedient, or even too brutal to trust with command. He was trying to get himself kicked out of command school. That's all. He was doing the necessary thing to get them to stop torturing him. The adults were the ones who decided simply to unleash their most powerful weapon, Ender Wiggin. No more effort to talk with the buggers, to communicate, not even at the end when they knew that Ender was going to destroy the buggers' home planet. They had decided to go for the kill no matter what. Like Admiral Lands. Like you, Quorra. I said I'd wait until we found out. Good, said Peter. Then we don't disagree. But we should have the little doctor here. The little doctor shouldn't exist at all, said Peter. It was never necessary, it was never appropriate, because the cost of it is too high. Cost? Hooted Quorra. It's cheaper than the old nuclear weapons. It's taken us 3,000 years to get over the destruction of the Hive Queen's home planet. That's the cost. If we use the little doctor, then we're the sort of people who wipe out other species. Admiral Lands was just like the men who were using Ender Wiggin. Their minds were made up. This was the danger. This was the evil. This had to be destroyed. They thought they meant well. They were saving the human race. But they weren't. There were a lot of different motives involved, but along with deciding to use the weapon, they also decided not to attempt to communicate with the enemy. Where was the demonstration of the little doctor on a nearby moon? Where was Lanza's attempt to verify that the situation on Lusitania had not changed? And you, Quorra, what methodology exactly were you planning to use to determine whether the Descoladores were too evil to be allowed to live? At what point do you know they are an unbearable danger to all other sentient species? Turn it around, Peter, said Quorra. At what point do you know they're not? We have better weapons than the little doctor. Ella once designed a molecule to block the Descolada's efforts to cause harm without destroying its ability to help the flora and fauna of Lusitania to pass through their transformations. Who's to say that we can't do the same thing for every nasty little plague they send at us until they give up? Who's to say that they aren't already trying desperately to communicate with us? How do you know that the molecule they sent wasn't an attempt to make us happy with them the only way they knew how, by sending us a molecule that would take away our anger? How do you know they aren't already quivering in terror down on that planet because we have a ship that can disappear and reappear anywhere else? Are we trying to talk to them? Peter looked around at all of them. Don't you understand, any of you? There's only one species that we know of that has deliberately, consciously, knowingly tried to destroy another sentient species without any serious attempt at communication or warning. We're the ones. The first xenocide failed because the victims of the attack managed to conceal exactly one pregnant female. The second time it failed for a better reason, because some members of the human species determined to stop it. Not just some, many. Congress, a big corporation, a philosopher on Divine Wind, a Samoan divine with his fellow believers on Pacifica, Wang Mu and I, Jane, and Admiral Lanza's own officers and men when they finally understood the situation. We're getting better, don't you see? But the fact remains, we humans are the sentient species that has shown the most tendency to deliberately refuse to communicate with other species and instead destroy them utterly. Maybe the Descoladores are Varelsa, and maybe they're not. But I'm a lot more frightened at the thought that we are Varelsa. That's the cost of using the little doctor when it isn't needed and never will be, given the other tools in our kit. If we choose to use the MD device, then we are not Raman. We can never be trusted. We are the species that would deserve to die for the safety of all other sentient life. Quara shook her head, but the smugness was gone. Sounds to me like somebody is still trying to earn forgiveness for his own crimes. That was Ender, said Peter. He spent his life trying to turn himself and everyone else into Raman. I look around me in this ship. I think of what I've seen, the people I've known in the past few months, and I think that the human race isn't doing too badly. We're moving in the right direction. A few throwbacks now and then, a bit of blustery talk, but by and large, we're coming closer to being worthy to associate with the Hive Queens and the Pequeninos. And if the Descoladores are perhaps a bit farther from being Raman than we are, that doesn't mean we have a right to destroy them. It means we have all the more reason to be patient with them and try to nurse them along. How many years has it taken us to get here from marking the sites of battles with piles of human skulls? Thousands of years. And all the time, we had teachers trying to get us to change, pointing the way. Bit by bit we learned. Let's teach them, if they don't already know more than we do. It could take years just to learn their language, said Ella. Transportation is cheap now, said Peter. No offense intended, Jane. We can keep teams shuttling back and forth for a long time without undue hardship to anyone. We can keep a fleet watching this planet, with Pequeninos and hive workers alongside the human researchers. For centuries, for millennia, there's no hurry. I think that's dangerous, said Quara. And I think you have the same instinctive desire that we all have, the one that gets us in so damn much trouble all the time, said Peter. You know that you're going to die, and you want to see it all resolved before you do. I'm not old yet, Quara said. Miro spoke up. He's right, Quara. Ever since Marquand died, you've had death looming over you. Think about it, everybody. Humans are the short-lived species. Hive queens think they live forever. Pequeninos have the hope of many centuries in the third life. We're the ones who are in a hurry all the time. We're the ones who are determined to make decisions without getting enough information, because we want to act now, while we still have time. So that's it, said Quara. That's your decision? Let this grave threat to all life continue to sit here, hatching their plans, while we watch and watch from the sky? Not we, said Peter. No, that's right, said Quara. You're not part of this project. Yes, I am, said Peter. But you're not. You're going back down to Lusitania, and Jane will never bring you back here. Not until you've spent years proving that you've got your personal bugbears under control. You arrogant son of a bitch! Quorra cried. Everybody here knows that I'm right, said Peter. You're like Lanz. You're too ready to make devastatingly far-fetched decisions and then refuse to let any argument change your mind. There are plenty of people like you, Quorra, but we can never let any of them anywhere near this planet until we know more. The day may come when all the sentient species reach the conclusion that the Descoladores are in fact Varelsa who must be destroyed. But I seriously doubt any of us here, with the exception of Jane, will be alive when that day comes. What? You think I'll live forever? Said Jane. You'd better, said Peter. Unless you and Miro can figure out how to have children who can launch starships when they grow up. Peter turned to Jane. Can you take us home now? Even as we speak, said Jane. They opened the door. They left the ship. They stepped onto the surface of a world that was not going to be destroyed, after all. All except Quorra. Isn't Quorra coming with us? Asked Wang Mu. Maybe she needs to be alone for a while, said Peter. You go on ahead, said Wang Mu. You think you can deal with her? I think I can try. He kissed her. I was hard on her. Tell her I'm sorry. Maybe later you can tell her yourself, said Wang Mu. She went back inside the starship. Quorra still sat facing her terminal. The last data she had been looking at before Peter and Wang Mu arrived in the starship still hung in the air over her terminal. Quorra, said Wang Mu. Go away. The husky sound of her voice was ample evidence that she had been crying. Everything Peter said was true, said Wang Mu. Is that what you came to say? Rub salt in the wound? Except that he gave the human race too much credit for a slight improvement. Quorra snorted. It was almost a yes. Because it seems to me that he and everyone else here had already decided you were Varelsa, to be banished without hope of parole, without understanding you first. Oh, they understand me, said Quorra. Little girl, devastated by loss of brutal father, whom she nevertheless loved, still searching for father figure, still responding to everyone else with the mindless rage she saw her father show. You think I don't know what they've decided? They've got you pegged, which is not true of me. I might have suggested that the little doctor ought to be kept around in case it was necessary, but I never said just to use it without any further attempt at communication. Peter just treated me as if I was that admiral all over again. I know, said Wang Mu. Yeah, right. I'm sure you're so sympathetic with me, and you know he's wrong. Come on. Jane told us already that the two of you are, what was the bullshit phrase, in love. I wasn't proud of what Peter did to you. It was a mistake. He makes them. He hurts my feelings sometimes, too. So do you. You did just now. I don't know why, but sometimes I hurt other people, too. And sometimes I do terrible things because I'm so sure that I'm right. We're all like that. We all have a little bit of Varelsa in us, and a little bit of Raman. Isn't that the sweetest little, well-balanced, undergraduate-level philosophy of life? Said Quorra. It's the best I could come up with, said Wang Mu. I'm not educated like you. And is that the make-her-feel-guilty technique? Tell me, Quorra, if you're not really acting out your father's role, or trying to call him back, or whatever the analysis was. Why are you so angry at everybody all the time? Quara finally swiveled in her chair and looked Wang Mu in the face. Yes, she had been crying. You really want to know why I'm so filled with irrational fury all the time? The taunting hadn't left her voice. You really want to play shrink with me? Well, try this one. What has me so completely pissed off is that all through my childhood, my older brother King was secretly molesting me. And now he's a martyr, and they're going to make him a saint, and nobody will ever know how evil he was, and the terrible, terrible things he did to me. Wang Mu stood there horrified. Peter had told her about King, how he died, the kind of man he was. Oh, Quara, she said, I'm so sorry. A look of complete disgust passed across Quara's face. You are so stupid. King never touched me, you stupid, meddlesome little do-gooder. But you're so eager to get some cheap explanation about why I'm such a bitch that you'll believe any story that sounds halfway plausible. And right now you're probably still wondering whether maybe my confession was true, and I'm only denying it because I'm afraid of the repercussions or some dumb merda like that. Get this straight, girl. You do not know me. You will never know me. I don't want you to know me. I don't want any friends. And if I did want friends, I would not want Peter's pet bimbo to do the honors. Can I possibly make myself clearer? In her life, Wang Mu had been beaten by experts and vilified by champions. Quara was damn good at it by any standards, but not so good that Wang Mu couldn't bear it without flinching. I notice, though, said Wang Mu, that after your vile slander against the noblest member of your family, you couldn't stand to leave me believing that it was true. So you do have loyalty to someone, even if he's dead. You just don't take a hint, do you? Said Quara. And I notice that you still keep talking to me, even though you despise me and try to offend me. If you were a fish, you'd be a remora. You just clamp on and suck for dear life, don't you? Because at any point, you could just walk out of here, and you wouldn't have to hear my pathetic attempts at making friends with you, said Wang Mu. But you don't go. You are unbelievable, said Quara. She unstrapped herself from the chair, got up, and went out the open door. Wang Mu watched her go. Peter was right. Humans were still the most alien of alien species. Still the most dangerous, the most unreasonable, the least predictable. Even so, Wang Mu dared to make a couple of predictions to herself. First, she was confident that the research team would someday establish communications with the Descoladores. The second prediction was more iffy, more like a hope, maybe even just a wish, that someday Quara would tell Wang Mu the truth, that someday the hidden wound that Quara bore would be healed, that someday they might be friends. But not today. There was no hurry. Wang Mu would try to help Quara because she was so obviously in need, and because the people who had been around her for the longest were clearly too sick of her to help. But helping Quara was not the only thing, or even the most important thing she had to accomplish. Marrying Peter and starting a life with him, that was a much higher priority. And getting something to eat, a drink of water, and a place to pee, those were the highest priorities of all at this precise moment in her life. I guess that means I'm human, thought Wang Mu. Not a god. Maybe just a beast, after all. Part ramen, part Varelsa. But more ramen than Varelsa, at least on her good days. Peter, too, just like her. Both of them part of the same flawed species, determined to join together to make a couple of more members of that species. Peter and I together will call forth some Ayua to come in from outside and take control of a tiny body that our bodies have made. And we'll see that child be Varelsa on some days and ramen on others. On some days we'll be good parents, and some days we'll be wretched failures. Some days we'll be desperately sad, and some days we'll be so happy we can hardly contain it. I can live with that.
17. The road goes on without him now. I once heard a tale of a man who split himself in two. The one part never changed at all. The other grew and grew. The changeless part was always true. The growing part was always new. And I wondered, when the tale was through, which part was me, and which was you. From the God Whispers of Han Jingzhao.
Valentine arose on the morning of Ender's funeral, full of bleak reflection. She had come here to this world of Lusitania in order to be with him again and help him in his work. It had hurt Yacht, she knew, that she wanted so badly to be part of Ender's life again. Yet her husband had given up the world of his childhood to come with her. So much sacrifice. And now Ender was gone. Gone and not gone. Sleeping in her house was the man that she knew had Ender's Ayua in him. Ender's Ayua and the face of her brother Peter. Somewhere inside him were Ender's memories, but he hadn't touched them yet, except unconsciously from time to time. Indeed, he was virtually hiding in her house in order not to rekindle those memories. What if I see Novinia? He loved her, didn't he? Peter had asked almost as soon as he arrived. He felt this awful sense of responsibility to her. And in a sense, I worry that I'm somehow married to her. Interesting question of identity, isn't it? Valentine had answered. But it wasn't just an interesting question to Peter. He was terrified of getting caught up in Ender's life. Afraid, too, of living a life racked with guilt as Ender's had been. Abandonment of family, he had said, to which Valentine had replied, the man who married Novinia died. We watched him die. She isn't looking for some young husband who doesn't want her, Peter. Her life is full of grief enough without that. Marry Wang Mu. Leave this place. Go on. Be a new self. Be Ender's true son. Have the life he might have had if the demands of others hadn't tainted it from the start. Whether he fully accepted her advice or not, Valentine couldn't guess. He remained hidden in the house, avoiding even those visitors who might trigger memories. Ollado came, and Grego, and Ella, each in turn, to express their condolences to Valentine on the death of her brother. But Peter never came into the room. Wang Mu did, however, this sweet young girl, who nevertheless had a kind of steel in her that Valentine quite liked. Wang Mu played the gracious friend of the bereaved, keeping the conversation going, as each of these children of Ender's wife talked about how Ender had saved their family, blessed their lives when they had thought themselves beyond the reach of all blessing. And in the corner of the room, Plicht sat, absorbing, listening, fueling the speech that she had lived her whole life for. Oh, Ender, the jackals have gnawed at your life for 3,000 years, and now your friends will have their turn. In the end, will the tooth marks on your bones be all that different? Today all would come to a close. Others might divide time differently, but to Valentine, the age of Ender Wiggin had come to a close. The age that began with one xenocide attempted had now ended with other xenocides prevented, or at least postponed. Human beings might now be able to live with other peoples in peace, working out a shared destiny on dozens of colony worlds. Valentine would write the history of this, as she had written a history on every world that she and Ender had visited together. She would write, not a kind of oracle or scripture, the way Ender had done with his 3 books, The Hive Queen, The Hegemon, and The Life of Human. Rather, her book would be scholarly, with sources cited. She aspired to be not Paul or Moses, but Thucydides. Though she wrote all under the name of Demosthenes, her legacy from those childhood days when she and Peter, the first Peter, the dark and dangerous and magnificent Peter, had used their words to change the world. Demosthenes would publish a book chronicling the history of human involvement on Lusitania, and in that book would be much about Ender. How he brought the cocoon of the Hive Queen here, how he became a part of the family most pivotal in dealings with the Pequeninos. But it would not be a book about Ender. It would be a book about Utlanning and Framling, Raman and Varelsa. Ender, who was a stranger in every land, belonging nowhere, serving everywhere, until he chose this world as his home, not just because there was a family that needed him, but also because in this place he did not have to be entirely a member of the human race. He could belong to the tribe of the Pequenino, to the hive of the Queen. He could be part of something larger than mere humanity. And though there was no child with Ender's name as father on its birth certificate, he had become a father here. Of Novinia's children, of Novinia herself in a way, of a young copy of Valentine herself, of Jane, the first spawn of a mating between races, who now was a bright and beautiful creature who lived in mother trees, in digital webs, in the phallotic twinings of the Ansibles, and in a body that had once been Ender's, and which, in a way, had once been Valentine's, for she remembered looking into mirrors and seeing that face and calling it herself. And he was father of this new man, Peter, the strong and whole man. For he was not the Peter who had first come out of the starship. He was not the cynical, nasty, barbed young boy who strutted with arrogance and seethed with rage. He had become whole. There was the cool of ancient wisdom in him, even as he burned with the hot, sweet fire of youth. He had a woman who was his equal in wit and virtue and vigor by his side. He had a normal lifetime of a man before him. Ender's truest son would make of this life, if not something as profoundly world-changing as Ender's life had been, then something happier. Ender would have wanted neither more nor less for him. Changing the world is good for those who want their names in books, but being happy, that is for those who write their names in the lives of others, and hold the hearts of others as the treasure most dear. Valentine and Yacht and their children gathered on the porch of their house. Wang Mu was waiting there alone. "Will you take me with you?" asked the girl. Valentine offered her an arm. What is the name of her relationship to me? Niece-in-law to be? Friend would be a better word. Plicht's speaking of Ender's death was eloquent and piercing. She had learned well from the master speaker. She wasted no time on inconsequentials. She spoke at once of his great crime, explaining what Ender thought he was doing at the time, and what he thought of it after he knew each layer of truth that was revealed to him. "That was Ender's life," said Plicht, "unpeeling the onion of truth. Only unlike most of us, he knew that there was no golden kernel inside. There were only the layers of illusion and misunderstanding. What mattered was to know all the errors, all the self-serving explanations, all the mistakes, all the twisted observations, and then not to find, but to make a kernel of truth, to light a candle of truth where there was no truth to be found. That was Ender's gift to us, to free us from the illusion that any one explanation will ever contain the final answer for all time, for all hearers. There is always, always more to learn." Plicht went on then, recounting incidents and memories, anecdotes and pithy sayings. The gathered people laughed and cried, and laughed again, and fell silent many times to connect these stories with their own lives. "How like Ender I am," they sometimes thought, and then, "Thank God my life is not like that." Valentine, though, knew stories that would not be told here because Plicht did not know them, or at least could not see them through the eyes of memory. They weren't important stories. They revealed no inner truth. They were the flotsam and jetsam of shared years together. Conversations, quarrels, funny and tender moments on dozens of worlds or on the starships in between. And at the root of them all, the memories of childhood. The baby in Valentine's mother's arms, father tossing him into the air, his early words, his babbling. None of that goo-goo stuff for baby Ender. He needed more syllables to speak. Deedle-deedle, wagada-wagada. Why am I remembering his baby talk? The sweet-faced baby, eager for life, baby tears from the pain of falling down, laughter at the simplest things, laughter because of a song, because of seeing a beloved face, because life was pure and good for him then, and nothing had caused him pain. He was surrounded by love and hope. The hands that touched him were strong and tender. He could trust them all. "Oh, Ender," thought Valentine, "how I wish you could have kept on living such a life of joy." But no one can. Language comes to us, and with it lies and threats, cruelty and disappointment. You walk, and those steps lead you outside the shelter of your home. To keep the joy of childhood, you would have to die as a child, or live as one, never becoming a man, never growing. So I can grieve for the lost child, and yet not regret the good man braced with pain and riven with guilt, who yet was kind to me and to many others, and whom I loved, and whom I also almost knew. Almost knew. Valentine let her tears of memory flow as Plicht's words washed over her, touching her now and then, but also not touching her, because she knew far more about Ender than anyone here, and had lost more by losing him. Even more than Novinia, who sat near the front, her children gathered near her. Valentine watched as Miro put his arm around his mother, even as he held to Jane on the other side of him, Valentine noticed also how Ella clung to and one time kissed Oljado's hand, and how Grego, weeping, leaned his head into stern Quara's shoulder, and how Quara reached out her arm to hold him close and comfort him. They loved Ender too, and knew him too, but in their grief they leaned upon each other, a family that had strength to share because Ender had been part of them and healed them, or at least opened up the door of healing. Novinia would survive, and perhaps grow past her anger at the cruel tricks life had played on her. Losing Ender was not the worst thing that happened to her. In some ways it was the best, because she had let him go. Valentine looked at the Pequeninos, who sat, some of them among the humans, some of them apart. To them this was a doubly holy place, where Ender's few remains were to be buried, between the trees of Rooter and of Human, where Ender had shed a Pequenino's blood to seal the pact between the species. There were many friends among the Pequeninos and Humans now, though many fears and enmities remained as well, but the bridges had been built, in no small part because of Ender's book, which gave the Pequeninos hope that some human, some day, would understand them, hope that sustained them until, with Ender, it became the truth. And one expressionless hive worker sat at a remote distance, neither human nor Pequenino near her. She was nothing but a pair of eyes there. If the hive queen grieved for Ender, she kept it to herself. She would always be mysterious, but Ender had loved her too. For 3,000 years he had been her only friend, her protector. In a sense, Ender could count her among his children too, among the adopted children who thrived under his protection. In only 3/4 of an hour, Pleat was done. She ended simply. Even though Ender's Ayua lives on, as all Ayuas live on, undying, the man we knew is gone from us. His body is gone, and whatever parts of his life and works we take with us, they aren't him any longer. They are ourselves. They are the Ender within us, just as we also have other friends and teachers, fathers and mothers, lovers and children and siblings, and even strangers within us, looking out at the world through our eyes and helping us determine what it all might mean. I see Ender in you, looking out at me. You see Ender in me, looking out at you. And yet not one of us is truly him. We are each our own self, all of us strangers on our own road. We walked a while on that road with Ender Wiggin. He showed us things we might not otherwise have seen. But the road goes on without him now. In the end, he was no more than any other man, but no less either. And then it was over. No prayer. The prayers had all been said before she spoke, for the bishop had no intention of letting this unreligious ritual of speaking be a part of the services of Holy Mother Church. The weeping had been done as well, the grief purged. They rose from their places on the ground, the older ones stiffly, the children with exuberance, running and shouting to make up for the long confinement. It was good to hear laughter and shouting. That was also a good way to say goodbye to Ender Wiggin. Valentine kissed Yacht and her children, embraced Wang Mu, then made her way alone through the crush of citizens. So many of the humans of Milagre had fled to other colonies, but now, with their planet saved, many of them chose not to stay on the new worlds. Lusitania was their home. They weren't the pioneering kind. Many others, though, had come back solely for this ceremony. Jane would return them to their farms and houses on virgin worlds. It would take a generation or two to fill the empty houses in Milagre. On the porch, Peter waited for her. She smiled at him. "I think you have an appointment now," said Valentine. They walked together out of Milagre and into the